About the reckless girl who kept challenging a reborn man like me. Volume 2 by Kohagashi Nora. Translated by Gadgetized Panda. Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade. Audiobooks. Chapter 1. Tiffy's Piano Competition. In the early days of July, the sunbeams were pouring down intensely on the ground. Whether due to the season, the sun was exerting its vigor to the fullest, and the powerful sunlight that didn't seem like morning was scorching many areas hotly. In the corner of a certain room, a young girl was lying on her bed looking uncomfortable from the heat. Even though it was still the morning hours before the day got fully hot, the room was oppressively hot and steamy, disturbing the girl's sound sleep. The girl tossed and turned many times, rocking the bed as she writhed around. However, the girl didn't seem likely to get up. Even amidst the heat that would naturally wake her up, the girl was still fast asleep. The girl was groaning uncomfortably. The summer weather was roasting even the girl's room to a crisp. The girl's pajamas were sloppily revealing her stomach, and as she slept, she was scratching that exposed belly absent-mindedly. Her body was twisted from tossing and turning so much. She was far from having a cute, tidy sleeping posture, exhibiting a rough disheveled state instead. "Hey Tiffy, wake up already. Breakfast is ready." Next to the bed of the girl called Tiffy stood a boy. His name was Reimer, and he was Tiffy's older brother 1 year above her. As if responding to her brother's words, the girl let out a voice and tossed in her sleep. Thinking that his sister was waking up, Reimer looked down at her, but only the sound of her breathing in sleep could be heard from Tiffy. Reimer's temple throbbed in irritation. "Hey dummy, stupid Tiffy. We'll be late for school." Reimer shook his sister's shoulder. It was a shake that had the warmth of family. Or rather, it was a rough shake containing some anger. "Ah!" Tiffy groaned as she slowly lifted up her body. Reimer sighed in relief, heaving a big sigh. "Good morning, big brother," mumbled Tiffy. "Yeah, good morning, Tiffy. It's already morning." And then after letting out a large, sloppy yawn, Tiffy said, "G'night," and flopped back down on the bed. Reimer's temple throbbed even more. Her brother felt like just carrying her out to the living room forcibly at this point. In their family's living room, there was a delicious smell of breakfast in the air. Sausages, bacon, scrambled eggs, and salad were served on plates, to make sandwiches by putting them between slices of bread. That was today's breakfast. Tiffy wandered tipsily into the living room, pushed on the back by her brother. Her hair was a beautiful golden blonde like her mother's, but whether due to bedhead or the texture, the tips of her short hair were poking out everywhere, spread out sloppily. Swaying unsteadily left and right with eyes still half closed, she walked down the hall precariously, as if she might bump into the walls at any moment. Reimer supported his sister's body to change her direction whenever she seemed about to crash into the walls. Tiffy was still more than halfway asleep. "Oh, good morning Tiffy," said her mother Sophie, who was in the living room. "Good morning, Mom," mumbled Tiffy. Sophie had a vague look on her face, with the same golden hair as Tiffy, except Sophie's hair was neatly styled. "Where's Dad?" "Of course he already left for work a while ago," answered Tiffy's question not her mother, but her brother. Their father's name was Costas, and he worked at a pharmaceutical company's research institute. He was an accomplished specialist with high work performance. "Okay Tiffy, hurry and eat up." "We don't have much time left," said Sophie. "Yeah," replied Tiffy. When she sleepily looked at the clock, there were only 10 minutes left until they had to leave the house. Even so, Tiffy sat in her chair at the table without any sign of rushing. For her, this much was an everyday occurrence. "Good morning, big sis," said her little sister Corona, who had finished eating breakfast when Tiffy started. The siblings were 3, 2 sisters and a brother. "Corona, g'morn," mumbled Tiffy. "The older sister is more trouble than the younger sister," complained Reimer with a snort, hand on his waist. "Well, I guess the older sis is pretty hopeless compared to you," said Corona wryly. "Grr," Reimer growled, and Corona chuckled. Tiffy was eating breakfast half asleep. Now Reimer, don't get angry." "You should head out soon too," said Sophie. "That's right. I can't be late because I'm fussing over Tiffy." "Corona, do you have everything you need?" "Yes, I'm all set, Mum. Thanks for the food." "Yes, Thank you for the meal. With that, Corona returned to her room. With the time constraint, Sophie combed Tiffy's hair with a comb while she was tipsily eating breakfast. No matter how much the comb went through Tiffy's unruly golden hair that stuck out everywhere, her hair would immediately spring back up. Tiffy herself didn't care much about grooming her hair, but her messy hairstyle was also largely due to the texture. As usual, Sophie smiled wryly. It had improved considerably from when she first got up, but Tiffy's hair was still disheveled. "I'm going, Mum," said Reimer. "Have a good day, Reimer." Despite having plenty of time, Sophie saw her son dash out of the house looking slightly flustered. "I'm going too, Mom," said Corona. "Have a good day." "Corona, are you sure you'll be okay, big sis?" Corona poked her face out of her room. Sophie smiled and conveyed to her that it would be fine, but when she returned to the living room, Tiffy had her eyes closed, nibbling on the bread, half asleep. The two were stunned speechless. "Mom, I'm a little worried about Big Sis's future," said Corona. "A third grader shouldn't be worrying about their sixth grade big sister's future," replied Sophie, but in her mind, Sophie was thinking the same thing as Corona. While this was going on, the doorbell rang with a ding-dong. "Oh, are they here already?" Sophie jogged to the front door and opened it. The familiar faces of Tiffy's friends were there. "Good morning, Auntie Sophie." "Good morning, Sophie-san." "Good morning, Yuki, Kasumi," said Sophie. The ones at the front door were Yuki and Kasumi, Tiffy's classmates. They were best friends at the elementary school, and they always came to pick up Tiffy when going to school like this. Yuki's parents and Tiffy's parents had been friends since middle school, and that relationship also led to Yuki and Tiffy being childhood friends. Yuki had light blue hair grown out long, and as if to block out the hot summer sunshine, today she was wearing a cute straw hat. She was a spirited girl, and perhaps because she acted a bit pretentiously mature, she had an interest in fashion unusual for a child. Next to her was Kasumi, a girl who had become friendly with Tiffy and Yuki at school, letting her semi-long black hair flutter about. She was a kid with a unique way of talking that reminded one of the olden times. "Sorry, Tiffy's still not ready. Can you come inside and wait? No surprises there." "Don't worry about it." "Pardon the intrusion," as Kasumi said. This was so normal that Kasumi and Yuki entered the house casually without hesitation. They greeted Tiffy's little sister Corona as she passed by, and Corona left the house as if switching places with them. "Ah, she's asleep again." "Hey, Tiffy." "Yuki and Kasumi are here already." Sprawled sloppily in the living room was the sight of Tiffy lying there. As usual, with the help of many people, Tiffy would make it to school, just barely avoiding tardiness. Section. "Okay, here we go. We'll reveal them on the count of 3. Ready? Let's just hurry up and get it over with." Yuki-han loves stuff like this. In the corner of a 6th grade classroom, Yuki, Tiffy, and Kasumi had their heads together doing something. The sun was high in the sky, the hottest time of day. The heat was pouring relentlessly into the classroom even through the window glass, but the classroom interior was comfortably cool thanks to the well-functioning AC. This was a private school, and the learning environment was maintained with abundant funding. "Here we go." "On 3. 1." Yuki shouted energetically. She was a smart kid, her grades were excellent, and she always scored 100 points on the school's tests. She was in the top class at her cram school, where she also scored perfect or near-perfect scores. Feeling a lack of competition in academics, she was dissatisfied. "No point in asking us to get good scores." "I've got no motivation to study," said Tiffy. "You know she's got no desire to study." "Right, Yuki-han?" said Kasumi. "Looks like I'll just have to hurry up and drag Rain to this school." "GRR," muttered Yuki. "By the way, Tiffy, you didn't write anything in the answer column for like the whole second half. Did you run out of time?" "I got sleepy and took a nap." "Loyal to your desires, I see," said Yuki. Tiffy made a V sign, slumping over her desk sleepily. Kasumi said it was nothing to brag about, laughing cheerfully. "I want to start getting over 100 points soon," said Yuki abruptly. "Huh? What you saying, Yuki-han?" Yuki was suddenly spouting nonsense. "I mean, I always get 100 points, so I want to surpass my usual self soon. It's so frustrating to be constrained by the 100-point score the teacher arbitrarily decided on. I want to transcend the teacher soon and go bigger. Rebellious phase, huh, said Kasumi. I'm writing neatly, making my own problems and solving them, drawing pictures in the margins. But she absolutely won't give me more than 100 points, complained Yuki. As eccentric as ever. Yuki, you're weird, said Tiffy. If Tiffy is calling me weird, I'm in trouble, swallowed Kasumi. The two of them were birds of a feather, so to speak. I think I could beat Yuki-han on a test about fortune-telling or theology, you know? Said Kasumi. I'm not very interested in those, replied Yuki. I'm better at piano than you two, declared Tiffy. The three asserted whatever they wanted. Even though they were always together, their interests and strengths were all over the place. Hey, you girls over there, test returns are finished for everyone, so quietly return to your seats, called the teacher. Yes sir, they responded. Yeah, said Tiffy. They were supposed to be in class right now, but in the brief time for test return, Yuki and company had been chatting freely and even holding a test score competition event. The unrestrained three were minor troublemakers at the school. Yuki, Kasumi, and Tiffy didn't just go to the same school. They also went to the same grammar school and piano lessons. Originally, Tiffy went to piano lessons and Yuki went to grammar school, but somehow they ended up sharing each other's lessons while hanging out together. Their parents exchanging information was also a major factor, although both were unsettled and acted freely, leading to being treated as problem students wherever they went. The three eccentric girls stuck together, enjoying each other's company. The gifted but friendless three didn't seem particularly troubled, spending their days without anguish. On a day when thick clouds covered the sky with the hot summer sun blocked by the clouds, it was slightly dark and dim outside. In the cool breezy weather, the three were taking piano lessons. Tiffy-chan arranges the song too much. In the white room was one large black piano. The piano with its powerful presence dominated the room, its keys played by Tiffy as she performed the song. A man with a unique way of talking, as if he had a bit of stubble, was instructing Tiffy, pursing his lips and scolding her with hands on hips, shuffling around. But teacher, I think it's more fun and interesting this way, said Tiffy. It may be fun and interesting, but arranging the song is not good for the competition, said the piano teacher. I'm not interested in competitions anyway, so it's fine, dismissed Tiffy. Oh, this girl, said the teacher, twisting his body a little and speaking in a strained, squeezed-out voice. Despite his sturdy, well-built frame, he moved his body in an unmanly way. Changing the sheet music is against the rules for competitions. It means you don't understand the composer's intentions. Do you understand? But I think the composer is happy in heaven listening to me play it this way too, insisted Tiffy. My, arrogant, said the piano teacher, roughly patting Tiffy's head with his big, rough hands. A troublesome girl. HMPH. That wasn't praise, you know. Tiffy deliberately snorted loudly, then turned back to face the piano again. Tiffy's white fingers tapped the keys. The piano spread the sound. The sound turned to melody, coloring this unadorned white room with music. Like the piano apparatus was discerning Tiffy's will, it sang as if expressing her heart. The music sounded joyfully, careful not to disturb her performance even with a rustling sound of his clothes. The teacher listened to her play with arms folded. Before long, the performance ended. The final note of the song lingered regretfully in the room, and Tiffy let out a small breath, stopping her fingers. The teacher clapped loudly, applauding slowly. That was wonderful, Tiffy-chan. The teacher nodded several times with emphasis, and Tiffy had a satisfied look as if she had accomplished something. But oddly, although the teacher had praised her, the corners of his mouth were twisted in a perplexed expression directed at Tiffy. But can I ask you one thing? What song was that? With a hand on his forehead, the teacher perplexedly posed this simple question to Tiffy. The song Tiffy had just played was not a practice piece or competition assignment, but a song the teacher didn't recognize at all. That was the opening theme song for the new anime Magical Girl Apricot that just started. Right Tiffy? Correct. Yuki. Fun. In the corner of this room, Yuki and Kasumi were sitting quietly like members of the audience, after their own lessons ended. They had snuck into Tiffy's lesson room. It was an ordinary sight by now for the teacher. Guessing the name of the song she played, Yuki and Tiffy thumbs upped and high-fived. "You girls are close," said the piano teacher, shrugging his shoulders in exasperation. As it happened, the end of the lesson time came just as the anime song wrapped things up. "Be sure to practice the lesson pieces and assignment pieces properly at home too, alright?" Yeah, said Tiffy. There was no doubt these three were troublemakers. It was when the lessons had ended and the three had finished getting ready to leave in the lobby. "Oh dear, what to do? It looks like it might rain," said the teacher, who had come to see the three off and was looking up at the sky. The thick clouds covering the sky had blocked the sun's heat, making the temperature relatively comfortable outside, but those clouds were tinged slightly darker, and the sky looked like it could start pouring rain any minute. The teacher looked at the three students, but none of them seemed to have umbrellas. "Do you girls have foldable umbrellas or anything?" "Nope, didn't bring any," said Yuki. "Let's see. The chance of rain today is 40%. Whether it'll rain or not is iffy," said the teacher, fiddling with his smartphone and checking the weather forecast. Just as he was about to go check the office to see if there were any spare umbrellas left, Kasumi stopped him. Teacher, what is it?" "Kasumi-chan, it ain't gonna rain today, ? The teacher tilted his head quizzically. When the internet weather forecast didn't give a definitive answer, Kasumi stated matter-of-factly that it wouldn't rain. As if it were obvious, the teacher was puzzled by this and asked, "How do you know that?" "I divined it." "Divination?" The teacher blinked in surprise. "Did you divine it by tossing your sandals or something?" "That'd be bad if they got rained on, so let me go find some umbrellas just in case." Teacher. This time Tiffy stopped the teacher when he didn't believe what Kasumi said. "Kasumi's fortune-telling is legit, huh? It's painful if you take Kasumi's fortune-telling lightly." Tiffy said this with a straight face. Seeing Tiffy look serious instead of joking around, the teacher was a little confused, and Kasumi shyly put her hand to her cheek, giggling and saying it wasn't anything special. "You're good at fortune-telling, Kasumi-chan. It ain't nothing much." "Teacher, you shouldn't underestimate Kasumi's fortune-telling. The other day, she told me to watch out for banana peels, but I forgot and slipped on one and hit my head." "Oh my, you slipped on a banana peel at your age, Yuki-chan?" The teacher swallowed the words that would make him look like more of a fool with adult reason. "Should I have you divine something for me too, Kasumi-chan?" "Oh, scary." Saying that, the teacher sat across from Kasumi at the reception lobby's table. "Let's see. How about you divine my love fortune or something?" I think it'd be impossible for you even without divining, teacher." "Let it be." The well-built teacher with the slightest stubble sprouting since that morning smiled and suppressed Kasumi's opinion. Sensing a glimpse of the teacher's tragic life from that smile, Kasumi was troubled and also a little frightened. Love fortune? Let me get set up, gimme a second." Kasumi took out a file folder from her bag. She removed a single small folded piece of paper from inside and spread it out on the table. Drawn on it was a large magical circle. A circle covering almost the entire large sheet of paper the size of the table was drawn, with various designs inside it. It was clearly hand-drawn with oil-based markers. She must have copied it while looking at some occult book or something. It must have been quite an effort to reproduce these detailed designs, the teacher thought to himself. Furthermore, Kasumi took aroma candles out of her bag and placed them at the four corners of the paper. Finally, she took out tarot cards and laid them out over the magical circle. Quite elaborate. "This is simplified, you know." Then she flipped over the tarot cards she had laid out. "Come, destined one." "How harsh." With just that one line, Kasumi declared the cruel fortune-telling result. It was too reasonable of a result. With those cold words, Kasumi's love fortune-telling ended. Instead of rain falling outside, a drizzle had started falling in the teacher's heart. While they were doing that, a girl entered the lobby. "Excuse me, pardon the intrusion." The girl greeted them in a composed, dignified voice. Since a student of his had arrived, the teacher stood up from his chair and went to welcome the girl. Tori-chan, welcome. You're early. I was thinking of getting some practice in if the piano is free. Diligent as always, the teacher closed his eyes and nodded many times admiringly. The name of the girl who had come to the piano lesson was Tori. She had long red hair swaying as she moved with composed manners, bowing to her teacher. Her attire and hair were neatly styled, a serious girl who took good care of her appearance. Also teacher, I summarized some personal focal points about the assignment piece. Could you check it later? Tori-chan, you're a little too excellent. It's okay to relax your shoulders a bit more, you know? No, it's because I love the piano. Tori was the top student at this piano school. She was in 6th grade elementary like Tiffy and the others, and had won gold medals multiple times at local piano competitions. She also had experience participating in larger national-scale competitions, where she had produced good results. Yo, Tori, called out Tiffy. Oh, Tiffy. The terrible trio. Hi Tori, said Yuki. Good day, Tori-han, greeted Kasumi. Seeing the three, Tori's face clearly twisted in discomfort. Her composed demeanor grumbled. You three haven't been up to any mischief, have you? We ain't done nothing naughty now. That's right. We were working hard at our piano lessons. That's all. Exactly. Just playing a little anime song. That's it. Tori immediately retorted without hesitation, not goofing off. Tori didn't hesitate to interject with a loud voice. The three of them quickly redirected their attention from the red-haired girl, deliberately looking away while blowing poorly executed whistles. The piano teacher was somewhat troubled and muttered, Well. Tori grabbed Tiffy's shoulder as she sat on the chair and shook her back and forth. You really are something else. You've got talent, so practice seriously and listen to what the teacher says. You could do well in competitions if you just put in the effort. But you keep fooling around, never taking things seriously. Sorry, Torioka-san. Who's your mum? Tori's face turned slightly red. Tiffy's shoulder was shaken, her head bobbing, and she let out a half-hearted ah. So, what are you up to, Kasumi? Following Tori's gaze, there was a strange large piece of paper on the table. A magic circle was drawn on that paper, with aromatic candles and tarot cards placed on it. It certainly wasn't something you'd typically find in a piano class. Love fortune telling, you know. How about I read your fortune too, Tori-han? No need. And why are you spreading unrelated things in a piano class? Oh wow, love luck is all tangled up. I said I don't need it. Tori's inherently serious nature often left her at the mercy of this trio. While she shared the same piano class with them, they attended different schools and didn't go to the same cram school. Still, every time they met, Tori found herself exasperated by these three. Oh well, Tiffy, if you look closely, your hair is all messy. Tori took a comb out of her bag and stood behind Tiffy, combing through her messy hair. Tiffy's unruly hair was nothing new, but today, the ends were more frizzed than usual, suggesting she had neglected her morning routine. Indeed, each time Tori ran the comb through Tiffy's hair, it seemed to improve a bit. Tiffy closed her eyes with a contented expression, reminiscent of a satisfied cat. That's not it. Today my hair's messy because of the humidity. Saying that, but didn't you oversleep even more than usual today? GRR. Hey now. Seeing through it all, Tiffy feigned sleep. Tori lightly tapped her messy head. Well, Tori-han, you're even better at handling Tiffy-han than I am. All three of you are troublemakers, that's why. Thank you as always, Mum. Thank you very much, Mum. I'm not your mum. Slightly blushing, Tori denied with a raised voice. Tori's lesson began. The classroom window reflected thick, dark clouds, but it seemed that not a drop of rain had fallen yet. With her spine straight, fingers arched, and maintaining a graceful posture, Tori played the piano faithfully to the basics. Her appearance and the sounds her fingers produced, everything about her performance was like a textbook example. She took the teacher's guidance seriously, self-corrected, and played the notes meticulously and precisely. It wasn't a dull performance by any means. Her extensive practice and curiosity added depth to her playing. Fantastic, Tori-chan. You've become much more refined than before. Thank you, teacher. You've practiced quite a bit, haven't you? I can see the traces of your practice. As her performance concluded, the teacher gave a hearty round of applause. Her performance was solid and stable, a result of doing well in national piano competitions. Oh, my ears are blessed. Lazy bones. Lazy bones. You're still amazing, Tori. When are you going pro? And in the midst of it all, there were the three onlookers. You guys have too much time on your hands. The piano teacher shrugged the shoulders. The teacher glanced back at the onlookers sitting in the corner of the room, and Tori gave them an openly irritated look. However, during the performance, they hadn't made a sound or caused a disturbance. Tori's excessively serious nature made it hard for her to find a reason to forcibly eject them, especially when they were at least abiding by the basic rules. Tori-chan, you need to pay more attention to the connections before and after the sixth measure's notes. If you think more about the emotions embedded in the music, you'll realize that this part and the sections around it carry significant meanings. Yes, thank you, teacher. Think more deeply about the meaning of each individual note. Tori received more detailed guidance than the others. Her proficiency was higher than that of her peers, and her technical skills were stable, making her capable of comprehending the more in-depth instruction. On the contrary, in the more advanced section, since the tone of the piece changes, play it lighter and bouncier. You're being slightly dragged down by the tone of the beginning. Yes, teacher. After that, I think you're lacking in originality. What if you do more arrangements? Right. Go all out. Make it more like bam and boom. That would make it really impressive. On the day of the competition, how about playing while wearing a costume or something? Yeah, annoying, you nosy onlookers. The trio chimed in with their comments. This was purely a nuisance. The teacher cautioned against disturbing them, and the three responded with half-hearted yeah replies. Despite this, Tori's patience extended to the point where she didn't kick them out of the room. In fact, instead of kicking them out, Tori herself turned to Tiffy and called out, Hey, isn't it unfair that only I'm being asked about the competition piece? Tiffy, how's your progress right now? Play it here. Oh, okay, by request. Got it, I'll play. Oh dear, the teacher was a bit surprised. It was rare for Tori to stop playing and step away from the piano during a lesson. Tori seemed a bit nervous. She was curious about Tiffy's current ability, progress, and interpretation of the piece. Tori had a certain awareness of Tiffy. The teacher raised an eyebrow slightly. If Tiffy plays next, then it's my turn. Allow me to showcase my current skills. Oh, sorry, but I'm okay. Yuki. That's so mean. Tori was lightly brushed off, and Yuki protested. Kasumi laughed, and Tiffy took her seat at the piano. All right, here we go. With Tori's intense gaze fixed on her, Tiffy's fingers began to strike the keys. Her hands danced over the keyboard, producing lively and melodious sounds. Each note shone like a gem, and the music seemed to leap from the piano. Tiffy played passionately, swaying her body as if immersed in the music. The piano sang out loudly, as if laughing. Tori was surprised, and despite being in the middle of the performance, she couldn't help but exclaim, That's not the assigned piece. The piece Tiffy played was completely unfamiliar to Tori. Hey, wait a minute, Tiffy. What on earth are you playing? Play the assigned piece. What song is that? Tori couldn't help but feel angry. It's the opening theme of 5 Hey Magical Girl anime. You don't know it, Tori? Tori, you're behind. Are you okay, Tori? Keeping up with your friends' conversations? Don't you have a lack of friends or something? Mind your own business. In reality, Tori often found it hard to keep up with TV-related topics. While she didn't think she had few friends, she was aware that her commitment to piano practice had left her with shallow relationships. Moreover, she didn't watch much TV or play games, so she often found herself out of sync in conversations. Though it struck a nerve, Tori avoided facing that reality head-on. Ugh, how annoying. You're not planning to reveal anything about yourself, huh, Tiffy? That's a low blow. No, I was just trying to be funny. Tiffy was both bewildered by her friend's unexpected reaction and gave a light-hearted smile. Hey 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 hey. Ugh. Why is she my rival of all people? Feeling embarrassed, huh? I'm not complimenting you. Tiffy's composed demeanor in the face of Tori's agitation left Tori slumping. Tori was the one struggling while Tiffy seemed to have it all together, and the piano teacher could only smile wryly. Well, Tiffy-chan, while you're not on Tori-chan's level in terms of achievements, you know. As the teacher said, Tiffy had achieved very little in competitions. There weren't any notable records to her name. Given that Tori was competing on a national level, Tiffy shouldn't have been someone Tori paid much attention to. However, Tori looked down with a slightly resentful gaze and sighed. I think you understand, teacher. Well, I guess so. The teacher understood Tori's feelings, but there was only so much she could do, and she could only offer a wry smile. By the way, Tiffy, you're not just playing around, right? You're practicing properly at home, right? You do have talent, but piano requires significant practice. If you don't diligently practice the basics, you won't improve, you know? I'm fine. I don't dislike practicing the basics, as long as that's the case. But I actually prefer arrangements more than practicing the basics. Hey. Seeing Tiffy in front of her, Tori couldn't help but nag. The teacher intervened. All right, Tori-chan. Tiffy-chan is doing proper basic practice too. You can tell from listening to her playing. So don't worry. If the teacher says so, then it's fine. However, well, I can't deny that there are many playful aspects. Hey. Becoming concerned, Tori leaned in closer to Tiffy and gave her a piece of her mind. Hey, are you okay? Are you really practicing diligently? Are you putting in a lot of effort? Even if it's tough, sitting in front of the piano for long hours? Don't let it all go to waste just because you find it bothersome or it doesn't suit your style or for some boring reason. I haven't really gone through any tough times, and I haven't been putting in much effort either. Whoa, seriously? Tori grabbed Tiffy's shoulders and shook her back and forth violently in the heat of passion. Tiffy's body rocked back and forth. The teacher panicked and tried to stop her. However, without any shame, Tiffy spoke up to Tori. I haven't been working hard or making any big efforts. But when I'm playing the piano, before I know it, night has fallen. Eh? When Tiffy spoke those words, Tori stopped shaking her shoulders. She lowered her hands from Tiffy's shoulders and let her arms dangle limply. Tori let out a big sigh. As I thought. You're my rival. I'm honored. I wonder if that's praise? Tori put her hand to her forehead. She had lowered her shoulders looking extremely tired, and Tiffy tilted her head, not understanding people's subtle emotions, wondering why she was showing such a worn-out appearance. From an outsider's view, there was absolutely no reason, but certainly, Tori was conscious of Tiffy. Tori, what about me? Am I your rival? Sorry, Yuki. I'm afraid not. How cruel. The thick clouds continued to cover the sky, but still not a drop of rain fell. Tiffy, just quit piano already. It was when night had fallen and stars were starting to appear. In a private Trumata hotel restaurant, while Tiffy was happily enjoying a meal with her family, she was suddenly told that day, Tiffy had gone with her family to visit her grandparents' house and play. It was her mother's parents' home, and her grandfather Shiro worked as a director for a company called Clements Magitech that researched and developed medical magic tools. Because of that, her grandparents' house was large, and whenever Tiffy and her siblings went there, it gave them a bit of an excursion feeling. Originally, a man named Govin had served as a director for this company, and his son Shiro entered the same company as his father, supported the company, and later became a director himself. It wasn't simply nepotism. Shiro's daughter Sophie and her husband Costas did not join the company either. Shiro had risen to director through his own abilities. That day, Shiro had happily played with his grandson and granddaughters. Tiffy's grandmother Lillian was a grandmother who, while a little strict and scary for Tiffy, often baked sweets. When evening came, Shiro said he had work and headed off to the company, so Lillian and the whole family who were there went out to eat together. They went to the restaurant of a hotel Lillian and Shiro often used. It was a treat for Tiffy and the others, so they changed into slightly nicey clothes and headed excitedly to the restaurant. The braised beef in red wine was superb, and Tiffy was stuffing her cheeks with it, letting the juice drip down her face, when Lillian broached the subject of Tiffy's middle school entrance exams. Tiffy was in 6th grade elementary right now. Lillian, who valued academics, started lecturing Tiffy to study more and brought up the subject. "Tiffy, you should just quit piano already." Tiffy's hand came to a complete stop, but not just her. Her parents Costas and Sophie also stopped their hands and opened their eyes wide. "Mother, that's..." Tiffy's father Costas cut in from the side in a low, heavy voice, but Lillian went on talking without minding him. "There's nothing strange about it, is there? This child hasn't produced any major results in competitions, and the middle school entrance exams are coming up. So rather than wasting time on pointless things, she should concentrate on studying. That would be best, wouldn't it?" "Mother." The one who shouted loudly was Tiffy's mother, Sophie. Just that one word contained tremendous anger. "Tiffy does piano because she loves it. Don't say something so awful like it's a waste of time." "What are you saying? Is there anything more important than entrance exams? This is for her future. She should neatly quit anything useless for the future and devote that time to studying. Don't mess around. Ever since long ago, you've been entrance exams, entrance exams, entrance exams. I somehow turned out okay, but to your grandchild too, and trying to take away something Tiffy loves. You've been grumbling since long ago. Do you still not understand how tough society is?" As mother and grandmother yelled at each other, the children Rima and Corona became frightened. They shrank down small despite not being the ones scolded, lowering their hands under the table. It was impossible to keep eating in this situation. Seeing his children's fear, Costas felt his chest tighten painfully. Then he spoke up. "Mother, with that argument, hobbies and club activities that don't seem directly useful for the future would become meaningless. Isn't that strange? It goes without saying studying is more important than club activities." Costas frowned and changed direction. "Tiffy is properly studying for her exams. She goes to cram school to get into the same school as her friends, and I also have a teacher friend tutor her in her studies." "Is that still no good?" "It's not enough. I'm telling you to devote the time spent on piano to studying too." "That's enough." "This is pointless." The ones constantly shouting angrily were Sophie and Lillian. Perhaps the alcohol was also a factor. Their faces were red and heated. "She's been doing piano for years and years now, and still hasn't won first place in a competition even once. She has no talent." "There's no point continuing something fruitless any further." "Tiffy, just quit piano already." "What are you saying, Mother? Do you have any idea how hard this child has diligently practiced every day?" apologized to Tiffy. "No way." Lillian slammed the table loudly. "If you can't win first place in the next competition, I want you to quit piano immediately. Understand? I won't allow you to keep doing useless things indefinitely." As Lillian shouted that, Sophie gnashed her teeth, turning bright red in the face. The children were completely frightened, and even Costas, who rarely got angry, had an expression like he was biting down on a bitter bug. However, Tiffy alone just kept munching away at the braised beef in red wine. "I'm sorry, Tiffy. It was in the car on the way home after the meal." Costas, who hadn't drunk during the meal, was driving, and Sophie, sitting next to Tiffy, stroked her daughter's head as she apologized. "Don't worry about what Grandma said, okay? You can keep doing piano." "That's right, Tiffy. We'll somehow persuade Grandma, so don't worry about anything," said Costas, also speaking to his daughter while driving. Both of them thought this was the parents' responsibility, and that they had to settle things by getting Tiffy's father Shiro involved no matter what. "It's okay," but Tiffy alone didn't seem perturbed. As she watched the night scenery passing by the car window, she muttered vacantly. From inside the car, the night lights looked like streaking lines. "There's no problem. No problem." "Tiffy, are you confident about that?" The condition her grandmother Lillian had set was for Tiffy to win first place in the next competition. That competition was a regional one connected to the national competition, and of course Tori, who had results, would participate too. And more than anything, Tiffy had never gotten first place even once before. "That's not it," Tiffy said. "Even if I'm told I can't, I can just do it secretly." Hearing her daughter's words, Sophie was dumbfounded. Costas was also surprised, eyes wide open as he drove. Her brother Reimer in the front passenger seat was about to yell "Hugh!" at his little sister's forceful assertion, but it was drowned out by his mother's laughter. "Ahaha, you're right, Tiffy. See? Yes, you just do that. Don't worry about anything, okay?" Sophie hugged her daughter close and squeezed her head. More than Tiffy's argument itself, Sophie was just relieved that her daughter didn't seem deeply hurt. "You can relax, okay?" She slowly, gently stroked her daughter's head. The car gently rocked, carrying the family cradled through the night city like a cradle. One day at piano lessons, "What is this?" The first to react indignantly was red-haired Tori. Tiffy had casually talked about the condition for the competition, as if just chatting during her piano lesson. Yuki and Kasumi were also puckering their lips angrily, but the one most intensely angry was Tori, who had dedicated herself to the piano. "Piano is a waste of time? Quit if you can't win the competition? What is that?" "Unbelievable." Now, not now. This kind of tyranny can't be allowed," Tori shouted angrily, greatly shaking her long red hair. Breathing roughly through her nose, she yelled loudly, startling those around her. "I do think it's a bit tyrannical. We must thoroughly oppose this." Yuki and Kasumi also felt the situation was unreasonable. Yuki clenched her hands in front of her chest, taking a fighting stance. She was raring to fight. Now, everyone. It's not that big a deal, said Tiffy. "It is a big deal." "Insulting music. There's no need to obey such a grandmother." "Rebel. That has a nice ring to it." Yuki reacted enthusiastically, eyes shining. "But how concretely are we rebelling?" asked Kasumi. At Kasumi's words, Tori put her hand to her chin. The most orthodox method was for Tiffy to do her best and win at the competition. This would silence the old woman without question. But things might not go so smoothly. Was it okay for her, the presumptive competition winner, to advise her opponent to aim for first place? Or should she get someone able to persuade the old woman on their side, or find some bargaining material to convince the old woman? Running away from home was probably a bad idea. By the time Tori had thought that far with sensible logic, "Roger." "Yes, Yuki-han." Yuki energetically raised her hand. "We crush the old woman." Wah! With gusto, Yuki made a guts pose and proudly declared this, shocking Tori and making her spit out her drink. "Crush the bad guys." It was decisive. Wait a minute. Yuki. "Crush? What do you mean crush?" "Oh, as expected of Yuki," said Tiffy. "Yuki-han's a genius." "No, don't agree." "You too," shouted Tori, but the three didn't stop their momentum. "Leave the lock-picking to me," said Kasumi. "Then, do we need rope and stuff?" asked Yuki. "What about hypnotism and brainwashing and stuff?" "No evidence left behind." "Cut it out." Tori rebuked the three who were enjoying imagining playing tricks and getting back at someone they hated, like naughty kids. She didn't think they would actually do it, but it would be troubling if they got too out of hand, so she advanced the conversation. "Rather than that kind of nonsense, do you have any other ideas?" Kasumi clapped her hands lightly and casually brushed off everything they had discussed until now. As if she had never been serious from the start, she had a light attitude that made Tori start to think she was being made fun of. "If directly targeting the old woman is no good, how about harassing top prize candidates, or bribing the judges?" said Yuki. "Yuki-han's still in top form. Can you only think of crooked plans?" Tori could do nothing but be exasperated. "Bribing the judges? That could work," said Tiffy. "Oh, Tiffy, you're in favor of bribing the judges?" asked Yuki. "Gonna hypnotize? Brainwash?" asked Kasumi. "Cut it out." Tori rebuked the three who were enjoying imagining tricks and getting back at someone they hated. She didn't think they would actually do it, but she advanced the conversation to prevent them from getting too out of hand. "No. First you should think about getting first place in the competition normally." Seeing the faces of Yuki and Tiffy as if scales had fallen from their eyes, Tori doubted their moral character. Pushing past the question of what exactly she herself was doing, She spun her words. Special training. Special training? To seriously aim for first place in the competition. Special training for the competition, Tori declared loudly. Tiffy-chan is seriously aiming for first place in the competition? It's like a dream. Is this a dream? I'm so moved. When the circumstances were explained to the piano teacher, while sympathizing with Tiffy's position, he was overjoyed that she was showing intention to do her best in the competition. He expressed his emotion, twisting his body around in the private piano lesson room. Please give me special training for the competition, teacher. Normally all the lessons here are practice for the competition, you know, but Tiffy-chan is special. Got it. I'll work you hard, so be prepared. Seeing the teacher fired up and slightly flushed more than usual beside her, Tiffy sat at the piano chair. When she faced the piano, Tiffy's expression changed a little. Her usually sleepy-looking eyes sharpened keenly. She was starting to concentrate. Tori thought things had become a bit awkward. In anger at Tiffy being told to quit piano, she had advised her to aim for first place in the competition, but was it really okay for her, who would likely be the biggest obstacle, to say such a thing, and wasn't watching her special training up close like this underhanded? However, right now her fingers were about to strike the keys. She hesitated to speak up now or make noise opening the door and leaving the room. Tori could only stand rooted in place and listen to Tiffy's performance. The performance began. Although she was an unserious student, Tiffy was by no means unskilled. She fluently played the high-speed song with many connected notes. It was as if her fingers moved automatically, producing the music. Despite it being a fast-tempo song, she passionately kept playing intensely. Seeing Tiffy swaying deeply as she played, Tori caught her breath. She's still putting in arrangements. Look closely at the sheet music. Instruction came from the teacher beside her. Make the accompaniment part a little softer there. Make the main part stand out more. Be conscious of the turning points in the song. Don't create any unnaturalness in the connections before and after. Tiffy's playing responded sensitively to the teacher's guidance, and the tone colors gradually changed, as if it were a living being. The sound swayed and moved, and the teacher observed those fluctuations and made adjustments. Relax more there. The sounds are bouncing too much. Feel the melody well. You're still playing by feel. Look at the sheet music more. Look at the sheet music. For some reason, Tiffy suddenly stopped playing at that point. The performance halted and silence descended. What's wrong, Tiffy-chan? Tiffy had her chin in her hand, pondering something. Seeing her state, the teacher and Tori tilted their heads. What was she worrying about? Was there something about playing this part that troubled her so much? Teacher, there's something I've been wondering about for a while. What is it? Hearing Tiffy start to speak, the teacher had an ominous feeling. Is this form of performance really okay? Huh? Tiffy spoke. Of course. You give me ample too much freedom, so I think you're a good teacher, but is the general way piano lessons instruct, telling students play like this, play like that for each thing, really correct as musical training? What do you mean? Music is expression, and expression has no right answer. So there's no clear answer that you have to play like this originally. So is the instructional approach of piano lessons that seems to present the right answer of how to play really correct? Isn't expression something you can only grope around for in darkness? As Tiffy prattled on and on eloquently, the teacher's face stiffened. Sweat flowed down his brow. Just what is the right form of musical instruction? This is bad. Tiffy-chan has fallen into the pitfall of philosophical angst like a troubled college music student. The teacher held his head as Tiffy mulled it over. There was no use worrying over this right before the competition. Tiffy-chan, that's something everyone struggles with, but once you start worrying about it, there's really no end, you know? No matter how many hundreds of hours you think about it, you can't find the answer. So, for now let's not think about difficult things and just work hard on the lesson, okay? But is it really right to rank musical expression at competitions and such? No good. Tiffy-chan, don't enter the world of philosophy now. That swamp is deep. The teacher shook Tiffy's shoulders vigorously out of great goodwill to keep her from falling into a swamp she'd have trouble getting out of once she entered it. Unable to watch any longer, Tori spoke up too. Tiffy, you don't have time to worry about things like that. You have to get first place in the competition. So leave those thoughts alone and concentrate on practice now. But stopping thought is death for an expressor, isn't it? GRR. Yuki. Kasumi. Say something to Tiffy to tell her to just take the lesson normally. I have no idea what any of you are talking about, said Yuki. The world of philosophy sure is deep, muttered Kasumi. GRR. The two problem children were listening to this talk still holding their heads. I think music should be more free, said Tiffy. Oh, of course competitions are free too. See, even if you're told to play the sheet music as is, different people will interpret that sheet music differently, right? Just playing a single forte can change the feel completely depending on whether you play deeply and heavily sinking into it or bounce and play strongly, right? You read the composer's intent from the sheet music and produce an atmosphere with your own interpretation. See, it's really free, isn't it? Competitions judge those kinds of things, don't they? But competitions don't seek originality. They're fixed. Competitions do have to have some standardized judging criteria, so it can't be helped. And in the first place, since there are no right answers in music, you can't assume the sheet music is entirely right either. I think it's not wrong, but there's no need to blindly believe it from the start either. If I think I should play like this, even if it's marked fortissimo, I think I should play pianissimo if that's what I feel. I think that's expression. Tiffy-chan suddenly started saying things like a troubled musician agonizing over the meaning of music, and while forcing a wry smile thinking this girl's gone and done it now, the teacher tried persuading her to work up motivation for the competition. That's true, but since there are no right answers in music, trying to play while exploring what the composer intended in making this part fortissimo, for example, can also be very, very interesting. Don't you think, Tiffy-chan? I see. Freedom is part of the appeal of music, but carefully examining the sheet music and peeking into its depths is also one appeal of music, you know? And arrangements are definitely not allowed for the competition, okay? HRM. In response to the teacher's words, Tiffy folded her arms, troubled. She nodded up and down, pondering with a complicated expression, and the teacher watched her anxiously. Then suddenly Tiffy's face brightened and she shouted, I've got it. What is it? I'll become a composer too. Oh, this girl is so free. The teacher's scream of please just focus on the competition for now vanished fruitlessly into the air. The special training was swallowed up by philosophy and did not proceed smoothly. The stars were shining brightly in the sky. It was a beautiful night with the moon out. It was the night before the competition, and the breeze was warm but the air felt somewhat stifling too. The air was humid, and the slight heat was making people sweat. Costas was about to go outside to the yard to smoke. That was when he noticed his daughter Tiffy sitting in the garden chair. Tiffy had her back to the window as she gazed up at the stars. Can't sleep? There was no reply, but Costas sat next to his daughter and similarly looked up at the stars. It's finally tomorrow, the competition. Are you nervous? Costas put away his cigarette for now. Don't worry about what Grandma said, okay? I haven't been able to persuade her yet, but Grandpa is also trying to persuade her. Just don't get overly nervous and do your best like you practiced. That's good enough. Got it? Tiffy? ZZZ. She was asleep. When Costas peeked at his daughter's face, she had her face tilted up, sleeping pleasantly and soundly. Tiffy hadn't been watching the stars. Costas blinked in slight surprise. Tiffy, wake up. You'll catch a cold sleeping in a place like this. Tiffy slowly opened her eyes. She saw her father's face shaking her shoulder. I was sleeping. That's right. Tiffy let out a big yawn. Costas spoke to his daughter. It's finally tomorrow, the competition. Yeah. Are you nervous? Not really. I see. He was exasperated at his daughter's nonchalance. Don't worry about what Grandma said, okay? I haven't been able to persuade her yet, but Grandpa is also trying to persuade her. Dad. In the middle of Costas explaining, Tiffy spoke up, cutting him off. Tiffy looked her father in the eye. It'll be okay, will it? Yeah, but won't tomorrow be tough? Are you confident? Tiffy shook her head slightly. That's not it. Not that. I just Don't think tomorrow is that special of a day. Tiffy turned her innocent eyes to her father. Is that so? Yeah, I see. Costas didn't fully understand what his daughter was trying to say, but seeing his daughter look him in the eye, he reached out his hand and slowly stroked her head. Do your best. Yeah. She smiled. As she did so, Tiffy's mother Sophie appeared from the door leading to the yard. Oh, Tiffy, what are you doing here? No good. We have to get up early tomorrow, so you need to go to bed. I was just sleeping here, on the veranda again. You have to sleep properly in your futon. Saying that, Sophie lifted her daughter up as if cradling her and made her stand. Were you talking with your dad? He woke me up. Costas spoke jokingly. Tiffy says she's not nervous. Oh come on, there's no way. I played piano when I was little too, and competitions are so nerve-wracking. It was awful for you, huh? Said Tiffy. That's right. I was so nervous I thought I might throw up. Oh, that was just a story. Anyway. Realizing she shouldn't have said that, Sophie waved her hand. Okay Tiffy, you need to sleep now. Sleep early. Get up early, and don't mess up your physical condition. That's right. We have to get up early tomorrow. Waking up early is harder than getting first place, muttered Tiffy. Hey now, come on. And so the three returned inside, and the night grew later. Tiffy slept soundly, while on the other hand, Sophie's sleep was light from nerves. The day of the competition arrived. Many people were coming and going under the blazing sun. A hot summer day with a clear sky. The asphalt ground reflected the heat of the sun, filled with oppressive heat. People were sweating and wiping themselves with handkerchiefs as they walked under the intensely burning sun. There were many parent-child pairs using North Maserat Station today, and they were all walking in the same direction. Most of those pairs had tense expressions, their faces stiff. They were the faces of those challenging this match. They seemed drawn in as many people entered the large music hall. The inside of that building was air-conditioned, freeing them from the hot sunlight, and they let out big sighs of relief. The children were dressed formally in unusual attire. They wore tidy formal wear with neckties, or fluttering dresses. Having changed in this venue, many children were doing final checks in the waiting room. Some were going over their sheet music, some were checking advice over and over, some were carefully exercising their fingers. Everyone was fidgeting, uniformly showing tense expressions as they prepared to head to the real stage. It was still before the performance began. Among them, there was one girl showing an attitude slightly different from the surrounding tension. It was a different kind of tension from tension about performing, and she was fidgeting restlessly as if waiting for something. The girl with long red hair in a white dress was Tori. She's not coming, Tori said in a voice that contained irritation but wasn't too loud. The person who should be at this venue right now was absent. Tiffy. Tori hadn't seen Tiffy at all since arriving here. The girl she was worried about hadn't shown up at all. Don't tell me. She really overslept. Tori paced back and forth in the same area thinking. She knew Tiffy was weak in the mornings and often overslept, but that was a little odd. Her family would desperately try to wake her up, so there was no way Tiffy could just keep sleeping in bed. And Yuki and Kasumi, who were always with her, weren't here either. In other words, Yuki and Kasumi had met up with Tiffy, and the troublemaking trio were moving together. Tori figured just what was going on. Depending on today's results, Tiffy might be made to quit piano. At such a crucial, decisive moment, being late and unable to perform would be no laughing matter. She checked the time. There was still some time until the performance began. Certainly there was a little leeway, but Tori couldn't help but feel antsy, wondering if something had happened. While she was so worried about their whereabouts that she couldn't concentrate on her own sheet music, Tori's smartphone vibrated! The screen displayed incoming call. Tiffy. She hurriedly tapped the answer button. Hello Tiffy. Where are you right now? Oh, Tori, good morning. Yeah, good morning. No, where are you and what are you doing right now? You're late. Tiffy's carefree voice echoed from the other end of the call. I got lost. Huh? Where is this place? Who am I? Hearing that indifferent voice, Tori froze. Her mind went blank. After a brief pause, Kasumi's voice could be heard from the same phone. Tori-han. You see, we seem to have gotten on the wrong train. and now we're at some place called Maserit Station. The nearest station to this music hall was North Maserit Station. They said they were at Maserit Station. Stunned, Tori shook her muddled head and strung words together. You idiots! What are you doing? No, wait, hold on. Your parents. Where are your parents? Did your parents make the mistake? No, it's just us three. Huh? Tori's eyes widened. We are 6th graders now. Can't keep relying on Dad and Mom to carry us everywhere. So I told Tiffy's dad I'd go with her, and Tiffy told my dad she'd go with me, and we left home like that. I thought the 3 of us alone could handle it easy, but trains are still too confusing. You morons! Tori shouted, slapping the table. The people in the waiting room shook. Idiots? Are you idiots? I've thought this for a while, but are you really, seriously, stupid? Why would you do that? Yeah, I have no rebuttal this time. These fools. Tori berated her hopeless friends, holding her aching head. Kasumi's fortune-telling failed. We got on the train, she divined, but arrived at a different station. Nah, that ain't it. That ain't it. The direction divination was right, but the train made a sharp turn halfway, see? So we ended up at a slightly different station. Look it up on a route map. Not with divination. Tori let out a roar. Huh? Are you serious? Are you really that stupid? Yes. I'm deeply ashamed. Got it? Listen closely. You're at Maserit Station, right? So go back 2 stations. Get off at Fitzlord Station, and exit the west ticket gate. About a 5-minute walk from there is the Reese Line ticket gate, so take the inbound train 1 station from there. Then you'll arrive here at North Maserit Station. I see. It shouldn't take that much time from there. If you don't panic, you'll easily make it in time to perform. Understand? Even as Tori shouted at them, only a short silence came back from the other end of the phone. Soon there was a response. I don't really get it, but understood. Should I divine it again? It's probably that way. Probably. Don't you dare move from there. I'm coming to get you. Don't you dare move from there. I'm coming to get you. Hearing the disturbing conversation, Tori was shouting. She grabbed her bag and dashed out, still in her dress, to get on the train. Oh geez, why am I doing this? Though thinking that, she smoothly transferred trains and arrived at her destination. She recovered the troublemaking trio, tapped the casually loafing dunces on the head, then returned the way she had come. There were transfers, but the distance itself wasn't that far. Tori, who had moved skillfully and quickly, was able to return to the original music hall without taking too much time. Sorry, Tori. Thank you for going out of your way, Tori. We'd die without Tori-han around. Hey, you terrible trio. Always causing me trouble. You really are hopeless. Today, the trio quietly listened to Tori's scolding in the mother role. They arrived at the waiting room in the music hall. The performance had already begun, but there was still some time before their turn to play, because performers went on in a set order based on registration time for this competition. The 3 had made it in time to register. However, they didn't have much time left for final adjustments. Tiffy had almost no time left to go over the sheet music one last time or review advice she'd received up until now. Her performance start wasn't far off. Oh geez, how did it end up like this right before the big event? You're on the edge today, yet you went and intentionally put yourself at a disadvantage. The one fretting and fussing anxiously over Tiffy was Tori. On the other hand, Tiffy seemed calm. Sorry, Tori, did I cut into your adjustment time? I'm fine. I got here early and have gone over things many times today already. That's not it, Tiffy. Worry about yourself, not me. Tori put her hands on her hips and peered into Tiffy's face. If you don't get first place today, you might be made to quit piano. And right now, you're in a more disadvantageous position than the other kids. Is that okay? Tori spoke in an urgent tone. Even meeting her eyes, Tiffy didn't seem disturbed at all. Her sleepy-looking eyes were the same as always, with no sense of hurry or unease whatsoever. It's okay, Tori. It'll be okay. At Tiffy's baseless words, Tori heaved a big sigh. She sat down heavily next to Tiffy, shoulders drooping. Did this girl really understand her circumstances correctly? Tori grew worried. Could she win first place like this? Shouldn't I intentionally do a poor job playing today and make it easier for Tiffy to win? Tori's thoughts went that far. Sitting next to her easygoing friend, turning these thoughts over and over, Tiffy spoke up. It's okay. There's no problem. So, are you confident? No, that's not it. Tiffy shook her head slightly. I just don't think today is that special of a day, huh? Tori tilted her head. Tiffy continued speaking. What does piano mean to Tori? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Tori fumbled for an answer. Another question immediately followed. If you were told to quit, would you quit? Well, of course there's no way I'd quit, but it's that kind of thing, Tiffy said quietly. Piano is something that's always by my side. Of course I play because I like it, but piano is already part of my everyday life. Not playing because I like it or not playing because I hate it, playing because I'm good at it or not playing because I'm bad at it, and so on. I'm just playing it. Before I realize it, I'm playing. I play piano. If I didn't play, that wouldn't be my everyday life anymore. As Tiffy spoke matter-of-factly, Tori caught her breath slightly. I just play. I'm playing. I keep playing. It's not about quitting or not quitting, liking or disliking. I'm just playing. That's how it is. I've always played piano. That's the kind of thing it is. Saying it's like that, isn't it? Tiffy smiled faintly. Today isn't really some special day or anything. Because no matter what happens, I'll be playing piano. Tiffy stopped speaking there, unable to get any words out, looking at her side profile, as usual unchanging. Tori's mind was filled with all kinds of rebuttals. What if your parents tell you to quit? What if the piano gets thrown out? What about financially then? Piano fees, lesson fees, study time? The world isn't so sweet. You can't just do whatever you want. Many people end up quitting things for reasons like finances or lack of support from those around them. So Tori thought what Tiffy was saying was naive. However, on the other hand, Tiffy's expression didn't waver at all. It gave an impression of strong conviction. From her indifferent tone, Tori got a sense of power, allowing no compromise. This girl would likely keep playing piano forever. Seeing Tiffy without agitation, impatience, or unease before the big event, Tori couldn't help but think so. Tiffy-san, please get ready. The waiting room door opened and a staff member said that Tiffy's turn was coming right up, saying gotta do it in a middle-aged mannish way. Tiffy slowly stood up from her seat. Tori watched it small back with her eyes. The problem child, who was such a hopeless handful, headed casually with light steps towards the hall, without any sign of nerves. Tiffy. As Tiffy put her hand on the door to leave the waiting room, Tori called out to her. Do your best. Hearing that voice, Tiffy smiled. But even so, it's boring to just be told off by grandma. So, the door to the outside opened with a creaking sound. I'll try a little hard today and go for first. Saying that, Tiffy waved and left the room smiling. She was greeted with ceremonial applause. Clap clap clap. Tiffy appeared from the stage wing. Bathed in the spotlight, she alone shone brightly on this stage. She bowed amidst the applause. Her usual messy hair was neatly styled with wax and many hairpins. The deep red accents of her dress powerfully brought out her presence. Tori, Yuki, and Kasumi had also moved to the audience seats to listen to Tiffy's performance. They still had their own performances left, but they couldn't help but pay attention to her playing. Tiffy sat at the piano. Then her expression tightened. None of her usual sleepy air remained. The performance began. It was a cheerful, lively song with the notes bouncing along. Tiffy's fingers nimbly struck the keys. The song played lightly as if laughing, rhythmically as if dancing. Each beautiful note resonated shiningly. Particles of sound bounced around the hall, romping about, reaching people's hearts. The music swallowed up the hall. Tiffy happily played the piano. The movements of each of her fingers turned into sound particles through the piano apparatus. Her fingers shaped what she wanted to express. Many people were astonished, caught off guard by the power of Tiffy's music. She had been a nobody. This unknown girl played the piano richly with emotion. The audience's eyes widened as if she landed a surprise attack. Captivated and overwhelmed by the music of this girl whose name and face they didn't even know. And some people were surprised in a different way. Despite this girl Tiffy having skill and talent, she was a child who didn't play the sheet music properly, only playing as she pleased. The performance itself was splendid. Yet she didn't listen to others, always doing as she liked. She was known as a problem child. This selfish girl who followed nothing but her own whims was properly competing in this competition. She had come at it head-on, even giving off a sense of intending to win. Everyone in the hall was astonished. "She could do it normally if she tried," muttered Tori, lips pursed, in a small voice no one else could hear. Tiffy was skillfully playing the piano, and Tori found it amazing. No, it even seemed unfair. She had known about Tiffy for a long time, that she was free-spirited and problematic, always causing trouble, but her piano skill was second to none. She had talent and passion, and whatever one might say, she worked hard tirelessly. Her foundations were properly instilled too, though unruly. Listening to her perform you could tell how long she'd been in contact with the piano. It was just that her liberal nature and rebellious way of thinking weren't suited for competitions. Maybe she was going through a rebellious phase too. A long rebellious phase. Somewhere, Tiffy's piano teacher was probably thinking the same thing as Tori. Relief that Tiffy was playing properly, and exasperation that she could do it normally if she tried. What an idiot. Tori had always thought Tiffy had talent, an innate power to her music that charmed people, and it surpassed Tori's own. If she came at me head-on, I might not be a match for her. Tori always harbored that doubt. Her grandmother had said it, supposedly, having no talent if you can't win competitions. Quit piano if you don't win this time. That was an entirely groundless opinion. It had only pointlessly provoked Tiffy's rebellious spirit, waking a sleeping lion. Her foundations were plenty thick and broad. She really is an idiot. The music shimmered. Her music raged. It seeped into people's hearts. Despite having something that incredible, most people didn't know her and were caught off guard by her. It was amazing. No, it seemed unfair at heart. She finished the first song. Next she played a slow, dark, heavy song. Unlike her usual casual, easygoing self, it was like the opposite kind of song, but she skillfully played even the heavy song. It was a song that made your gut sink heavily and painfully, deeply permeating. She expressed it wonderfully. When she finished playing that song, the hall was wrapped in thunderous applause. Unlike the ceremonial applause when she first appeared, it was excited applause brimming with passion. As she applauded, Tori heaved a sigh. Tori was sitting on a bench in an empty hallway. Tiffy's performance had safely finished, and it was around the time for the next performer after her, or the one after that, to be playing. Tori and the others had gone to pick up Tiffy, and given her words of praise. Yuki and Kasumi were singing Tiffy's praises, clapping and celebrating. Receiving that, Tiffy had looked quite boastful, snorting away. Tori had also celebrated. She praised her with thanks, good performance. But her voice had been just a little glum. Oblivious to that tone, Tiffy had simply laughed and said you're welcome. Eventually the piano teacher had also come and sung praises, but told her if you can do it properly, then do it properly from the start. And then ruffled Tiffy's hair. And so Tori had stepped away. She had wanted to be alone for a bit. She sighed alone in the deserted hallway. Although this was inside the music hall venue, it was a section not being used for today's competition, so there was absolutely no foot traffic. Tori leaned back against the wall there, a little spaced out. After hearing Tiffy's performance, there was something on Tori's mind, but this feeling was something she could tell almost nobody. Irritation welled up in her chest. At that time, someone appeared from around the corner. "Oh, you were in a place like this?" Hearing the voice of an adult man, Tori was startled and turned around. There was a familiar figure there. "Yo, Tori-kun." "Hello." Zeke-sensei. "Hello." It was Yuki's father, Zeke. Tori awkwardly bowed to him. "No, I was looking around a bit. I wanted to thank you today." "Thank me? My daughters caused you a lot of trouble today. I'll be sure to scold them properly later." A full-grown adult was politely bowing to an elementary schooler. Tori smiled wryly. As soon as Zeke and Costas learned that Yuki and the others had gone alone to the competition deceiving their parents, they had raced around looking for their daughters. They contacted the venue, but the girls hadn't arrived yet. They tried phoning the children's cell phones, but there was no response. All they could do was search likely places by car. It was when Tori contacted them that she captured Yuki and the others. If not for that notice from her, they might still have been searching around. She was a reliable child who could make necessary contact. Zeke said it would be a lecture festival once they got home, though not here in public. Tori wearily told him to scold them thoroughly please. Zeke scratched his cheek with a finger. Want a drink? Thank you. Zeke bought 2 drinks from a nearby vending machine and handed them to Tori. They were black coffees, which Tori started drinking without hesitation. Zeke sat down next to Tori. The two of them drank black coffee side by side. Did you hear Tiffy's performance? Zeke sensei? Yeah, I made it in time. Tori called Zeke sensei. That was because Zeke was Tori's homeroom teacher at school. Tori went to a public school, where Zeke taught. Yuki and the others attended private school. So Tori had the slightly odd relationship of being classmates at piano lessons with the father of her school teacher. And the two had one other thing in common. Geniuses are kind of unfair, aren't they? They really are. Zeke nodded slightly at Tori's mutter. There was something about Tiffy's playing that struck people's hearts. Calling that simply talent might be rude. Tiffy was particular about her way of expressing things day to day, thought seriously, noticed things, repeated anguished pondering, and honed her weapon. So one could say that striking something in Tiffy's heart had been won through Tiffy's own efforts, but certainly, it was an ability beyond what an ordinary person could readily possess. In that sense, Tiffy was precisely a genius. A person's auditory sense gets hard to develop if you don't train it when young. Yeah, seems that way. Tori spoke while gazing at the ceiling. They said auditory ability is largely set by around age 7. Around then, the structure of the ear is almost complete. And after that, senses like pitch become harder to develop compared to in early childhood. So it was said that musical training in childhood has a major influence on the development of that ability. In other words, those who haven't built up musical training by that point end up with a difficult to bridge gap compared to those who have done music since early childhood. And Tori knew that. So I thought it would go very, very well, that I had more than ordinary people, but Tiffy, even so, has something I don't have. No. Tiffy has also done music since she was small, trained her ear, and stands on the same foundation as me. And on top of that, she has something I don't have. Tori muttered softly. It was beautiful. If she closed her eyes, Tiffy's music from earlier floated into her mind. A flood of shimmering melodies. Each note she played became powerful music, rampaging freely as if to swallow people up. Just remembering it made Tori feel her own blood pulsing. Zeke sensei. It seems you were right. That reincarnators aren't necessarily geniuses. There was one major thing Tori and Zeke had in common. Tori was a reincarnator. You mean? The ability to play like that is called talent. Much of a person's auditory sense developed in early childhood. That was a major advantage for reincarnators. Able to be self-aware of what they wanted to do from early childhood and vocalize it on their own initiative. Reincarnators could freely choose childhood training, be aware of its efficiency, and devote time to it. That was a major benefit for reincarnators. Normally, childhood was a time when what you wanted to do wasn't clear. For the most part you did the lessons your parents chose and completed the homework assigned at school. Finding your own path was something that generally happened much, much later, but reincarnators were different. Tori begged her parents to let her do piano, and started taking lessons, and she correctly understood the period when her hearing ability would dramatically improve, and actively conducted efficient training. Ordinary children who weren't reincarnators were in their playful prime around that age. Tori had made full use of the benefits of being a reincarnator. But what came to mind was Tiffy's performance from earlier. She had listened enraptured to her music at that time. Tori watched intently with admiration as Tiffy skillfully played something she loved so much, and that happened over and over every time she heard Tiffy's music. A genius is unfair, Tori said. That girl yucks me and all kinds of people around, causes trouble, makes me angry. Yet with just one performance, I want to forgive it all. Just one performance completely erases everything and covers up her other faults, inevitably making me think it can't be helped, inevitably making me admire her. As if swallowing down the irritation in her chest, Tori quickly drank down the black coffee she held. She really is unfair. That small mutter disappeared down the deserted hallway. Tori dangled her legs like a child, gazing upwards. Zeke watched her sidelong face closely. Zeke felt déjà vu. He too had a talented girl beside him when he was young, and he was the human defeated by that talent. When he learned one of his students at school was a reincarnator and she was getting a bit cocky, he talked about his experience and lightly admonished her. Reincarnators aren't necessarily geniuses. That saying seemed to have struck Tori deeply. The outdoor sunshine was strong and intense. The brightness of the sunlight, the contrast of light and shadow, the people walking while sweating. Seeing all that through the large window, although they were supposed to be inside a cool building, it felt like that summer heat was transmitted to them. Don't think about it too deeply, okay? After a short silence, Zeke called out to her. Tori turned to face Zeke. Just like reincarnators aren't necessarily geniuses, not being extraordinary doesn't necessarily mean you can't succeed. In the first place, there's no clear dividing line between effort and talent. No one knows which parts of a genius are talent and which parts are the result of effort. Zeke started to pat the head around the same height as his daughters, then stopped. Though the one in front of him was a small girl, what was inside should be a proper adult. It's still much too early for you to give up on anything. Well, I'm someone who lost to talent, but, muttering that, Zeke said, the future and happiness are things no one knows about. They're things no one knows. You still have a long future ahead, you know? Saying that, Zeke drank the bitter black coffee. It tasted like life itself. Though Tori was a reincarnator, she was still just an elementary schooler. It was too early to close off her path. Hearing Zeke's words, Tori blanked for a moment in surprise, then quickly understood them and smiled brightly. Of course, I have no intention of giving up. It did get a little sentimental, Tori continued. Tiffy said. Said what? No matter what happens, she'll keep playing the piano. Tiffy said the piano was part of her everyday life, and when she realized it, she'd be playing it. No matter how much fuss happened about quitting or not quitting, she'd keep playing, just playing, simply playing, continuing to play. That was her everyday, she said. It's like that, isn't it? She smiled at Tori. Things like whether she has talent or not don't seem to matter, because for me too. Even as I say this and that, when I listen to her play, I seem to have a disposition where I want to play piano. Saying that, Tori stood up from her chair. Straightening her back, she looked back at Zeke, a fellow reincarnator. Plus, I have plenty of talent too. Haha. At Tori's energetic declaration, Zeke laughed. That's right. That's good. Go at it with all you've got. Yes, I'll come at it with everything I have. Yeah, do your best. Waving and laughing. Well, I should get going now. Have a good day. And so Tori started walking. Her destination was the competition stage. She walked with a smile. She was still just 12 years old. She had a long life ahead of her to walk. Right by her side was great talent walking the same path, and many difficulties surely awaited her. But still, she would keep walking this path with a smile. Because this was a path she wouldn't quit just because she was told to quit it. Tori headed for the brightly shining stage of battle. The competition ended. The results were Tiffy in first place. Tori was second, close behind Tiffy. On a certain day of summer vacation, inside a pleasantly air-conditioned room, a girl was groaning. The one groaning was Tiffy. The competition had finished, and Tiffy had splendidly captured first place, gaining the right from her grandmother to continue piano. And summer vacation had come, so Tiffy should have been able to live a carefree life. However, right now she had her head in her hands, letting out pained, agonized moans. Come on, don't just complain, let's move on to the next problem. Right next to Tiffy stood her friend's father, Zeke, holding a textbook, and a problem workbook was open in front of her. It was true Tiffy had won from her grandmother the right to continue piano, But the gradual approach of the middle school entrance exam was an undeniable fact. She couldn't get out of studying at all, simply for the uncomplicated reason that her grades weren't very good. Tiffy was receiving tutoring from Zeke, an elementary school teacher. "You're an idiot, huh?" "Grr. Grr." The one letting out that exasperated voice was Tori. Yuki and Kasumi were also together in this room as fellow examinees for the same middle school. They were studying together. Another 100 points. "I'm first again." "I'd heard about it, but Yuki really is smart, huh? I'm surprised." "Are you subtly making fun of me?" "That?" Tori went to a different school from Yuki and didn't go to the same cram school either. Seeing how she acted daily, it was hard for Tori to readily believe Yuki was a genius girl. For reference, Tori scored around 95 on the tests held at these study sessions. Though a reincarnator, she had neglected her studies a bit, putting too much effort into piano. "Do your best, Tiffy Han." Grr. Kasumi's academic ability was also safely within the passing range. The only one in a pinch was Tiffy. Yuki's grades were top class. For Tiffy to get into that school Yuki was going to, she had to desperately study. She was doing nothing but glare at the problem workbook, practically lying on top of it. "I'll have Yuki do this science problem. Her level is already good enough. But this knowledge will still be useful once you enter middle school." "I won't do my dad's bidding. I'll do language arts." "Eh?" Yuki's rebellious phase issue still wasn't resolved. Zeke drooped his shoulders dejectedly. "Zeke, sorry as always, huh?" Seeing her daughter lying face down and groaning, Tiffy's mother Sophie smiled dryly at Zeke as she came in with juice. Costas and Sophie often called Zeke to their home and relied on him as a current teacher. "No. This is fun in its own way." "Is that so? Isn't it hard teaching Tiffy?" "I say that, but it's fun seeing her like the past you." "Was I really like that?" Sophie had often gotten help studying from her classmate Zeke. Sophie also lacked academic skill and would groan as she studied, but she thought to herself that she was at least better than her own daughter. "Gah, I can't memorize these historical eras," Tiffy shouted. Tiffy, it's good to memorize eras with mnemonics." The trial of the witches of Progadia was in the trial of the tricksy witches in 319. The middle school exam history scope isn't wide, it's limited, with many questions appearing similar to past tests. And questions specifically asking the era will be quite few, so the eras you need to memorize are very limited. I gave you a list before, didn't I? Where'd that go? If you can't find it, say so. I'll print it out again." Zeke couldn't help but sigh at the hopeless student. "Tiffy Han's good at that kinda stuff from around that time." "Huh, why Kasumi? You see, witches mean occult. Occult means divination. How about I give a nice long explanation of history full of occult talk? That'll help memorize it." "No, I'm good." Tiffy briskly brushed off Kasumi trying to drag her into her hobby world. Moving a bit away from joking around with Kasumi, Zeke approached Tori, who was taking a break sitting on the sofa. "The trial of the witches of Progadia was in 319, right? You good?" "Why yes, I'm good, teacher." The two started talking in low voices, like discussing private business neither wanted anyone else to hear. For a long time, the trial of the witches of Progadia was considered to have occurred in 317. But as historical research progressed, it was found to have happened in 319, and the textbooks were revised over 50 years ago. But 50 years ago was recent memory for reincarnators. Things memorized in their past lives would slip out. In other words, Tori had previously answered 317 for the era of the trial of the witches of Progadia on a school test. It was a mistake Zeke had also made in the past. So as Tori's homeroom teacher, Zeke had suspected her, and that was how her being a reincarnator was exposed. "I properly reviewed the textbook, so I am good." "That's fine if so, but you're a little negligent towards studying. Don't let your guard down just because of piano." "Why yes, HMPH. To think I'd be treated like a child at this age." Tori shook in frustration. "But I wonder why the reincarnation phenomenon happens." "Beats me." "I don't know either." She voiced the simple question. "For there to be 3 of us with me, Zeke-sensei, and that rain child you mentioned I haven't met. Are there others too?" I wonder if there's some reason for it. The reincarnators twisted their necks. But of course, there would be no answer. There was no way to know the reason for reincarnating. No matter how much they thought about it, time simply flowed on. Gah, crane and turtle arithmetic is so annoying. When does crane and turtle arithmetic ever get used in society? Tiffy's shouts could be heard again. Of course. Going up. Oh, Zeke stood up from the sofa and approached Tiffy. What is it? Should we review how to solve it again? That's not it, Uncle. What's the point of studying tortoise and hare math? How does it even relate to anything in the real world? You shouldn't be worrying about complicated stuff like that during your exams. You'll get stuck in the mud. Tiffy received similar advice from her piano teacher. If I had to say, school studies have more to do with exercising your mind. It's not so much about whether the content you study will be directly useful in the real world, but more about training logical thinking through mathematics and learning how to interpret texts through language studies. Why should I care about the total number of legs of cranes and turtles? It's irrelevant. Like seriously, who cares about the total number of legs of cranes and turtles? I agree with that sentiment. But, come on, instead of just complaining, focus on your studies. Seeing her pitiful rival groaning, Tori heaved a sigh. Their long friendship as four would still only just be beginning. Seeing her pitiful rival groaning, Tori heaved a sigh. Their long friendship as four would still only just be beginning. Chapter 2. Rain's middle school struggles. The cherry blossoms were fluttering down. It was early April, around the time when the lovely spring weather started streaming in. The cold air was gradually becoming warmer, and the wintry smell from just a while ago could no longer be sensed. The cherry blossoms had reached full bloom the other day, and were now slowly starting to scatter. It was the season when many people began new lives. As the year changed, some became working adults, others moved up grades, and some started living in new places after moving, and the new students entering new schools. The cherry blossoms warmly welcomed this transitional period for people. Here was the front gate of a private combined middle and high school. Today, this school, which had its middle school and high school together, was holding an entrance ceremony to welcome new middle school students. Cherry blossom petals were fluttering down onto the heads of the middle schoolers, filled with nervousness and anticipation for their new life. This male student standing under a cherry blossom tree gulping down saliva due to nervousness was also one of those who was about to start a new life. His name was Rain. Today, he was entering the middle school as a new first-year student. He was a reincarnator. To put it simply, he was a person who could be called a genius, wise beyond his years since childhood, excellent at studying, and a person who discovered a new treatment for illness at a young age. He succeeded in creating a magical tool to cure illness, left his mark on the medical world as a young prodigy, and attained great honors. However, perhaps due to his abilities, he was never able to get along with people until the end. He was unable to make friends at school, was bullied, and that life made him withdrawn. He was always carrying around a sense of inferiority as a person, living while curling himself inward. And then he passed away due to an accident. After that, reincarnation occurred, and he made a friend named Yuki. And today, he stood in front of the middle school gate. For him, school was like a demon's gate. It was a place where he was unable to properly communicate with people, was thoroughly bullied, and became a bitter memory of his youth. Even after reincarnating, using his weak health as a reason, he had barely attended school and kept running away from it. But today, he stood in front of the school gate with an entrance ceremony signboard. "Oh, Rain!" a loud voice called out to him from behind. When he turned around, a girl with long, pale blue hair was waving at him enthusiastically. She was Yuki, the girl who had become his friend in the real world. Seeing her in a middle school uniform was quite refreshing. Rain felt self-conscious about the people around, but he shyly waved back at her. A childlike smile blossomed on her face. "I'll try my best one more time." With a little courage in his chest, Rain now stood in front of the new school. His small challenge was about to begin. "So you're like a nasty bug after Yuki, huh?" "Hey, Rain." This happened in the classroom after the class assignments following the entrance ceremony. No one yet knew the faces or names of the other students around them, and tension filled the entire classroom. It was right around the time when various feelings like anticipation and anxiety about the new middle school life, wondering if they could properly make friends, if they could keep up with classes, were swirling around the classroom. Amidst that, in the corner of the classroom, a few male and female students with a strange atmosphere were there. A blonde male student sat on a chair, stiffening his face and shrinking down. Two female students surrounded him in a threatening manner, and another female student watched that scene in exasperation. Why might that be? Kasumi, Tiffy. The ones surrounding him were Kasumi and Tiffy, and the male student being surrounded was Rain. The one watching from afar was Tori. Why? You ask. You don't know why you're surrounded? Are you joking around, huh? No, I really don't understand very well, but Kasumi entangled herself around Rain like sticky sap. I've heard a lot about you from Yuki, Rain. Yes. I've also heard a lot about you too, Tiffy. You're the girl who fell asleep for 8 hours during a game of hide and seek, right? Memories. Without looking abashed, Tiffy smiled slyly. Rain had just met these three today through Yuki's introduction. At first it was nice to meet you. Glad we're in the same class. Chatting merrily, but immediately after Yuki stepped out to use the bathroom, Kasumi and Tiffy had cornered Rain in the classroom corner and begun interrogating him. Rain was powerless against their smooth, flowing cornering. Right away, a great difficulty had come to obstruct the small challenge by a boy who had decided to try his best once more. That's right. Yuki talks a lot about Rain. There's a really smart kid at the hospital. I can't lose to someone smarter than me. I have to study harder. She talks about him like he's her rival, you know. It's a little embarrassing. Rain's face reddened slightly as he scratched his cheek over and over. She also talks very happily about you too. Her eyes shine as she talks about her close friends who she did all sorts of things with. Oh, I'm glad. Yuki is innocent, for better or worse. Kasumi put her hand to her cheek and smiled politely. That's right. Yuki-chan is your rival. Your rival. And you really seem to enjoy talking about her. Kasumi spoke slowly. So, what's your point? It means we have to eliminate the bad guys who deceive Yuki-chan, you know? That's too much of a leap in logic. Rain was perplexed by Kasumi's conclusion. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Just because Yuki happily talked about her male friend, I'm a bad guy deceiving Yuki? This isn't about logic. Illogical. Totally illogical. In short, Kasumi and Tiffy were trying to eliminate any men who got close to Yuki. Yuki is a really smart kid, but also a really naive kid. So we can't have bad guys deceiving her. About that I mostly agree, but Kasumi sighed and spoke without any guilt, and Rain mostly had the same opinion on that. So, will you quit this school now and move far away to the northern lands? That's unreasonable. He had been recommended to withdraw on the first day of enrollment. Kasumi and Tiffy shook Rain's shoulders. It was not a cute, playful motion, but an attack filled with hostility. Kasumi and Tiffy's eyes were terrifying. Confess, just what is going on between you and Yuki? Is there anything you're hiding? No, there's nothing like that between me and Yuki. What do you mean nothing like that? I don't know what kind of relationship you're talking about. Can you explain in more detail? Scary. Middle school is scary. Rain, who was now 39 this year, combining his previous and current lives, was being shaken by middle school girls. I won't let you have her. She's not your daughter. But you're not Yuki's dad or anything. You've got no right to call yourself her dad. The conversation was becoming exaggerated and nonsensical. If there was some hot tea around, Rain felt he might get doused with it. No doubt this guy is after Yuki's virginity. What a lustful beast. Disgusting. Disgusting. Wow. What are you saying? Kasumi started saying outrageous things. Men are nothing but beasts after girls' bodies. Oh, how vulgar. What do you think, Tiffy? After her body? Oh my. There are still such innocents here. Tiffy was confused by Kasumi's words. As a girl just entering middle school, she didn't really understand what Kasumi was talking about. Listen, Tiffy. In short, all the middle school boys want to flip up Yuki and your skirts and see your panties and stuff. You boys are perverts. Stop. We're on the first day of middle school. Don't spread weird rumors. It was malicious harassment. Tiffy's face reddened a little as she took a step back and held down her skirt. Come on you two, cut that out. Tori, who had been watching this exchange from afar, raised her voice in exasperation. She also went to the same piano lessons as Tiffy, passed the exam for this middle school, and ended up in the same class. Don't stop us, Tori. I won't feel at ease until I've taught this boy a lesson. If I don't stop this guy, Yuki's chastity will. Geez, quit acting stupid on day one. Kasumi, who had been running wild, was hit on the head by Tori and let out a sound like a crushed frog. Sorry about that, Rain. Don't mind these idiots bothering you. Ow ow ow. Tori, that hurts. While facing Rain to apologize, Tori was pulling on Tiffy's ear right next to her. Tiffy's eyes teared up. No. Thank you for helping me, Tori. Rain lowered his head in a deep bow. He had inadvertently switched to polite language. I've heard about your situation from Yuki and Mr. Zeke. If you ever have any problems, feel free to talk to me. The phrase, your situation, was one that, taken at face value, seemed to mean that Rain couldn't attend school much because of his weak body. But when you added, from Mr. Zeke, the meaning changed between the two of them. Rain and Tori had the commonality of being reincarnators, and Zeke, who was also a reincarnator like them, had explained their respective situations to Rain and Tori. He had acted as a liaison, telling them to help each other if they ever had any problems. Yes, I've heard about you too. Nice to meet you, Tori. No need to be so polite. For now. Nice to meet you, Kay? Tori laughed. Ahaha. On the surface, there was nothing odd about that exchange, and neither Tiffy nor Kasumi seemed to take notice of the conversation. With how much trouble these kids are, having another reliable kid will really help. Rain, help look after these kids too if you can. Kay? No. My heart is just about broken already. You're mentally weak. Rain's body shook a little, and he was too heavily burdened to act as a voice of reason for Kasumi and the others. Tori had assumed all reincarnators were mentally sturdy adults, but Rain was not that much of an adult. Awkwardly, Rain turned his face away from Tori. Rain had no rebuttal for Tori. Yuki. Just then, Yuki returned from the bathroom. I feel refreshed. She approached Kasumi and the others without any shame, loudly announcing it. Yuki, you shouldn't say things like that so loudly. I'll be careful from now on. Kasumi and Rain, you're already on good terms? Seeing Kasumi and Tiffy surrounding Rain, Yuki tilted her head slightly. In just a few hours since first meeting, it seemed to Yuki that everyone had already become quite friendly without her. No, we ain't close at all. More like the opposite, Yuki. In other words, this guy's an enemy. We're in the middle of battling enemies here. Enemies? Yuki tilted her head. That's right. I absolutely won't hand you over to this nasty bug after your purity. That's enough. This is too much defamation. Well, Rain is a bookworm, but Yuki, just entered middle school, didn't seem to understand very well. So Yuki, you can't go trusting men too much, got it? Men are all wolves in sheep's clothing. Wolves? That's right. If you let your guard down you'll get eaten. You see? Eaten? I don't think I'd taste very good but for men, that's delicious. Cut it out already. Tori cut in with an exasperated voice. Rain and Tori thought this corrupting the education of children. So, Rain. Are you going to eat me? I won't eat you. Rain denied it for the still innocent Yuki. For her, the phrase, eat you, directly implied mortal danger. Tiffy also seemed to take a step back. That's right. Rain will be fine. I don't think he's a dangerous wolf. That's right. After all, that time I slept in the hospital room with him, everything was fine. At that remark, Rain, Tori, and Kasumi all shuddered. It was an easily misunderstood choice of words. Cold sweat permeated Rain's brow, and Kasumi and Tori's faces showed astonishment like their eyes might pop out. No, I just fell asleep on a chair. I didn't do anything. What's going on, Rain? I knew it. This guy really is dangerous. You, don't tell me you really did something naughty. Are you really a wolf? Wrong. No, I really didn't do anything. It's a misunderstanding. Tori grabbed Rain's collar and shook him back and forth. Rain's head shook violently. Kasumi trembled as she watched. Rain took major damage? The only ones who didn't really understand were Yuki herself and Tiffy. There was a time when Rain had carried the sleeping Yuki he found in the hospital lobby to her hospital room. Exhausted, Rain had fallen asleep on a chair in her room, and spent the whole night there. Nothing had happened of course, but it was a slightly inappropriate thing. Rain reflected. Yuki's remark could be extremely misleading. Yuki herself didn't really understand the implications of what she had said. But a duel. Kasumi spoke while trembling violently. A duel. Rain. I absolutely won't hand Yuki over to you. Like throwing a tantrum, Kasumi loudly declared war on Rain. Not just Rain but everyone was dumbfounded. The petty quarreling happening in the classroom corner had attracted the attention of their classmates, causing a small commotion in the room. Tori tried to stop her. What the heck are you saying all of a sudden, Kasumi? Shut up. Shut up. I must defeat this man. I must defeat him and feed his corpse to the fish. This is dangerous. Rain trembled. What kind of duel is this anyway? It's obvious what kind of match this is at school. Kasumi stretched out her arm and pointed sharply at Rain. Kasumi puffed out her chest while Rain let a bead of sweat drip down his forehead as he trembled. The attention of the entire classroom focused on Kasumi and Rain. It was just the first step into their new lives in middle school, yet a battle with their friendships and pride on the line was about to unfold. Everyone held their breath. Let's compete in an academic test, Kasumi declared. Huh? Rain and Yuki's eyes went wide. Rain 100 points, Kasumi 76 points, Tiffy 46 points. The battle ended. Kasumi and Tiffy collapsed face down on their desks. They tightly grasped their answer sheets with the scores written on them, completely exhausted and miserable like losers, heads down and eyes dead. An academic test was held right after starting middle school. Of course, Rain was victorious. He didn't even glance at the miserable defeat of Kasumi and Tiffy. In fact, Rain was more perplexed at their sorry state. Rain got a perfect score, 100 points. I cannot let him live. I'll get you next time. Yuki had gotten 92 points. She looked at Rain with eyes seeking vengeance on her family's enemy. Although it was something Kasumi had arbitrarily started, Rain had won the battle with Yuki's friendship at stake, and as a result, Yuki began to view him as an adversary. Rain weakly shook his head. Whoa. You got 100 points on the first test? That's crazy. Huh? Oh. Yeah. Just got lucky I guess. Nice to meet ya. I'm Flip. Oh. I'm Rain. Nice to meet you. Oh. Nice to meet you. Rain was flustered as his classmates suddenly started talking to him. Although he was bad at conversing, his classmates enthusiastically tried engaging with him. Rain, you're so talented. I'm Matilda. Nice to meet you. What's this I hear? Rain won and dominated with a perfect score? Now that's impressive. Considering the duel declaration on the first day of school caused some commotion. It's understandable. Do you know my name yet? Well, it's still early days. I'm Jillian. Pleasure to meet you, Rain. Rain was surrounded by many classmates trying to talk to him. Kasumi challenging Rain to a duel had become a hot topic in the class, with everyone still nervous on their first day of school. A duel declaration had captured the full attention of the class. As a result, Rain had won the duel decisively. Everyone crowded around Rain like spectators and tried engaging with him. He was perplexed by all the attention from his classmates, something he hadn't experienced before. Though confused, it wasn't an unpleasant feeling. Despite being nervous, Rain felt a slight flutter in his chest. Surrounded by classmates, glared at by Yuki puffing her cheeks out while playing the mood maker, Rain was flustered yet couldn't help but crack an embarrassed smile, blushing and awkwardly scratching his cheek with a stiff expression. On the other hand, Kasumi seemed to be in low spirits. What are you doing? Tori sighed as she approached Kasumi, collapsed lifelessly over her desk in the corner of the classroom. After spurring on a hopeless battle and spectacularly blowing herself up, Tori could only be exasperated. It was already known that Rain had the top score on the entrance exam. To challenge that boy to an academic competition was nothing short of foolish. Foo-fa-fa-foo. Huh? Face buried on her desk, Kasumi let out a muffled laugh. Her shoulders shook slightly as she laughed. Tori frowned at the somewhat creepy scene of Kasumi laughing. This is good. Yeah. What? Kasumi sat up straight, leaning back against her chair. Rather than looking like a miserable loser from a crushing defeat, the corners of her mouth turned up in a subtle, knowing smile. Seeing her expression, Tori's eyes went wide. Kasumi had the face of someone whose scheme had gone perfectly. A hint of composure in her expression. That type would be shunned and isolated quickly if you don't get them a little riled up and involved. Huh? Leaning her cheek in her palm, Kasumi looked over at Rain. There, the socially awkward Rain was conversing with classmates, albeit haltingly. Yuki livened up the conversation, harboring her rivalry with Rain while playing the mood maker role. He seemed kind of precarious, you know. So I figured causing a ruckus like this might help him make some friends easier. After all, I understand the pain of being shunned. Staring at Rain from afar, Kasumi muttered wistfully. Seeing her like this left Tori dumbfounded. She had never seen this side of her before. Tori had viewed her as just a troublesome girl with some odd hobbies, but she would have never imagined Kasumi was considerate enough to provide this kind of support. You're surprisingly mature, aren't you? Foo-foo. Want to compliment me some more? Grinning childishly, Kasumi proudly flashed a peace sign, snipping her fingers open and closed like scissors. Tori felt as if she had been fooled by a fox. The classmates casually chatted with Rain. Though awkward at times, Rain responded. The curtain rose on a smooth start to Rain's school life in the beautiful spring breeze. He was spacing out a little in the classroom bathed in the warm spring sun shining through the windows. Rain's focus drifted away from the blackboard during science class. Caught in the warmth of spring, he was a bit dazed. It had been about 2 weeks since Rain started middle school. He was spending days more tranquil than he had ever experienced before. Despite still being bad at conversing, he was somehow getting by in school life with support from Tori and Kasumi. Yuki's actions didn't provide much actual support, rather just noisy distraction, but Rain found her brightness helpful for his awkwardness. Though there's an unsubstantiated rumor that bullying decreases at schools with higher academic scores, Rain didn't care whether it was true or not. He simply felt relieved that he wasn't currently experiencing bullying. He diligently paid attention in class. Of course, Rain could understand all the content naturally even without studying. Yet he earnestly listened in class and carefully copied notes from the blackboard. He didn't really need to, but he previewed material the day before and filled his textbooks with various notes. This was reflection on the mistakes of his past life. Rain had been the type of kid who could get good grades without concentrating in class, and that was taken as offensive. So now he properly attended classes and took notes. He created reasons for his good grades and made himself look like a serious, hard-working student to his peers. Despite being a little awkward and cold, he was seen as someone who tries hard and studies to earn high test scores. He was making an effort not to stand out negatively, but even Rain spaced out at times. Not just Rain, the warm spring weather enveloped the entire classroom, sending many students off to dreamland. His eyes wandered from the blackboard, vaguely looking into space. His focus on the lesson completely vanished, spacing out a little. Oh. It wasn't for any particular reason. Just a thought that drifted into his dazed mind, making him mutter softly to himself and open his eyes a bit wider. A certain idea popped into his head. It was a new insight into a paper he had written in his past life. Rain started filling his notebook with equations and chemical formulas, verifying if this stroke of insight could form a valid theory. The lesson no longer reached his ears at all. With an abnormal level of concentration, he busily scrawled the theory from his mind into his notebook. No, maybe not this, or actually that. Rain fiercely scribbled down massive amounts of equations and chemical formulas into his notebook. The page filled up quickly, and he covered page after page with chemicals formulas. At this time, Rain was cut off from the outside world. As this continued, the lesson progressed. Okay, Let's have Rain solve the problems on this page. The teacher turned to the blackboard to conduct the class, then glanced back at Rain when calling his name, but Rain did not react, intensely writing something in his notebook. "Rain?" the teacher called out again, but his voice did not reach Rain. He was clearly not sleeping, yet gave no response. Even as the teacher approached Rain while addressing him, he did not notice at all. "Hey, Rain." "Rain." "Yo." The teacher lightly knocked Rain's head with a textbook. Only then did Rain's own world dissipate, finally noticing the teacher who had come right up beside him. Blinking vacantly as if not comprehending what happened, Rain looked up. Laughter arose around the classroom. Quite unusual to see Rain not paying attention in class. Sorry. Make sure to listen to the teacher properly," the teacher gently admonished Rain. Rain seriously listening was a rare sight, but he was the type who became unable to hear people's voices when focused on thinking. The teacher returned to the podium, about to resume class, but before leaving, a flicker of curiosity made him glance at Rain's notebook. Wow, he was shocked. Turning back to Rain with surprise, he looked again as if seeing double. His over-the-top reaction made the class go, "Huh? Wait, Rain. Just what are you writing?" Rain was caught off guard by the teacher's response when he thought the teacher was returning to teach. Then, without pause, the teacher quickly snatched Rain's notebook and intently started examining it. "This is..." "Hey, teach." It contained many complex chemical formulas. The teacher's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at it. He could not properly comprehend what the chemical formulas in the notebook represented. There were no explanations. But of course, as the science teacher he thoroughly grasped the fundamental rules of chemical formulas. At the very least, he could tell the intricate formulas Rain had written did not violate those basic principles. Rain had not just doodled random shapes that vaguely resembled formulas. The teacher understood this was not the case. Moreover, they had not covered formulas this complex in class yet. Even if they had, there was no way students should be able to write something like this. "Rain, how were you able to write such difficult formulas?" Well, both the teacher and Rain were perplexed. Could it be you're a genius? No. Rain vigorously waved his hands and shook his head. Rain, could you be a genius? No. Rain had been trying not to stand out since starting middle school, but the teacher shivered with excitement, poring over Rain's notebook. No matter how closely he scrutinized those formulas, he could not grasp what they meant. His bewilderment conveyed, Rain's classmates also started buzzing curiously. Rain had not wanted to attract attention, but his disguise was peeling away. The corners of his mouth twitching, he broke out in a cold sweat. Rain did not want to stand out negatively. After school that day, wait a minute, teach. Just come with me for a bit. The science teacher appeared in Rain's classroom, grabbed his hand, and tried dragging him somewhere. As Rain awkwardly resisted, the troublemaking trio watched with grins, following along without making any effort to help Rain. They seemed intrigued to trail the science teacher and Rain. "Here we are." The teacher stopped walking. They had arrived at the school chemistry lab. "Oh, teach." A student already in the lab reacted to their presence. Wearing a lab coat, he held a flask containing chemicals in one hand. A few other students in lab garb seemed to be preparing for an experiment. "Yeah, right. This is Rain from first year. He might be a promising prospect." "Promising prospect? Well, it's not like we're competing over grades or anything. Anyway, nice to meet you, Rain. I'm Dustin, the middle school division leader of the science club." "Pleasure to be working with you." Why yeah, I'm Rain, first year. And nice to meet you too." The student who introduced himself as Dustin held out his hand. Rain awkwardly grasped and shook it. Dustin was a tall boy wearing glasses. "I'm Yuki. I have no interest in science whatsoever." "Tiffy here. Also not interested in science. My hobby is piano." "I'm Kasumi. My hobbies are occult stuff and fortune telling. The opposite of science." "Oh, yeah, nice to meet you all." The division leader responded to the troublemaking trio, perplexed. Meanwhile, the teacher and division leader continued their conversation as the science club members busily prepared for experiments beside them. "Yo, Tiffy, Yuki, Kasumi, were you guys interested in the science club too? Surprising. I'm Kasumi. My hobbies are the opposite of science, like the occult and fortune-telling. Yeah. Nice too. Why did you guys come? The club president responded to the troublesome trio's question with a hint of confusion. Hello. As they were having that conversation, another male student entered from the other entrance. Hey, Rain. Why are you here? Oh, Flip. It was Flip, who was in the same class as Rain and Tori. Rain had only talked to him a few times since they had enrolled just 2 weeks ago. Still, Flip casually approached Rain. Are you joining the science club too, Rain? Well, I don't know, really. As someone who had been brought here against his will, there was no easy way to answer. Flip already seemed to be a member of the science club. Oh, Tiffy, Yuki, Kasumi, were you guys interested in the science club too? Surprising. When Flip spoke to Tiffy and the others, Tiffy frowned and placed her hand on her chin. Who are you? Sorry, but I haven't matched faces and names yet. Well, that's fine. Flip shrugged. Kasumi chuckled. While the members of the science club were steadily preparing for experiments, the teachers and club president continued their conversation. Listen, Dustin. Rain was writing something like this during class. This kid's a little weird, don't you think? His notebook, you mean? Oh, wait a second. Hold on a minute. The teacher took Rain's notebook out of his bag, opened it to a page filled with chemical formulas, and showed it to the two of them. Yuki and the others peeked in as well. That notebook contained formulas and chemical equations so complex that a normal person wouldn't be able to understand them. Rain reached out to take back his notebook, but with his frail body he couldn't do anything against the teacher's grip. What? These are super complicated. What kind of formulas are these, teacher? I don't know either. Dustin, do you understand them? If you don't understand them, teacher, there's no way I would. Seeing the incomprehensible chemical formulas in Rain's notebook that looked like magic spells, everyone knitted their brows. They twisted their necks, pondered carefully. But still no answer came to mind, so they all turned to look at Rain. Rain, what exactly do these formulas represent? Everyone tilted their heads and stared at Rain. Sweat poured down his forehead. He couldn't say it. If he said these are new chemical formulas I came up with using my previous research, they would surely think he was insane. Rain's face twisted and the corners of his mouth twitched. Rain jerked into action. Since the teacher was showing Rain's notebook to him, it was oriented his way. Rain hastily snatched it back. Then he vigorously ripped up that page of his notebook. This is, As he shoved the ripped-up page into his pocket, Rain desperately tried to come up with an excuse. These are copies of chemical formulas I saw somewhere before, not from a thesis. But formulas published in some kinda science magazine. I just happened to remember them even though I don't really understand the meaning. I was recalling them as I wrote them down, that's all. After spouting some random excuse, everyone stared at Rain with rounded eyes. Even Rain realized his explanation was rather far-fetched, and he shrank back while dripping cold sweat. He absolutely didn't want to stand out as a middle schooler who came up with new theories. But then, the teacher shouted, "Amazing, huh?" What flew from the teacher's mouth were not words of doubt, but praise. To be able to memorize such complex chemical formulas. A middle schooler who hasn't even learned them yet? Whoa, Rain. You're a total genius. TCH. How annoying. I could memorize them without really getting them too if I tried. Well, amazement and praise were directed at Rain's false statement, and Rain was bewildered. He had wanted to hide the fact that he had started considering the new theory, but from the beginning, no one had even considered such a thing. The surprise of everyone was that this chemical formula was not just a random doodle. It was something Rain remembered from a science magazine. Trying to memorize such a complex chemical formula, you must really be interested in science, and reading science magazines at your age. You're very suitable for the science club. Well. Dustin praised Rain's enthusiasm. It was a lie, though. Rain, please join our science club. The science teacher grabbed Rain's hand and enthusiastically recruited him. Let's aim for victory in the national science contest together. No, thank you. Rain didn't want to stand out, but things didn't go as planned, and he ended up attracting attention. The mask was easily slipping away. Rain didn't want to stand out. This club is a collective activity formed by several cultural clubs. As they fawned over him, Rain became flustered and tried to defer humbly, but it was meaningless. Under the cheerful spring sunshine, the great scientist who had produced outstanding achievements in his past life was now treated as a promising new star. This science club is made up of various research-focused cultural clubs like the Chemistry Club, Biology Club, Astronomy Club, Geology Club, Physics Club, and Math Research Club. Our activities really run the gamut. Sometimes we handle chemicals, other times we run experiments to measure impact forces. The astronomy activities are pretty popular with everyone. Looking around, Rain saw that the club members really were engaged in diverse activities within the chemistry lab. Not only students in lab coats running experiments, but also students reading books at tables and groups having discussions. The chemistry lab at this private combined middle high school was larger than those at normal schools, allowing for a wide variety of activities to take place inside. I was wondering when they introduced the clubs, why do you combine so many clubs into one? Rain's classmate, Flip, lightly raised his hand and asked a question. Rain privately guessed it was probably because the individual clubs didn't have enough members. The issue of youth losing interest in science had been discussed for quite some time already. That's so that students can gain broad knowledge and interests by cooperating together across disciplines. At least that's what it says in the report to the Student Council. Honestly, it's because we don't have enough members. Club President Dustin gave a wry smile as he answered, just as Rain had predicted. Science isn't popular. When Yuki said that loudly for no reason, the club members flinched. There's nothing unpopular about it. It's just a minor club activity. It's a major one at the university where we're heading. Voices could be heard. The middle school club president couldn't stop his wry smile. It's true that the club with fewer members has become a makeshift place. A club that couldn't even reach the minimum of 7 members might be merged with the science club. Until a little while ago, the film study club was also part of this, but they became independent last year when they secured 7 members. Maintaining club activities is tough, isn't it? It is, Rain. For others, the Archaeology Research Club was combined with us until their last member graduated. Now they barely do any activities. There was also the Fortune-Telling Research Club, but their last member graduated last year too. What a waste. The one who reacted was Kasumi. Right now our club has 26 members total. Since our school is a combined middle, high, we do activities together with the high school seniors too. I'm the middle school president, and the high school president has a different title from the middle school president. He's called the chairman for some reason. Huh? Why chairman? Beats me. It's some kind of old tradition, I guess. Makes it sound more important than president. What a meaningless reason, Rain thought with exasperation. Activities are pretty free. We research a theme together or do individual work as we like. We have strong connections with other schools too. We often collaborate with students from there. The research clubs are small everywhere. With that many people it must get pretty crowded. Even though it was a combined middle, high school, there were 26 members just from this school. Plus they collaborated with students from other schools, so their club activities must be on quite a large scale, Rain thought. The president said, "That's right. Since it's such a large club we get good results at contests and competitions. The National Science Contest held annually is nationwide as the name implies, and our club has won awards there before." Whoa. Hearing the club president's explanation, Yuki let out an exclamation of admiration. About this National Science Contest. Oh, sensei. At that moment, the teacher approached the explanation table, holding some documents in hand. Could you try taking this test for a moment? The documents were question papers and answer sheets. The teacher grinned. Section. An hour and a half passed. What? All correct? Wow. The teacher was shaking as he held Rain's answer sheet. The science club seniors were also observing the new students' test scenes with great interest, and they buzzed at the teacher's words. What the teacher had brought was a past exam paper from the National Science Contest's written test. The National Science Contest was a nationwide competition in which students from various schools participated in teams representing their clubs and competed in subjects such as science and mathematics. It was a major event where written exams and practical tests were held, and everyone aimed for victory. The written test covered a wide range of fields such as science, physics, and mathematics, and it focused more on problem-solving and thinking ability than knowledge. You got a perfect score on the National Science Contest questions, and you did it in less than half of the 2-hour test time. Is he a genius? He's a genius. Rain scored a perfect 100 on that test. The people around him were buzzing with excitement, and the corners of Rain's mouth twitched. He wondered if he should have held back a bit, but he had previously slacked off on tests at his previous school, and it had become known, leading to unflattering comments. Now, with the teacher watching the new students' test scenes with great interest, it was impossible for Rain to mimic his skillful performance without being noticed. Amidst his indecision, he had achieved a perfect score. He's a genius. A genius has joined us. It's not a dream to win the National Science Contest. He's a genius. He's a genius. No, no, no. Rain was bewildered and embarrassed by the praise from those around him. Wow. He's really a genius. It's amazing. Flip and the new students hoping to join the club watched Train with amazement. It was natural, but they hadn't even finished the test yet. I haven't answered a single question. This isn't the kind of stuff normal people can solve. You know, you guys don't seem very interested in science, huh? Seeing Tiffy face down on the desk looking unmotivated, and Kasumi rolling a pencil around to get answers from fortune-telling instead of solving problems, the president gave a wry smile. Rather than not being able to solve the difficult problems, they didn't seem to have much desire to try solving science or math problems at all. By the way, the problems weren't multiple choice. So frustrating. It's frustrating. I lost to Rain. The one frustrated and stomping the ground was Yuki. Unable to finish the test in time and losing to Rain. Checking the scoring now showed he was far from a perfect score. No, getting this score without any science club experience is amazing too. Yuki. While marking circles on Yuki's answer sheet, the president raised a surprised voice. However, Yuki himself didn't seem convinced at all, and everyone else was too distracted by the new star Rain for Yuki's test results to stand out. It's frustrating. I wanna be called a genius and get fawned over too. I wanna stand out. Yuki was frustrated in a weird way. A promising prospect, an amazing talent has joined our science club. He's a genius. A genius. No, no, please. The fawned over Rain. He waved his hands and shook his head deferentially, but it held no meaning. Under the cheerful spring sunshine, the great scientist who had produced outstanding achievements in his past life was now treated as a promising new star. Well, getting a perfect score was probably not the best idea. On a certain day off, Rain was visiting Zeke's house. The aroma of black coffee drifted through the living room as Zeke savored the bitterness and said that to Rain. It was a slightly chilly afternoon. Rain would sometimes consult Zeke about worries and troubles. Zeke was one of the few people who well understood Rain's circumstances. An adult fellow reincarnator Rain could rely on. Feeling bad about causing him trouble, Rain had come to consult him about a problem. Was that really so? A kid who can get a perfect score on the National Science Contest exam? There probably aren't many like that in the whole country, right? It would stand out for sure. The consultation was of course about the recent incident at the science club. Rain told Zeke how he had stood out undesirably and attracted attention from those around him, and how very sorry he felt about being praised and singled out there. For him, flaunting the advantage gained from reincarnation felt like cheating. It's like, Rain seems like the protagonist of a manga, you know, huh? Rain's face stiffened at Zeke's words. I mean, someone accomplished in their past life reincarnates, displays those skills from a young age, gets called a genius and makes a big fuss. Doesn't it seem like a manga? Maybe you'll end up saving the world too? How's that sound? No, no, What are you saying? I think it suits you. Should stand out more and more, get hyped up all around the world. What do you think? That would be awkward. Ha ha ha. Zeke laughed lightly, and Rain realized he was being teased and made a disgruntled face. In other words, what I'm trying to say is, you tend to underestimate yourself too much, Rain. You do well with getting praised more. Let it go to your head a bit. Is that so? Lacking self-confidence can be a problem too. It makes you hard to get along with. Taken too far it becomes unpleasant. Finding a balance is difficult, but for now you should be more confident. Rain did feel Zeke's words rang true for him. In his past life he had tried to suppress himself, and it had come across as disagreeable. Zeke said, when praised, say thank you. Being too modest is no good. Theory says you should return praise with words of gratitude. It helps to be a little bashful about it. But I suppose that's asking too much of you, Rain. You're right. I'll keep that in mind. Rain drooped his shoulders a little. Forget about that national science contest or whatever. Whether you win or not, it's no big deal. What matters is if you want to stay in the science club, if you find the activities fun, make good friends. If it gets tough, you can always quit. Is that so? That's right. No need to overthink it. Zeke sipped his black coffee. Rather than that, Zeke-san, didn't you say earlier that I'm like a protagonist from a manga? But aren't you a reincarnator as well? Zeke-san, don't be stupid. In my past life I was just a salaryman. And now I'm just a civil servant. But weren't you considered a genius when you were younger? Did you have any luck with romance and such? It's true that right after entering middle school and high school, I was popular with girls for a bit. Zeke frowned and pursed his lips. But once it got around that I was Anya's guardian, my popularity naturally died down. Like if you go out with him, Anya will tag along too and stuff like that. I see. You have it rough. Rain bowed his head apologetically. Well, there's nothing I can say about it now. He couldn't say anything more. Having married Anya and started a family with her, I'm home. Oh, Yuki's back. That's the end of the reincarnation talk. The front door slammed loudly as Yuki announced her return home at full volume. That brought an end to Rain and Zeke's private conversation. Ah, were you talking with Dad again, Rain? Welcome back, Yuki. Sorry for intruding, Rain. Don't you have any other friends? Yuki mercilessly stabbed at Rain's heart. Yuki, I heard you also went with Rain to observe the science club. When Zeke asked that, Yuki's eyes flew open in surprise. Her eyes took on an aggressive glint and Rain shrank back a little. That's right. Listen to this. That train. He got a perfect score on the really difficult science test. On a test that hard. It's so frustrating. Everyone was praising him as a genius. It's so frustrating. Yuki shouted loudly while Rain broke out in a cold sweat. Yuki, are you interested in the science club's activities too? Zeke asked, and Yuki shook her head sideways. Not at all. I don't find it interesting at all to watch chemicals change color. Ah, you should keep that opinion to yourself, okay? Okay. Zeke stopped Yuki before she could say anything to turn the science club members against her. Then there's nothing frustrating, is there? It doesn't matter if you lose at something you're not interested in, right? That's not true at all. I want to be praised as a genius too. I want to be fawned over as a genius for something, anything. My daughter seems to be drowning in vanity. Zeke could only be amazed at his daughter. Section. Chirp chirp. The birds were singing on a peaceful sunny spring afternoon. Rain was casually strolling to the bookstore to buy some books. Among the massive selection of books in the store, he headed not for the manga section, but for the corner where the latest issue of a science magazine was on sale today. The newest issue of the science magazine he always bought was stacked in a pile. A geometric shape reminiscent of a molecular structure adorned the cover in vivid colors. As usual, Rain picked it up. But then he paused to think for a moment. The science club president had said, the more science magazines you read, the more interested in science you seem. Rain, holding the magazine and staring at the cover, he wondered, was that really true? This was a long-running science magazine he had subscribed to since his past life. He had bought this magazine every month in his past life as well. It had become a force of habit, where he felt a bit uneasy if he didn't read it each month. To him now, Science was little more than that. Rain gave a wry snort, but he still didn't have the option of not buying it. So he headed to the counter with the magazine in hand. Just then, someone called out to him. "Oh, Rain." Looking up in surprise, he saw his classmate Flip standing there. Flip was a classmate who was thinking of joining the science club like Rain. "Flip, Rain, what are you doing here? Or rather, does this mean you also came to buy a science magazine?" Flip casually walked over and stood next to Rain, then looked at the bookshelf and muttered. Caught off guard by running into a classmate, Rain became a little flustered while Flip acted natural. "Why, you came for this magazine too?" Stammering a little, Rain held up the magazine in his hand. Since this science magazine had just been released today, he thought Flip likely came looking for the same one. "Nah, I don't really get these science magazines." But he was met with denial. "I was thinking, since I joined the science club, I should buy some kind of science magazine, but just looking at the cover, I can't tell what's good when I'm a total newbie." Flip said with a laugh. He chatted casually with Rain. "Is yours a good one, Rain?" Yeah, as a science magazine, it's a major title, so it has detailed explanations for everything from beginners to experts, and covers cutting-edge technology too. But this magazine here might be better if you want something focused on beginners." As he spoke, Rain took a magazine off the shelf and showed it to Flip. Seeing that, Flip laughed a little. "Rain, you're a total veteran." Embarrassed at that remark, Rain's face turned slightly red. Looking back at his actions, he did seem like a science otaku zealously preaching the joys of science to a beginner. That thought made him feel ashamed, but Flip didn't care one way or the other. What the heck, I'll get both." Saying that, Flip picked up the two magazines Rain had recommended. "I feel like science clubs have a high barrier to entry, you know?" Flip started saying. "Why is that?" "I mean, from the very beginning you can't join the science club unless you're super interested in science, right? But with tennis or soccer, it's common to join even if you've never played but have some vague interest, isn't it? Sports clubs are like that, right? But with just a passing interest, isn't it hard to join the science club?" "I guess you have a point. It couldn't be helped, but the research-type cultural clubs were quite a bit more minor compared to the sports clubs." "So Flip, why did you want to join the science club?" "Me?" Rain asked, and Flip looked taken aback. Then he smiled awkwardly and said in a small voice, "Haha. It's a bit embarrassing but I was influenced by movies." "Movies?" "Yeah. Mad scientists are cool, aren't they?" Now it was Rain's turn to be bewildered. "It's like, they're only interested in pursuing the truths of the world, and at first everyone calls them an amazing genius. But as their research escalates more and more, the righteous side starts telling them to stop, but they're only interested in the truths of the world and stubbornly continue to defy common sense in isolation, you know? Isn't that kind of existence amazing? In the end they get destroyed by the righteous side, but the excellent research results they left behind get put to good use and end up improving the world just a little bit and saving lives, you know? Isn't that good?" Leaving the dumbfounded Rain behind, Flip spoke passionately. When he finished, he deliberately coughed affectedly and shrugged. "Well, I get it's hard to understand." No, I think it's good. Don't force yourself." Flip laughed loudly while Rain could only smile wryly. "So with that thought about mad scientists being cool, I started mixing chemicals in my room, and it caused a huge stink. I got yelled at like crazy that time. That's dangerous, so stop it." "Yeah, from now on I'll keep it inside the science club." "No, I'd rather you didn't make stinks." Conducting research no one understands and laughing loudly. In front of the bookshelf stacked with science magazines, two middle school students were discussing mad scientists. "So why did Rain want to join the science club?" "Actually, I was just brought by a teacher and I'm still debating whether to join or not." "Oh, really?" Flip tilted his head curiously. Analyzing it, Rain felt the science club was a good fit for him. He could contribute his abilities to club activities without dragging others down. But having already pursued research professionally and achieved results in his past life, using his skills felt somewhat underhanded, like a pro competing in amateur tournaments. Zeke had told him to just do what he wanted, but Rain was still undecided. Oblivious to all that, Flip looked puzzled. Even though you buy science magazines? I wonder. Rain didn't really understand himself either. He was still unable to find a reason or purpose for joining the science club. He only bought the science magazines out of inertia. They took the books to the counter and left the store. The sunshine outside felt pleasantly warm. Rain, have you had lunch yet? Not yet. Then let's go eat ramen. Flip said that and slapped Rain's back. Rain's chest tingled strangely. Including his past life, this was Rain's first time going out for ramen with someone. No, to be more accurate, this was the first time he had ever gone out to eat with a friend. They arrived at the ramen shop Flip recommended. Inside, the smell of the soup pleasantly stimulated their noses. It was a shop with student-friendly prices. No special gimmicks, just normal but tasty ramen. Flip ordered a large serving while Rain got a regular size, and they waited for their ramen. There was a brief lull in the conversation. So Flip, are you used to school yet? What's with that question? Like an uncle asking his nephew. Ha ha ha. Laughing at Rain's water, Flip took a drink of ice water. At that remark, Rain blushed slightly and shrugged. His lack of conversational skills was oozing out. Well, I guess I'm getting used to it. It's been 3 weeks, so I've settled in. How about you, Rain? What's up? Rain asked a question in return. Rain rested his chin in his hand and started thinking. I was the one who started by asking if you were used to school, but what exactly constitutes being used to school? How can I objectively measure the degree of tension I'm feeling? Rain started saying strange things. Flip furrowed his brow at Rain, who earnestly began agonizing. Certainly, compared to the first day of enrollment, the level of tension has decreased. I think. There was also the incident with Carmen and the others harassing me, but even discounting that, I feel less queasy than I did on the tense first day of school. But I'm definitely still more nervous at school than when I'm home. And in the first place, this is just my subjective opinion, so how should I objectively measure my level of tension? I could use instruments to monitor my pulse and gather data, but I can't be wearing equipment like that constantly in daily life. So what benchmark should I use to determine if I'm used to school or not? What do you think, Flip? First off, I learned that you're an idiot. That's mean. With just a few words, Flip blew up Rain's heart. Rain hung his head. Flip laughed loudly. But you know, after 3 weeks I've started to establish effective methods for taking classes, studying efficiently, and doing homework. So isn't it fair to say I'm starting to get used to school? Yeah, I get it. You're still not at all used to school. Just give up. Yuga. Flip firmly patted the slumping Rain's shoulder and pronounced his death sentence. Severely rejected. Rain let out a groan in the ramen shop. As for getting used to school, you know, how about something like the number of friends you've made? The more friends you have, the more used to school you can say you are, right? What exactly constitutes a friend? What is the objective benchmark for being able to call someone a friend? Geez, you're more of an idiot than I realized. Geniuses and idiots are two sides of the same coin. Yugu, clutching his chest, Rain felt like he was going to cough up blood from the overwhelming shock. Flip shrugged in amazement. In the fragrant ramen shop, the adolescent's warped values were in turmoil. Friends, club activities. I wonder what exactly constitutes proper school life. I don't really get your worries, but there are probably quite a lot of guys stuck in that quagmire. Compared to the past it was hundreds or even thousands of times better. But the more Rain thought about what constituted proper school life, the more he couldn't help but heave a big sigh. With a grin, Flip said, "Isn't it that a friend is someone who treats you to pork chops at a ramen place? I know that's a scammer, at least." Hey, as Flip laughed loudly, the server brought their ramen. They slurped it noisily. After, Flip taught Rain a trendy new smartphone game. On that spring afternoon, the ramen tasted more delicious than usual. A genius. Rain is a genius. He easily accomplished a difficult experiment this time too. A genius. A genius. No, please. After school at the science club, Rain was showered with praise. Through several science club activities, Rain had freely gained a reputation as a genius. The current members were fawning over Rain, the arrival of an unprecedented genius, singing his praises. Abashed, Rain shook his head side to side, trembling. He had no skill at intentionally failing. Rain, how about it? Why not submit a paper to the middle school research paper contest? The science teacher approached Rain eagerly, eyes sparkling. Rain shrank back. A research paper contest? That's it. Rain will surely get excellent results. Oh, there. Research paper contest, I mentioned before, is different from their national science contest I talked about earlier. You know how you have summer vacation research projects and stuff? It's a contest where those kinds of research projects are submitted, and they judge which piece had the best research perspective, or which piece had superior investigation methods. Their National Science Contest was an event where many groups gathered in the same venue and competed by taking written and practical exams there. On the other hand, their Research Paper Contest is an award where they solicit students' summer research, judge the papers, and rank them. Their National Science Contest is like a sports tournament where they compete in the same venue, while their Research Paper Contest solicits research paper works like an art prize. Their National Science Contest is still a ways off. The teacher was urging Rain to participate in their Research Paper Contest. You'll definitely get a top prize. Please contribute to the science club. No, no, no. The praise continued endlessly, and Rain's bewilderment showed no signs of abating. Rain said he was going to the restroom, and slipped out of the science lab. Phew. He sighed as he took a sip from the carbonated drink he bought at the vending machine. He decided to take a short break sitting on the stairs. The pressure from the teacher and club members recommending he participate in contests and competitions was starting to get to him a little. Sitting on the stairs, Rain wondered if this was okay. Oh, Rain? Oh, Chief. As Rain was resting on the stairs, the middle school science club chief Dustin happened to walk by. What's up? Why are you here? Oh, I just went to the restroom for a bit. You went to the toilet, and are sitting here like this? Dustin laughed amusedly, and Rain's face reddened a little. He had easily seen through Rain's excuse for just being out of the lab. Dustin sat down next to Rain. It's pressure, being praised as a genius? No. Dustin spoke gently to Rain, who shook his head slightly. Am I disrupting the atmosphere of the club? Am I making anyone feel unpleasant? At that question, Dustin folded his arms and thought for a bit. While I can't deny some jealousy, why do you ask? Rain couldn't answer the reason for that question. Rain recalled his past life. At the research institute his father took him to, there was a kind superior who taught him many things. He would get advice from that person when he was stuck on research or needed direction on his research approach. However, that person quit the institute, saying, I can no longer keep up with your research. He resigned with a pale face. Rain's ability had driven him into a corner, causing him to lose confidence. Rain deeply regretted that experience. He thought such a thing must not happen in the science club. Silence suddenly fell upon them. Unable to provide an answer to the chief's question, Rain could only respond with silence. He felt guilty that he could only return silence to the chief, waiting for his reply. An excruciating quiet pierced Rain. Dustin softly exhaled. Do you like science? The chief suddenly posed that question to Rain. The abrupt words made Rain's eyes widen slightly. Huh? Rain didn't understand the chief's intention with that question. The chief continued. Somehow, I get the sense you're debating whether or not to join the science club. Yes. The advisor and our club members have quite high expectations for you. Most of the members think you'll join the science club, and expect that you might win awards at various competitions. Thinking that way, I thought that pressure was weighing on you. But that's not it. Joining a club shouldn't be like that. The chief looked up a bit, vaguely gazing at the ceiling of the stairs as he continued speaking. Clubs are something you join because you like that activity. The science club is for people who like science or are interested in it. Things like whether you have ability or can contribute to the school. Those really don't matter. Is that so? Yeah, Because clubs aren't work or anything. There's no need whatsoever to produce results. Even a small reason like having some interest in science, or having good friends there. That's fine. Rain was perplexed. However, there was no wavering in the chief's words. You don't seem to be enjoying science very much. Even though you don't seem to like science that much, I'm a little curious about how you've acquired such deep knowledge and skills. But if you're not finding scientific activities enjoyable, you don't need to force yourself to join the science club. The teachers and everyone have expectations for you, but if you don't want to do it, you don't need to participate in the research paper contest or the national science contest at all. What's more important for you is to develop a love for science. Dustin said this, and Rain placed a hand on his chin and looked down slightly. Rain murmured faintly. Do I like science? I don't know that. For Rain, science was work, and it was his only place to belong, an inescapable, one-way road. Dustin stood up, slapping his own butt. I should get going to the clubroom. Okay, I said a lot but, take it easy, okay? Nice and easy. Honestly, it's fine to join a club without any reason. Okay? Thank you very much. See you. Dustin lightly waved his hand and left the area. Silence once again visited the deserted stairs. Gulping down the carbonated drink he had been holding, the refreshingly prickly sensation spread down his throat, but his heart did not feel cheerful. Rain pondered. When did it start, that he no longer liked research very much? Science was a means for his work, and he had no place to belong outside of it, so he had no choice but to stay on that path. At some point, he had stopped liking science. When he produced results from research, he was envied, ostracized, got caught up in workplace politics, was burdened with expectations and pressure, and doing research became painful. But at the very beginning, he must have genuinely enjoyed it. Rain looked back. He enjoyed reading science books, was happy to gain new knowledge little by little, and felt science's depth and intricacy grow each time he learned something new. He had pestered his father for science books because he was interested. Certainly, in the beginning. With those thoughts, Rain returned to the chemistry lab of the clubroom. Since he had said he was going out to the restroom, how would he explain being gone for so long if asked? Say he was talking with a friend? But what friend's name should he give? While pondering such things, Rain opened the door to the chemistry lab. A genius. Amazing. This is a genius. Huh? Rain was dumbfounded. The chemistry lab was in an uproar about something. Those voices weren't directed at Rain, and he didn't understand what the commotion was about. Stopping at the entrance to the chemistry lab. A genius. A genius. Yuki is a genius. Foo for fun. At the center of the commotion was Yuki, accepting words of praise from everyone. She had an absurdly boastful look on her face. Her long blue hair swayed happily. What's going on? This uproar? Oh, Rain. Flip, who was nearby, called out to him. See, Yuki here said she made a mini robot. A robot. Peering into the center of the crowd, there was Yuki, and some box-shaped thing moving around busily. It seemed to have rollers, dashing every which way around the table, and it seemed to be wireless, as every time Yuki fiddled with her smartphone, that thing would scurry around. Rain's eyes widened. While simple in design and palm-sized, it was certainly a handmade robot moving according to Yuki's operation. Yuki had built a robot. There's more to see, just you wait. Yuki shouted that, her excited face turning even redder as she operated something on her smartphone. Then the robot bumped into a small obstacle placed on the table, and stopped moving. Did something go wrong? Just as the science club members were starting to think that something strange happened with the little robot, some sort of engine noise started coming from within the box-shaped robot, and its torso lifted up. The robot had transformed, growing 4 legs from its bottom. Yuki's robot had sprouted 4 legs. It easily traversed the obstacle with its 4 legs. Huge cheers rose in the science club. Soon after, the robot retracted its legs, returning to its original box form, but the cheers did not stop, and the chemistry lab did not return to its original atmosphere. A genius. She built a robot in such a short time. A robotics genius. 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 Foo for fun. Yuki's chest puffed out endlessly, a supremely satisfied expression on her face. Praise me more, she demanded, and the surroundings erupted into a great festive uproar, satisfying her request. Yuki's face was bright red, clearly having fun. Come to think of it, our science club didn't have a robotics division. Oh no. Does this mean our club will participate in a robotics contest too? Yuki's small handmade robot was causing excitement throughout the entire science club. Yuki's little robot had brought a gust of fresh air to the science club, which didn't have a robotics research group before. Oh, Rain. Yuki happily approached Rain, who had been watching the robot from afar. Look, I tried making a robot. Cradling the robot she made in her hands, she swaggered up to Rain with a beaming smile. The box-shaped robot had eyes drawn on with oil-based markers. Its boastful large eyes stared at Rain. I worked really hard on this. I didn't know anything about robots. The main attraction is definitely the robot's transformation. Going from rolling to growing legs with the mode change was super duper hard. At first it just had too thick, short legs, and it couldn't get over steps like that. So I made it be four-legged to keep its balance while walking, and that was so tough. She gestured wildly, explaining to Rain how amazing the robot was. Her face flushed with excitement, talking enthusiastically about the palm-sized handmade robot. Watching her, it was clear she was having fun, her cheerful feeling coming across directly. What do you think? Yuki shouted. Isn't it amazing? Snorting through her nose, she looked at Rain with sparkling eyes and asked him. Rain's eyes widened as he nodded several small nods. Yeah, amazing. Really amazing, right? Praise me. Yeah, really amazing. You worked hard. Yuki, Fufuan, praised by Rain. Yuki twisted her mouth into an even more boastful grin, extremely delighted to have her creation praised so much. She was having endless fun. Everyone, look more. Saying that, Yuki dashed around the science club with her handmade robot, wanting to show it off more. Her thin blue hair swayed as she went around to various people, showing them the palm-sized robot, and letting them operate it with her smartphone. Each time the robot ran or transformed, the science club livened up more and more. Seeing this, Rain recalled the past. In the past, he had been the same. Each time he learned something new from a book, he would excitedly get his father to listen to that knowledge. Whenever an experiment succeeded and some reaction occurred, joy would well up in his chest. Watching Yuki and the science club now, those memories came back to him. The joy of gaining knowledge from books, the joy when an experiment succeeded, watching them, the emotions he had felt each time he encountered science's depth and intricacy as a boy swept through his chest like wind, and sentimental memories of the past passed by. Even though reality was difficult and work was harsh, he had genuinely liked science. What's important for you is learning to like science, the chief had said. Cradling the robot in her hands, Yuki looked to be having a lot of fun. She was genuinely enjoying club activities. I'm still immature, Rain felt. He took a flask and chemicals from the shelf in the chemistry lab and lightly lined them up on the table. Preparing the necessary materials and equipment, he started making preparations for a small experiment in the corner of the chemistry lab. Picking up a dropper, he slowly dropped chemicals onto the materials, as if recalling the old enjoyment. Unhurriedly, not worrying about speed at all, he watched the state of the wetted substance. Even if I watch the color of chemicals change, it's not interesting at all, Yuki had said. But Rain found the phenomenon of the substances changing before his eyes interesting now. While thinking about what kind of chemical reaction was occurring, what the principle was, theoretically mapping out chemical formulas in his head, he slowly watched the materials changes happening before him. Rain smiled slightly. He felt it might be good to participate in the research paper contest, enough that he was enjoying watching the substances change color. No, Anya flatly said that. Hearing those words, Rain's expression froze. It was an incident at Zeke's house on a slightly sunny day. After Yuki's robot production success, a few days had passed. Seeing Yuki's delighted appearance, Rain had come to think he might be okay with participating in the research paper contest as a science club activity. Rain hypothesized theories and conducted experiments. Though the equipment wasn't as complete as a university lab, he repeatedly experimented as much as he could using the tools in the chemistry lab of the private middle, high school, and the scientific paper was completed. Due to the lack of equipment and the short time frame, the theory was still in the realm of hypothesis, but Rain believed that he had produced something reasonably convincing. So, he wanted to show the paper to Anya, a university associate professor, and get her to review it. However, that's when Anna uttered a single word, "No." Why not? With a tense expression, Rain asked in return, "This paper can't be submitted to the contest." What do you mean? Rain's head spun, wondering what was wrong. Certainly, for several reasons, the completeness of this paper was low, but he still thought the idea was not unreasonable, and he had some confidence in the concept behind the theory. You see, seeing Rain's puzzled expression, Anya was thoroughly exasperated. The middle school research paper contest is not about writing papers to experiment with something that hasn't been researched before. As Rain looked bewildered, Anya let out a deep sigh. The middle school research paper contest is essentially an extension of independent research. It's about using a scientific approach to investigate everyday questions like observing plants or studying the surrounding environment. It's not a place to propose and verify new theories. Really? Rain opened his mouth with a vacant expression, taking in Anya's words. The paper Rain had created was based on an idea that had struck him during a class bathed in the warmth of spring, and that idea was something that had left the science club's advisor completely in the dark about what it was. The paper Rain had planned to submit to the middle school research paper contest was a study that could be presented and discussed at an academic conference, in an entirely different realm from the middle school research paper contest. Rain's eyes widened. There was a big mistake here. Did Rain do something wrong? Zeke, take a look at this. It's this. Zeke came into the living room, and Anya handed Rain's paper to her husband. Zeke placed his hand on his chin, frowned, and stared at Rain's paper. I have no idea what's written here. Rain drooped upon hearing the words of the active teacher. To hear that it was not a middle school work was another blow for Rain. Just go ahead and publish this. You could become a sensation as an extraordinary middle school student who proposes and verifies new theories at an academic conference. You might even become the center of attention not only in the field of research but from other areas too. There might be bad people among them, right? You don't like that, do you? Gee gosh. Many media outlets will come to you, and numerous universities and research institutions will be eager to have you. And not just that, being a 12-year-old genius boy, it sounds appealing, so you might receive attention from areas other than research. Among them, there might be unpleasant individuals, right? You don't like that, do you? I don't. Intimidated by Anya, Rain shrank. His basic stance was that he didn't want to stand out in a bad way. He had had enough of entanglements related to research. In that case, put that paper away somewhere, until you get older and can conduct research properly at a university or research institution. No, even as a university graduate student, it might be a bit early. Anya twisted her neck slightly while thinking. Rain, with no common sense, had no choice but to hang his head in disappointment. You're quite foolish. Anya was flabbergasted. The unparalleled genius was called foolish, and Rain couldn't say anything in response. Rain was still far from being a normal person. The genius dropped his shoulders as the warm spring sunshine mixed with the summer warmth began to shine through the window. Chapter 3, Anya's Chess War. MMF. The early summer sunlight streamed into the house through the window. The gentle warmth of spring was intensifying into the stronger heat of summer. Outside, the first hums of summer insects could be heard. Clothing was gradually shifting from long sleeves to short sleeves, with even those still in long sleeves rolling up their sleeves. The weather wasn't hot enough yet to work up a sweat, but the city could definitely feel the arrival of summer. Inside the house, meanwhile, the air conditioner maintained a comfortable, pleasant temperature. Iced drinks were preferred now, the condensation from the glasses wetting the table. Amidst all this, a young girl was intently peering at a chessboard while grunting. Ugh. Ugh. MMFF. MMFF. It was Yuki, her face bright red, eyes wide. She leaned in close to the chessboard, pressing her forehead against it as if trying with all her might to find some way for her king to survive, some way to make a huge comeback. Across from her sat her father, Zeke, with proper posture as he slowly contemplated his next move, careful not to make any mistakes in delivering checkmate. It all started quite some time ago when Yuki happened to catch Zeke and Rain playing chess, with Rain beating her father. As someone who saw Rain as a rival, Yuki couldn't let Rain win, and she couldn't let her father lose to Rain either. Quite a few days had passed since then, and Yuki had somehow forgotten all about it. But just the other day, she saw something about chess on TV which reminded her of it, and she challenged her father to a match. Rah! Yuki let out a yell as she aggressively moved one of her chess pieces. Having been on the verge of losing to her father, she desperately made a move with all her passion. She looked up expectantly at his face. Zeke stroked his chin in thought and steadily moved one of his pieces in response. Yuki's eyes shot open wide again as she leaned in close once more to the chessboard. Zeke's move was a crushing blow, which Yuki realized. No matter if she protected her king or moved her queen, she would be backed into a corner. The king was the piece that absolutely could not be taken, while the queen was said to be the strongest chess piece. Letting out a beast-like wail, Yuki collapsed over the table. It was her total defeat. Phew. Zeke breathed a sigh of relief. He was glad he managed to avoid losing to his middle school first-year daughter. Ever since Yuki had first declared, "Dad, let's play a match," to him, Zeke had been secretly studying chess in preparation. He learned strategies so as not to lose to his daughter. Even so, Zeke had been pushed to his limits by Yuki. She was smart, with excellent grades at school. If he hadn't secretly studied chess in advance, he probably would have lost to her. Zeke realized. It's so frustrating," Yuki suddenly shouted loudly as she lifted her face. She stomped her feet childishly and flailed her body in frustration over her loss. Her long blue hair swayed around violently. There. Zeke hurriedly went to the kitchen and brought back some snacks for Yuki. "It's so frustrating." "So frustrating. But snacks." Distracted by the appearance or snacks, Yuki's raging settled down as she nibbled away at the snacks voraciously like a hamster. Zeke gave a wry smile watching his daughter's behavior. "It looks like you lost, Yuki." Mum." Suddenly appearing in the living room was Yuki's mother, Anya. Despite being a mother of two, she still looked quite youthful. For some reason she proudly thrust out her chest as she grandly made her entrance. "No matter what you say, Zeke has the ability to easily get into one of the top universities in this country. You still have a ways to go, Yuki." MMFF. "But still." Anya pointed at her own chest with her thumb and yelled, "I can beat Zeke because I'm smarter than Zeke." "Whoa, Mum. Yuki, I'll get revenge for you." Seeing his boastful wife sticking her chest out childishly, Zeke was exasperated. Anya arrogantly picked a fight with Zeke, full of confidence. Having such a mother and daughter, Zeke swallowed his thoughts down. Yuki got up from her spot across from Zeke, replaced by Anya as she eagerly reset the chess pieces on the board. "All right. Let's compete." Eyes sparkling like an excited child, Anya challenged Zeke to a match. About an hour had passed since then. Anya's eyes went wide. She was filled by a feeling of disbelief. No matter how many times she blinked in surprise, the scene before her eyes did not change. On the chessboard, the black pieces had the white pieces backed into a corner. The more she thought about it, the more a bitter feeling churned inside of Anya. Anya was about to lose. MMGH. A voice leaked from Anya's mouth as she grimaced, tentatively moving one of her pieces. Zeke also pondered in silence, responding to Anya's moves. Anya thought hard, but with each move, her disadvantage became more apparent. The game's progression had solidified to a point beyond recovery, Anya's face turning red and distorted. "Yug. Nug." Letting out groans similar to her daughter's earlier, Anya had begun grunting as well. Anya had let her guard down completely. Between these two, it had been definitively settled long ago who was smarter. Zeke could no longer keep up with Anya's intelligence, thus ending their competition. And chess was a game that utilized the mind. In a contest of intellect, Anya was convinced she would naturally win, but Zeke had been studying chess. He learned strategies, aggressive moves, studied grandmasters' games, and more. He had also downloaded chess apps on his phone to practice playing games. The chess study he had been doing as a hobby to prepare against his daughter was now proving useful in this match with his wife. Having taken her natural smarts for granted and underestimating Zeke who had studied chess techniques, this was the result. Anya let out an inaudible scream and knocked over her own king's piece. It was the sign of surrender. Her face was bright red, her mouth, eyes, and eyebrows contorted in a very frustrated expression, and she lay flat on the table. She looked like a defeated person. Zeke had won against Anya. Wow! Mom lost! Yuki exclaimed in surprise, but neither Anya nor Zeke could respond. Anna remained motionless, face down on the table, and Zeke, exhausted from the continuous battles, leaned his body wearily against the back of the chair and let out a heavy sigh. He had made it a tough match for his daughter Yuki and his wife Anya. Surprising. Mom lost to Dad even though she's a university professor. Mom, come on. Yuki shook her mother's slumped shoulders. Anya's body trembled as it was shaken by Yuki, but there was still no response from Anya herself. She seemed completely drained. Or rather, Zeke and Yuki thought she had been completely drained. Huh? Mom? Yuki noticed something was amiss with her mother. Zeke, who had let his guard down after the victory, also realized that something was off with his wife and tensed up a bit. It was clear that some kind of angry emotion was emanating from Anya's curled-up body. Even without Yuki shaking her, her body was trembling slightly, and it seemed like she was stiff and tense with tension. The emotion of anger could be read from the pitiful sight of the defeated loser huddled over the table. Barker. With her forehead pressed against the table, Anya's voice was small and muffled. Zeke leaned in close to properly hear her words. Suddenly at that moment, Anya vigorously sat up straight. You idiot. Oh. Barker. Whoa. Having leaned in, Zeke was shocked when Anya suddenly yelled loudly right in his face. Even Yuki, who the yell wasn't directed at, shuddered in surprise. It's so frustrating. So frustrating. Stupid. 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 Hey. What the? Anya's face was bright red, with teary eyes. Her lips quivered in frustration as she vented her emotions in shouts. Zeke's eyes went wide. Anya shook her hair as she opened her mouth wide, yelling loudly. It was a face Zeke had seen many times before. Idiot. Idiot. Moron. Dumbass. Blockhead. Are you a child? Zeke was surprised and exasperated by the childlike insults. He had heard these lines from Anya many times before. Your mom is a pain in the ass. You know she's your mother-in-law, right? What had changed was their relationship. Zeke thought that if his mother heard it, she would say it sounded just like Anya. But these weren't words a mother of two would say. I hate you. Wait. Anya. And so Anna ran off. She raced out of the house entrance, leaving her dumbfounded husband and daughter behind as she took off like the wind. Silence dominated the room, with only Zeke, Yuki, and the chessboard left behind. There was no sign of Anya returning through the still wide-open entrance. Dad made Mom cry. Hey, stop that! Yuki yelled loudly. Zeke panicked. What happened? Haru, Yuki's little brother, Haru, came out of the siblings' room, having been woken from his nap by the loud voice. Listen Haru, you see, Dad did something terrible and made Mom cry. Made her cry? Wait a minute Yuki. Don't make statements that can be misunderstood. Zeke hurriedly tried to stop Yuki from simply stating conclusions. But children fundamentally take the side of whoever shed tears. They were harsh on bullies. Dad's terrible. That's right. Dad hurt Mom's feelings. Dad made Mom cry. That's not it. That's not it. Wait a minute. Wait. Chaos descended on the living room. With his wife gone and the children making a fuss, Zeke lost control of the situation and panicked. When she was a child, Anya had been like a guardian for Zeke, but taking care of 3 children on his own now was extremely tiring, even for him. He was used to dealing with children as an elementary school teacher. but realized his own children were quite different from students. It's unbelievable. Mom ran away from home. She ran away. Please just come back. Anya. Zeke's cries did not reach his childish wife, instead echoing emptily within the living room. The days of conflict seemed ready to raise their curtain once more. It was nighttime at Zeke's house. Zeke, let's compete. Compete? Well, all right. As soon as Zeke came home from work, this was the first thing Anya said to him, clutching a chessboard with a sullen look. Lips pouted, she huffed through her nose. The delicious curry aroma reaching all the way to the entrance stimulated Zeke's empty stomach, but it looked like he would be exchanging blows first before dinner. He let out a big sigh. Isn't it unusual for you to come home so early today? I was also able to leave work early today, though. He could tell dinner preparations were already finished based on the mouth-watering curry smell in the air. Battles over dinner. Let's compete. You'll get scolded by the professor. Zeke grew worried over his wife's attitude toward work. You're always the late one. Anya laughed mockingly as she said this. Anya was a promising young researcher. She steadily produced results and stayed busy, flying all over the world to participate in numerous academic conferences. Currently an associate professor at the university, people said if she kept this up, she'd securely obtain a full professorship. Perhaps because she was free-spirited and original. Zeke had heard stories about how even her direct superior, the professor, struggled to rein her in, often troubled by Anya, but she continued to deliver outstanding results. Nonetheless, right now I'm researching chess. Do your work, battles over research. Let's compete. Are you seriously not going to get punished? Anya forcibly dragged the exasperated Zeke's arm. Flustered, he took off his shoes and, left with no choice, resigned himself to going along with the pushy woman. All right, one match. Instead of dinner, Anya laid out the chessboard and pieces on the table. Tapping on the table impatiently like a child, she urged Zeke on with a sneaky grin as she sat down in the chair. Left with no options, Zeke sat across from her, still feeling the emptiness in his stomach. Okay, here I go. Zeke moved one of the chess pawns to start the game. After that first chess match where Anya had run off from home, she returned normally, but ever since, she challenged Zeke to chess over and over and over again. She threw childish tantrums, demanding again. They played match after match, but in the lengthy period where Zeke had been stealthily and steadily studying chess, the gap between him and Anya was still large. Once she got fired up, she would obstinately see things through to the bitter end. That had been her personality since childhood. She was a die-hard sore loser even as a little girl. Anya flipped over the chessboard. It was another loss for her today. Oh geez. Honestly. HMPH. Anya pursed her lips and turned her head away in a sulk. That's a nasty attitude. HMPH. As he picked up the scattered pieces, Zeke gave an exasperated, wry smile. Anya would act like a moody child when she lost, pursing her lips and sulking. It was behavior unbecoming for a mother of two. Zeke went to the kitchen and grabbed something. Here, today's snack. Zeke opened the box of sweets he bought today in front of Anya. She was still puffing her cheeks and turning her face away from him, but as soon as the sweets were laid out, she started sneaking glances at them. Giving her sweets was the best way to comfort the sulking girl. It was like placating an animal, but Zeke knew better than anyone that this was the optimal method to get the moody Anya in a good mood. He had been comforting her this way ever since they met when she was 7 years old. It was a habit that started from their days battling it out in cram school tests. Today I've got some popular roll cake from town. Really? The only thing that changed from those days was that Zeke could now afford to buy her more expensive sweets. This mother and daughter pair loved sweet things and still often bought cheap candy, but when it came time to get his wife in a good mood, his worldly pride as a working adult meant he would buy her expensive desserts. Dad, we're having roll cake today? Yay! As if catching a whiff of the sweets, his kids came running noisily out of their room. Zeke cut up the roll cake and placed slices for his wife and kids while getting some curry rice for himself. The kids had already finished dinner. I took chess to my lab and it became a total fad with everyone there. I'm obviously the one who started it all. Hey now, Don't interfere with your students' research. It's fine, they need breaks too. The unusual combination of sweets alongside the curry's aroma filled the air as the family sat around the table chatting. Happily stuffing her cheeks with melty roll cake, Anya's bad mood had completely vanished. In the quiet of the night, the brightly lit house echoed with the lively talk of the family. I beat up most of the kids in the lab. Don't do it. Some of them had experience, and I lost to those kids. But someday, I'll definitely knock them out. Don't be too persistent, okay? You'll annoy the students, you know. I'm only this persistent with you, so it's fine. Saying that, Anya takes another bite of the Swiss roll. Mother and daughter savor the Swiss roll, expressing admiration. Naturally, their eyes narrow, and their mouths are filled with the sweet taste, causing smiles to appear. Even their taste preferences were similar. A mother and daughter enjoying the Swiss roll together. There are still a few slices left in the box. If left alone, Anya and Yuki seem likely to devour everything, but Zeke was preventing that. There was a reason for him to leave a few slices of sweets behind. I took chess to school too, and some friends started playing it a bit. Oh, Haru, you're playing chess with your friends? Yeah, it's not super popular, but some friends play a little. Haru, Yuki's younger brother, was currently in 3rd grade elementary school. While he was often teased and toyed with by Yuki, he was a healthy, ordinary boy growing up normally. Isn't soccer and more active games more popular? Yeah. So just sometimes, I like soccer and basketball more, but chess with special moves is pretty fun too. Special moves? Yeah. The king splits into 3, the queen mows down all the pieces in her path, stuff like that. You can use up to 3 special moves. Cool, huh? That's some creative chess. A child's creativity is not to be underestimated, Zeke thought to himself as an active teacher. Children excelled at developing games and, buried in his fading distant memories, Zeke seemed to recall making up games with strange rules just like his son. Haru, you're so weird. Doing weird stuff again, Haru. Faced with those words from Anya and Yuki, Zeke thought to himself that they were the weird ones in this family, not the perfectly ordinary and healthy Haru. After finishing dinner and dessert, it was time for the kids to sleep. Zeke had them get ready for school tomorrow, brush their teeth, and tuck themselves into bed. Yuki still seemed to want to play more, but Anya gently, though somewhat forcefully, tucked her into her futon. Good night. Good night. He bid the siblings good night and turned off the light in their room section. Anya then came to Zeke's room. He was making test questions for school. In the slightly dark room with subdued lighting, it was just Zeke and Anya alone. Zeke. Anya closed the door to the room and slowly approached Zeke from behind. What is it? Zeke turned around from his work and found Anya faintly smiling as she placed a hand on his shoulder. The warm-colored lighting in the room dyed her cheeks red. With the kids fast asleep, there was no one to disturb this time for just the two of them. The night sky outside glittered with stars. The two gazed at each other in the dim room. Zeke, let's play one more game. Saying that, Anya placed the chessboard she held in front of Zeke, grinning as if she had been waiting for this moment. Zeke heaved a huge sigh. A late-night game or two after putting the kids to bed had become standard practice. Halting his work, Zeke put down his pen and stood up from his chair. Come, hurry. Anya pulled on his arm to rush him as the scent of black coffee enveloped the night room. Cup in hand, the two began another chess match. Be gentle with me, will you? What should I do? They laugh and move to the living room, quickly setting up the chess pieces. Zeke had prepared drinks for both of them. I won't let you sleep tonight. No, spare me. I have work tomorrow. And, Anya, you have work too. Too bad. Without any lascivious atmosphere, Anya makes the first move while joking. The scent of black coffee wafts through the night, and with a cup in hand, the two start playing chess again. Some of the roll cake remained, protected by Zeke when Anya and Yuki were about to gobble up the entire thing earlier. He had saved that cake just for this battle tonight. Although there was still a gap in their skill that Zeke could not overcome and Anya would lose, he would use the leftover roll cake to improve his wife's mood. As the night grew deeper, the two of them would eat roll cake together. On a holiday at a certain cafe, The shop was lively with customers, the atmosphere far from quiet and relaxed, but that sort of vibe was not necessarily bad. The scent of coffee and black tea filled the cafe. There were all sorts of guests, some chatting, some fiddling with their phones, some silently reading books. Among them were three figures huddled over a chessboard on a table. By the way, Yuki-san brought chess to the science club, right? Yuki did. Hey. One was the middle-aged man Zeke, and the other two were middle school students Rain and Tori. At a glance, only looking at the huge age difference, they looked unrelated, like family. However, they were chatting acquaintances connected by the fact that they were all reincarnators. While Zeke originally had individual connections with Rain and Tori, after the two enrolled at the same middle school and became friends, the three of them began gathering to talk at times. We are a motley crew, so we used to have chess tournaments in the club and it was a lot of fun. I guess their research-oriented cultural club and the brain-intensive chess game went well together. It's pretty laid back, huh? Zeke and Rain were playing chess as they talked. Tori sat next to Rain, silently watching the game as she joined in. Wasn't Yuki troublesome? She's just like her mom. Hates losing, so wouldn't chess tournaments be chaotic for her? No. Yuki got bored of the tournament matches quickly and started fiddling with her robots, withdrawing before she could lose. What's that girl doing? Didn't you just say she brought chess to the science club? Ahaha. Everyone made the same troubled expression. In front of Zeke, Rain and Tori used the honorific san for his daughter Yuki. I heard Kasumi joined the science club too. It was pretty surprising to me. No, Tori, rather than joining, just showing her face there is more accurate. You know how our club had some fortune-telling enthusiasts before? She's just popping into the chem lab to fiddle with their stuff left behind, I think. She has almost no interest in science club activities and is just chatting with Yuki most of the time. What is that girl doing? Completely unrelated, but Tiffy comes by to chat too, you know. What are those girls doing? Tori was exasperated by Rain's explanation. So Tori, what club did you join? Music club or wind ensemble or something like that? No, Tiffy and I don't belong to any clubs and go to piano lessons instead. Because schools normally only have one piano set up, right? I see. The level at school clubs was insufficient for Tori and Tiffy, who sought to earn a living throughout music. To begin with, most non-music focused schools did not even own multiple pianos, so there was practically no club centered around piano performance. So you're giving it your all on piano at those lessons and being very active, huh? Actually, my piano recently hasn't been going well. Bowing her head slightly, Tori gave a small shrug. What happened? Something the matter? I'll hear you out. No, I just... She hesitated, seeming to have difficulty speaking, before slowly raising her face. Teacher Zeke, what do you think creativity is, huh? Zeke and Rain's eyes blinked wide. Like, my piano doesn't have any individuality or charm or charisma, you know? I've just been relying on technique all this time and I've been thinking that this whole time. So, Teacher Zeke, what do you think I should do? Tori looked up slightly at Zeke, his face naturally tensed up. Next she turned a questioning gaze at Rain, but she quickly averted her eyes, dodging the look. Tori once more sought help by looking back at Zeke. Well, what should I say? The next to falter over his words was Zeke. I have no idea at all. I know, right? With no other choice, Tori still let out a sigh. A consultation about reaching genius was a hugely difficult task for Zeke. See, can't you ask your piano teacher? If I could explain it in words, I'd be a world-famous pianist by now, is what she said. Ah, that was a pretty good impression just now. I see. Jokingly taking on an exaggerated persona, that was Tori's reply. Zeke scratched and rubbed his cheeks. Sorry, it's not something I can easily advise on if you just tell me to. No, I'm the one who asked an unreasonable request. Please excuse me. The consultation yielded no answers. An awkward mood flowed. But I definitely didn't expect Tiffy to show up at the science club. Will it be okay? Tiffy's not causing trouble for that club, right? Tori waved her hands in an effort to change the subject. Rain responded. Well, she's just chatting, so there's almost no issues. Though club activities do get interrupted at times. That questionable follow-up worries me. Tori made a bitter expression. Zeke drank some coffee before opening his mouth. Well, in any case, it's good to have talkative friends. Yuki has an unique personality, so friendly companions are welcome as a parent. Have you two made a lot of friends at school? You guys, faced with Zeke's words, the two made awkward expressions, averting their eyes from the elder. Zeke scowled at the evasive middle schoolers. Well, you see, we have this whole reincarnation business as special circumstances. So it's only natural we don't get along well with others our age. It can't be helped. Waving her hands frustratedly, Tori whispered the reincarnation part before rapidly prattling on. While Tori was usually very composed, most of her life was devoted to piano practice, leaving few friendships. She also did not enjoy manga or TV as much as ordinary kids, largely because reincarnation caused a disconnect with ordinary children's sensibilities. That disconnect truly was disadvantageous, often leaving her unable to keep up in conversations with peers her age. It goes without saying that Rain's communication skills were exceptionally poor compared to others. Tori's claims were reasonably on point that reincarnation worked against them in friend relationships. However, I had plenty of normal friends. Zeke refuted them with life experience. You two should try matching the people around you a little. Even just a little. Yes, okay. Tori and Rain obediently acquiesced. Zeke took the opening to carefully ponder his next chess move, finally making a satisfactory play he approved of. But when Rain moved next, Zeke's expression tightened. Ugh! He uttered a small voice, tightly closing his mouth, as he stared hard at the board. He had received a painful counter from Rain. Dear me, I'm in trouble now. However should I respond? I came up with a decent move. Rain shyly said that while Zeke scratched at his head in distress. As expected, you're strong, Rain. Have you played chess before? No. My. Meanwhile, when I play with Anya. Zeke played chess with Rain like this on occasion, but he had never won once. Playing against Rain raised Zeke's chess skill, but Rain himself had not studied chess at all. No, I can't make you and Anya play against each other. Your talent is a bit too ruthless. I am sorry. You can go all out against me as much as you want, but this could definitely cause problems in your friendship if we're not careful. Zeke awkwardly moves his chess piece. The man who had been studying chess every day and playing matches at home with his family was being driven into a corner by a middle schooler who hadn't studied chess at all. I am sorry. No, it's fine. I'm used to it. Rain feels apologetic even as he kills Zeke's pieces, leaving Zeke no choice but to make a bitter face. About Anya, shouldn't you let her win on purpose? Rain glances up from the chessboard to look at Zeke sitting across from him, seeming to gauge his reaction. I failed on the first day of the science division. But Zeke-san, couldn't you skillfully lose on purpose without letting your opponent notice? If you're bothered by Anya's antagonism, losing on purpose might smooth things over. Oh, no, I mean, sorry, but... Zeke crosses his arms and ponders Rain's suggestion for a bit. A brief silence settles over the three as Rain ducks his head down and scratches furiously. Zeke opens his mouth to speak. I don't think that's right. Is that so? Yeah, it's not. He takes a sip of his coffee. It's a different situation from when you were in the science division. It's fine to clash with people, to be mocked, to be irritated. That's fine. We don't have to be at odds with each other because we're fighting. Bumping heads at full power is part of connecting too. Even if we hurt each other a bit, Zeke says, looking a little shy. And, well, I'm having fun too. Is that so? That's right. Rain listens closely to Zeke's words. Rain often consults Zeke when he runs into trouble in his daily life. To Rain, Zeke was a good senior in life, almost like a teacher. So maybe it was a good thing that you went all out on the science test on the first day of the science division. Huh? Really? There are a lot of things you can't convey without giving it your all. Zeke says. The surrounding clamor causes Zeke's voice to fade into nothingness, but his words reach the two people right in front of him clearly. If you had held back then, you would have had to keep hiding it forever. Then no one would be able to understand the real you. It's fine to clash at full power. Even if we get a little hurt. When Zeke says this, Rain smiles gently. The aroma of coffee filling the noisy cafe blends nicely with the intense chess match on the board. Being tormented by Anya is nothing new. Nothing new at all. Marriage seems tough. The one who said this was Tori. She's always at full power. Even when we first met she kept tormenting me non-stop. When she goes that far, yeah, she should restrain herself a little. But aren't you married? Well, yeah. Zeke crosses his arms, looking troubled. Seeing him unable to refute, Tori thinks marriage must be complicated. I want Anya's strong mental fortitude too, Rain. You're looking to the wrong person as a role model. Zeke tries to admonish Rain that Anya just doesn't understand people's feelings well, but Rain's admiration for Anya does not waver. Envious of Anya's genius and her ability to blow away anguish and conflicts, possessing a free and undefeated spirit, Rain looks up to her. But that wasn't because Anya was amazing, just that their personalities were different. Check. Yeah. You got me. Rain moves his piece decisively, and Zeke nods slightly. They both understood that after another dozen or so moves, Zeke's king would be unable to escape. Zeke tips over his king piece to signal his resignation. I lose. Thank you very much. The two face each other and politely bow. Rain is victorious once again in this match. The pleasant weather of early summer spills out into the world outside. Looking at his utterly demolished army, Zeke laughs softly. Inside the slightly noisy cafe, the three enjoy their drinks, whether it be cooling coffee or tea, though the drinks soil their mouths. This too was part of their everyday lives. The next day, Tori, that's not very good, huh? Ah really? Tori was taking piano lessons in the intermediate course at the music school. She continues her guidance under a piano teacher she had been close with for many years. Though she was now in intermediate studies, Tori remained devoted to the piano. However, her teacher cocks his head as he listens to Tori play, blue stubble on his chin. While he had a unique way of speaking, his discernment was sound. How to put it? It feels kind of overtaught. Like you lost that straightforwardness you've had up until now? Was my individuality straightforwardness? Well, her teacher makes a bitter face, twisting his lips. One's individuality and charm can't be definitively described, and at a loss for what to say, he rubs his head, not waiting for her teacher's reply. Tori starts talking. Over there, Tiffy's playing is just like Tiffy's playing. I guess so. You're embarrassing me. Sitting in this room is a girl with fluffy golden hair. Tiffy, who attends the same school as Tori. She came to visit during her free time. Bored. Pointing a finger at her, Tori says, so, what defines my performance? Like, what would make people say, let's go to Tori's concert because it's Tori's concert? What creates that unique element that sets me apart from others? It's the eternal mystery worldwide around that area. What does originality even mean? Tori exclaimed, fidgeting her feet. It was rare for her to display such childlike gestures. Tori was in a slump. Since last summer's competition, her rival Tiffy had started to show improvement. Listening to Tiffy's captivating performance, Tori found herself losing understanding of her own music. Your technique is amazing, but there's something missing, you know? There is indeed. Yeah, what is that thing? Tori was frustrated. It's like there's a lack of flavor or charm. Please give me more specific advice. All right, Tori-chan, calm down. I just don't understand expression. Tori was trapped in the musician's dilemma. Individuality in expression, charm. That's really a difficult part. Even professionals struggle with it. Even globally renowned top professionals are always troubled by how to express themselves, you know? Really? That's right. In fact, professionals often have many concerns. It's something you should ponder throughout your life. By deeply exploring how to create an enchanting performance and how to play in a way that's true to yourself. That's the important job of a professional. The teacher lightly patted Tori's head. The rough hands of the man swayed her red hair. Including her past life, Tori was 43 years old. It was frustrating to be treated like a child, but she didn't dislike having her head patted like this. So take your time and think about your performance. You have plenty of time, but there's not that much time until the big fall competition. Well, that's a separate issue. The piano teacher spoke vaguely. That being said, just do your best for now. To the softly given advice, Tori pursed her lips. Tori and Tiffy walk along the night road after leaving the piano school, taking their time. Bathed in moonlight, Tori and Tiffy slowly walk along the path home together. The hot sunlight from the afternoon doesn't cool the night, rather the humidity makes the air thick and muggy. Ugh. Music is so hard, so complicated. I know, right? Tiffy responds to Tori, clomping along energetically with a listless reply. Hey, you little missy. Share some of that talent with me. No way, Jose. Tori lightly pinches and pulls on Tiffy's cheek again like she's nagging her. Her soft cheek was very pleasant to touch. I wonder what originality is. It's the parts you feel like, I want this kind of thing. Don't really understand. The two slowly walk along the night road. The path of music the girls were walking was just like the night road, you couldn't see the end. And it just continued on and on forever. And they slowly walked that path together. Section. What's going on? My soldiers are dying one after another. I won't let you. I won't let that happen. Phew, ha 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 ha. I can read your petty thoughts as clear as day. Cry, scream, wail. Just stop. Sometime after dinner, Yuki spews out words like a demon king trampling the world. She animatedly waves her hands around, dancing pieces across the chessboard. After cleaning up from dinner, a chessboard had been set up on the table. Yuki sat across from her little brother Haru, who looked like a brave hero challenging the cruel demon king, but it was Haru who was at an overwhelming disadvantage. It was Yuki who held dominance like a ruthless demon king, utterly crushing the enemy pieces. Phew, ha ha ha. Haru, you left yourself wide open. Big sister is a devil. There's more. Don't think I'll go easy just because you're crying and lowering your guard. The tragedy has only just begun. Stop. Knock it off. Hey, Yuki. Don't bully your brother. Their mother Anya steps in to stop it. Haru's position had been devastatingly ransacked, a one-sided thrashing. It was a massacre. Haru collapses limply to the floor, devoid of light in his eyes, completely exhausted. Yuki's chess play had shattered her little brother's heart with its ruthlessness. A chess boom had hit the whole family right now. Yuki and Anya had the clear goal of wanting to defeat Zeke, so their morale burned brightly as they fought intensely. As for Haru, he was playing chess just because the whole family was doing it. After dinner in the casual evening hours, the three encircled a single chessboard. Okay. How about this problem? Anya holds a book in one hand, arranging pieces on the board according to the reference. The children stare intently at the arranged pieces. It was a chess puzzle, like a quiz with checkmate problems. For example, problems like checkmate the black king in 5 moves from this board state. The point was to drive the opponent's king into checkmate, like a puzzle version of chess. I haven't looked at the answer either, Anya said that and, like the children, brought her face close to the board, thinking carefully. While doing so, Zeke came out of his room and approached the three huddled together, as if forming a trio. Oh, chess problems. Can I join too? No, Dad. If we all do the same problem, the gap won't close, right? That's right, Zeke. We're a secret team aiming to defeat you. Don't join us. Well, I guess. Rejected by the female members of the family, Zeke shrugged his shoulders and sat on the sofa a little away from the table. Knowing that he was being rejected for a reason and not being coldly disregarded, Zeke still leaned weakly and carelessly against the backrest of the sofa. Maybe he'd get scolded even if he read a chess book, so he started reading a newspaper. Hallie glanced worriedly at her father from time to time, but Zeke waved his hand reassuringly. With small groans, the three twisted their heads over the chess problem. As their dilemma deepened, their heads swayed right and left, trying to move unmoving pieces desperately in their minds. With little growls, the three continued to ponder with nods and murmurs. We could really use more firepower. True. This lack of forces isn't my style. Battles are about numbers. Numbers. The correct answer to this problem is probably, rather than focusing on cornering the opponent's king right now, first work on bolstering troops. I see, preparations are important in battle. Big sister. Mom, what are you talking about? As Yuki and Anya's opinions start going out of control, Haru interjects to snap them out of it. Standing in the row, The family of three slowly solve the chess puzzle while thinking over it. Zeke watches over them from the sofa a small distance away, noticing the kids furrowing their brows and going. Anya takes a step back and calmly gazes at the kids' backs. Zeke realizes Anya has already solved the problem. She solved it and took a step back, quietly waiting without saying anything for the kids to reach the solution themselves. Anya watches the children with a faint smile on her face. Seeing this, Zeke feels a peculiar emotion well up in his chest. I see. Anya's a mother too. For him who had known her wild nature for so long, the sight of her patiently waiting for the children had an almost mystical gentleness. Seeing the figure of a mother tenderly watching over her children, Zeke's cheeks slacken. That's how the three worked hard together on their chess studies, aiming to defeat their father. The chirping of insects can be heard in the cool family home on this early summer night. The family's chess studies continue. They play actual matches too, honing their skill. Phew, ha 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 ha. Yuki, you left yourself wide open. I'll take your queen in 7 moves. What? Mom's a demon. There's more. Don't think tears and loosening your guard will make me go easy. The tragedy has just begun. Stop. Knock it off. Hey, don't bully your daughter. Anya. Zeke steps in to stop it. Anya and Yuki were facing off, and Anya was beating the pulp out of her dear daughter. Yuki's position had been gruesomely ravaged, a complete thrashing. It was a massacre. Zeke heaves a huge sigh, and here he thought he'd seen a beautiful motherly side to Anya earlier. But Anya would always be Anya, after all. One day, it happened suddenly. I won. In the middle of an ordinary afternoon at home, Anya murmured in a dazed voice. She didn't quite understand what had happened yet. The fact simply slipped from her mouth in a voice, and it took a moment for the feeling to sink in. Yes. The edges of Anya's mouth gradually turn upward. Yes, 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 yes. Anya shouts at the top of her lungs from the pit of her stomach. Her opponent was Zeke. The long-awaited victory over Zeke had suddenly become reality that day. As Anya energetically stands up, she thrusts both fists into the air. The recoil knocks over the chair with a clatter. But Anya doesn't care about that. Remaining on her feet, her eyes are still fixed intently on the chessboard, gazing at the chess formation of her victory, joy filling her chest. I did it. 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 Jumping up and down until her face turns bright red, she openly displays her elation with her entire body. Her behavior was no different than when she was a teenager. Yes. Anya opens her mouth wide and shouts her delight aloud. On the other hand, Zeke listlessly slumps back into the chair, staring at the ceiling as if to sigh deeply. He feels frustrated at losing, but understands this was inevitable. In the beginning, Anya had almost no chess experience. Meanwhile, Zeke had studied chess, and that difference in experience allowed him to defeat Anya. So it was only natural that once Anya spent time studying chess, gained chess experience, and reached the same level as Zeke, Anya's innate intelligence would give her the advantage. Nothing particularly huge had changed. However, this outcome was obvious. Zeke heaves another big sigh. Then he gets up and goes to the kitchen to brew coffee. Enough for 2. Carrying mugs in both hands, he sets the coffee down next to Anya, whose eyes are still sparkling brightly and whose cheeks are still flushed. Phew. Anya also sinks into the chair, sighing as if the strength has left her body. She realizes she had knocked the chair over earlier and rights it before limply sitting down. Phew. They drink the coffee Zeke brewed and both deeply relax. A quiet moment passes by. The only sound echoing in the room is the ticking of the clock. Releasing the tension in their shoulders, they slowly sip their coffee. You know, somehow, we haven't changed at all since we were kids. Maybe you're right. They speak nostalgically. They reminisce about the past. Anya crying and throwing a tantrum after her first test loss at cram school, getting mad and challenging him over and over, jumping for joy at her first victory. It wasn't just Anya. Zeke had gone along with her antics like in the past, spending time together no different than now. When I saw how you reacted earlier, it reminded me of our high school days. Huh, really? Was I the same as back then? Me? Yeah, nothing had changed. Oh geez. How embarrassing. Hey, forget about it. Can't do that. After what I just saw, I probably won't forget it for another 30 years. Oh no, Anya groans. But you haven't changed at all either. Have you? Your gestures, speech, attitude, does it look that way from the side too? Yeah. You've always had that uncle-like vibe, you know? Gimme a break. Shrugging his shoulders, Zeke says that while he isn't very self-aware, those mannerisms truly haven't changed since the past. He is a reincarnator. Since childhood, the majority of his personality had been set, so in that sense, Zeke had changed even less than Anya. I wonder what being an adult really means. Anya murmurs, have we really become adults? Who knows? As they sip their coffee, they ponder something even they themselves don't understand. Seeing their current actions overlap with their past selves happens frequently. No matter how many years passed, there was never any boundary between their present and former selves. People at work still treat me like a kid, like the principal and vice principal. That's probably true for me too. I'm still a young researcher, after all. Zeke and Anya say this, smiling wryly. It's difficult. After reminiscing about their student days together under the same roof, the two of them were lost in thought. What it means to become an adult was something adults didn't understand very well either. I'm home. As they're having that discussion, the front door slams open and Yuki comes running inside. Oblivious to her parents harboring sentimental feelings about the past, she charges at full speed into the living room. I'm home. Oh, welcome back, Yuki. Welcome back. Go wash your hands and gargle first, okay? Okay. Oh, it's chess, huh? White is winning. So that means. Glancing back and forth at the chess pieces and Zeke and Anya's seating arrangement, Yuki realizes what happened. Mom won? Foo. Whoa. Eyes wide open in surprise, Anya flashes a V sign at her daughter, bragging. You finally did it. Now I have to follow in your footsteps. Dad, let's play. Yuki decisively points at her father. Zeke shrinks back a little. The flow feels bad. He gets the vague premonition he's about to be swept up by her momentum. But still, a father doesn't have the right to turn down his daughter's challenge. Wash your hands and gargle first. And put the laundry in the washing machine. Okay. Yuki charges into the bathroom with a clutter. Even though it wasn't far enough to run, she noisily dashes down the short hallway of the house. Seeing their rushed, fidgety daughter, Zeke and Anya softly exhale. I wonder what kind of adult Yuki will become. Who knows? Imagining their daughter's future just as they look back on their own past, Zeke murmurs. She probably won't change much. Maybe you're right. The two grin at each other. Okay, let's play. Dad. Having finished washing her hands and gargling at the speed of light, Yuki runs back into the living room and shouts. Her hands aren't completely dried yet, still wet, with lingering droplets of water around her mouth that she hadn't wiped away. Everything about her appearance was haphazard. Zeke smiles wryly. What kind of adult will his clumsy daughter grow up to be? As he watches his daughter energetically move her pawns, he wonders about that. An hour later after their match, Zeke is victorious. Yuki voices her frustration like some kind of monster. Tears fill her eyes. Face flushed red, she shouts at the top of her lungs, venting her anger. There was still a difference in strength between Zeke and Yuki. So frustrating. So frustrating. Angry noises are kicking her feet around in the chair. Yuki expresses her irritation with her whole body. Having won against his daughter, Zeke heaves a sigh of relief. He'd rather avoid consecutive losses after all. Too bad. Yuki. Collapsing limply, Yuki clings to Anya. There, stroking Yuki's head as if comforting an elementary schooler. Anya pats her daughter. Though she was now in intermediate studies, this girl was still just a kid. Zeke chuckles to himself. You may have lost, but I think the gap has narrowed a lot. Hasn't it, Yuki? Ah, really? Yeah, but that mistake in the mid-game really hurt. Saying this, Anya moves the chess pieces to recreate the board position when Yuki had made that mid-game mistake. Calming down from her tantrum, Yuki silently watches as her mother arranges the pieces. Rushing your knight forward here was impatient. Zeke took advantage of that opening, causing this piece to lose its effectiveness. What should I have done? Well, like retreating, or raising other pieces to expand your attacking options. Speaking as such, Anya lightly pinches black and white pieces between her fingers, demonstrating an alternate progression from the match to Yuki. Letting out soft murmurs of "I see." Yuki intently watches the chess flow her mother creates. "Okay, so what about here where I was struggling on what to do? What do you think would have been good?" Yuki moves the pieces to recreate that past board state, and Anya brings a hand to her chin, pondering. "If it were me there, I would have." Saying this, Anya grasps a piece between her fingers. Leaning close together, the mother teaches her daughter, meticulously and gently explaining what was good and bad. She thoughtfully answers each of Yuki's questions as they both gaze at the same board. Watching this sight, Zeke smiles leisurely. Earlier, they had discussed whether they had really become adults. Since their behavior hadn't changed at all since their school days, they wondered what being an adult even meant. But seeing Anya sitting beside their daughter carefully teaching her chess, Zeke feels Anya has indeed become an adult. She had properly become a mother. That was also how he felt seeing her some time ago patiently watching the children solve chess problems from behind. Anya had taken on the figure of a mother tenderly observing her children. Anya had certainly become an adult. Warm emotions well up in Zeke's chest. In the past, he had thought of himself as Anya's guardian, someone who had to look after troublesome Anya. But now Anya was splendidly performing the role of mother. Zeke goes to the kitchen and pours apple juice into 3 cups, carrying them over to the mother and daughter furrowing their brows over the chessboard. Thank you," they say, and he waves his hand saying think nothing of it. Then he moves away so as not to disturb them, sitting down on the sofa a small distance apart. Relaxing into the cushions, he watches the serene scene of mother and child huddling close together. In that mother's figure, he strongly sensed an adult presence. Summer was drawing nearer. The early summer sunshine streaming in through the window glittered on the apple juice. It had been a while since Anya had won the chess game against Zeke. After Anya had defeated Zeke in chess, her fighting spirit settled down, and the family's chess fever cooled off a little. They still played chess together frequently as a family, but it wasn't like right after Zeke got home they'd immediately start a game, or have fierce matches every night. After beating Zeke, Anya had started to calm down. She should have started calming down. "Stupid, moron, idiot, nincompoop, dummy," Anya was shouting again. Face bright red, eyes brimming with tears, she hurled childish abuse at her husband. Zeke could only grimace. The TV in the living room flickered as a game console sat on the table beside it. Haru had gotten a new competitive game as a present, so the family was playing it together. After Anya lost to Zeke's character on the TV clearly displaying the defeat results. In other words, Anya had lost to Zeke in a video game. "You stupid father." As Anya loudly vents her frustration, Zeke holds his head. Though he had seen her warm, motherly side recently, here Anya was again revealing the same undisciplined behavior as when she was a child. Zeke heaves the deep sigh he had breathed so many times dealing with her since she was little. "I won't lose. I absolutely don't want to lose. I'll definitely win and make Zeke eat dirt." However, Zeke figured this battle would drag on. That game was a classic title that had been re-released. It was a game Zeke had often played with friends back in his school days. But Anya had shown zero interest in games back then, so her skill level now was still that of a complete beginner. "Zeke, you idiot baka." Saying this, Anya dashes out of the living room. Dad made Mom cry again." "He made her cry." Shrugging his shoulders, Zeke sighs deeply. It seemed the days of conflict were far from over. Chapter 4 Tales of the Past and Present of the Reincarnated. Late into the night at a factory, a man toiled away. Massive machines hummed, creating products with a rhythmic clatter. In this era, labor laws and noise regulations were not as strict. Under the starry midnight sky, the man worked alongside his colleagues. Heat leaked from the large manufacturing machines, making the factory uncomfortably warm, even in the late hours. Clad in a blue jumpsuit and driven by the urgency of approaching deadlines, the man worked tirelessly, foregoing a return home. This man was Zeke, in a time before he became Zeke. This is the story of his past life. His colleagues, too, labored with strained breaths. The supervisor, wearing a stern expression, concealed inner anxiety about meeting the deadline while directing the workforce. The starlight offered no blessings to anyone present. In Zeke's past life, He was involved in the production of magical artifacts. Living beings possessed a life force known as magical energy. Products utilizing this life force were called magical artifacts. Magical energy alone couldn't produce significant effects, requiring complex rituals to even ignite a small flame. However, using magical energy as a power source for machines proved highly efficient, leading to significant advancements in magical fields alongside technological progress. Zeke worked for a company specializing in the manufacturing of these magical artifacts. It was an ordinary small to medium-sized enterprise, producing magical artifacts and their components based on orders from other companies. During that time, Zeke was in charge of magical toys for children. The current project involved a magical music box powered by magical energy, a popular item at the time. Previously, the company had produced magical versions of traditional toys like board games and spinning tops. This product is going to be a massive hit. You guys are shaping the trends of the era. Work harder. Zeke's past life supervisor continued to motivate the team. Yet, those who heard similar pep talks before wondered if the product would eventually fade in popularity. What does it mean to shape the trends of an era? People say that work is something that benefits society. Doing something useful for someone else is considered work, resulting in payment or a salary. But holding the finished music box in his hands, Zeke pondered, if someone buys this and enjoys it, could he bring joy to that person? In return, payment would be received. However, if the music box is discarded and forgotten within a few days, could it still be considered a job that benefits society? Would it leave a lasting impact on the flow of time? Perhaps the production of these magical music boxes wouldn't last much longer. Eventually, without making much impact on the world, these music boxes would be forgotten by everyone. Zeke contemplated this, wondering if he was an insignificant existence incapable of leaving a lasting mark. Such thoughts vanished as he was scolded for slowing down. Get back to work. Zeke apologized loudly and returned to his task. Setting aside his contemplation, he worked diligently, aware that pondering alone wouldn't fill his stomach. Inspecting the product or not, the sound of the music box echoed through the factory. Amidst the thunderous noise of the machines, a delicate melody filled the air, stepping on Zeke as if trampled by the noise. The thin melody reached Zeke's ears, tickling them. The high, gentle, yet seemingly fragile notes of the melody touched Zeke's heart. The tune was a familiar nursery rhyme from his childhood. A unique melody, both beautiful and melancholic, resonated, and Zeke felt tears welling up. May this product continue to exist in the world for a long time and bring smiles to many people. With such thoughts lingering in his mind, the ordinary Zeke prayed silently while earnestly operating the factory machines. Stars shining in the night sky, but that wasn't apparent inside the factory. The music box didn't last long, swept away by the waves of time, and production in the factory came to an end. Lonely moon floating in the sky as usual. Section. A few decades later. Take this, you idiot. A strangely goofy voice echoed from the classroom. It was close to the end of the school year, just before summer vacation. Reincarnated as Zeke, given the name 15 years ago, it was when Zeke was a first-year high school student. What are you doing? Oh, Zeke. Zeke was greeted by Paris, a classmate, as he entered the classroom. Paris was a carefree and cheerful guy with many friends. He was the one making weird noises earlier. Hey, check this out. This right here. This? In the center, where a few classmates gathered, there was a familiar stand. Super reversi? Yeah, it's trending lately. While saying that, Paris placed a white piece on the stand and flipped the black pieces of his opponent to turn them white. The sound of the pieces hitting the stand echoed lightly. After Paris flipped the opponent's black piece, a long row turned white. The classmates watched in awe. Super reversi was a modified version of an old game called reversi that came from another country. It turned the pieces and stands from the traditional game into magical tools, giving them special effects. Huh? After turning the row black to white, Paris made a small questioning sound. One of the flipped pieces started blinking. Oh! Paris's face tensed, and his opponent smirked. Right after, the blinking piece made a popping sound, exploding. turning that piece and the surrounding white pieces into black. It was a trap bomb piece, a type of special piece that activated its effect when flipped by the opponent. In this way, Super Reversi added special effects to the traditional game, creating a board game. One of its selling points was the ability to customize your deck by changing the combination of special pieces. All right. With the trap as the decisive move, Paris's opponent shouted in victory. No, there goes my lunch. What the hell are you guys doing? It seemed like Paris and others were betting on their next lunch money. Rather than that, isn't Super Reversi an old game? Don't you know, Zeke? It's making a comeback now. Moreover, calling it Super Reversi is outdated, Zeke. It's called Hyper Reversi now. I see. Zeke understood that it was trending, but he was still amazed that they brought a stand the size of a table to play this game. Do you want to play, Zeke? I'll lend you my deck. Huh? Yeah, sure. Just once. Oh, Zeke's joining too? Can you beat my trap deck? Hey, challenging the first place winner of the school tournament. You're bold. When the hell did we start having a school tournament? Although aware of the trend, Zeke was still bewildered by their enthusiasm for playing with a stand of that size. At that moment, they hear a voice from the side. Zeke, want to challenge me? Behold the power of my quick attack power deck. Who the hell are you? Suddenly addressed, Paris and others turned to look at the source. Leaning against the entrance wall, holding a piece up to his chest, a man was looking at Paris and others with a sidelong glance. What? Who's this? Math teacher Lorenzo. He. It was the math teacher for this grade, Mr. Lorenzo. He was in his mid-50s, a bit overweight, with wrinkles on his face that showed his age. Stepping away from the wall, Lorenzo leisurely approached the group of students led by Zeke. Why, Mr. Lorenzo? Zeke interjected. Well, you see, Super Reversi was booming back in our day. The Hyper Reversi craze is making a comeback around us now, Lorenzo replied. Is that so? The Hyper Reversi popular among kids now is a revival of the game Super Reversi, which was popular in the past. The time when Super Reversi was released and became popular was Mr. Lorenzo's childhood. Nostalgia was welling up among the teacher's generation. Well then, shall we play, my students? Let me fully experience the weight of middle age, Lorenzo said. The weight of middle age? Zeke furrowed his brows. But the others unexpectedly got excited about the unexpected participant. You're eager, aren't you? I'll give you a run for your money, Mr. Lorenzo. Even if you're a teacher, can you beat us? Ha! Challenging the first place winner of the school tournament, Kevin, is reckless. Why is everyone so hyped? Unable to keep up with everyone's excitement, Zeke found himself reverting to the innocence of his elementary school days. Then, shall we, Mr. Lorenzo? Let's have you battle the weakest combatant among us first. Zeke. Me? Pushed forward by Paris, Zeke stepped up. Having just joined the Hyper Reversi circle, Zeke, who was still a beginner, was chosen as the first emissary. Starting with a beginner, huh? Don't cry if you lose. I won't cry, I'm not a little kid anymore. Zeke was starting to get annoyed with Mr. Lorenzo's words. Then, someone lend me a deck. Sure thing. Zeke borrowed special pieces for Reversi from one of his friends. Zeke stared intently at the contents of the deck, thinking, and then asked, are there any other special pieces I can use? Huh? The people around blinked in surprise. Oh, yeah. You can rearrange the deck using pieces from around here. Oh, thanks. Zeke borrowed spare pieces from his friend and began to tinker with the deck. In this board game, you could create your own deck by combining special pieces and devise your own strategy. However, the fact that a beginner at Hyper Reversi suddenly started rearranging the deck puzzled those around him. While it was not impossible to grasp the effects of each special piece carefully, Zeke's deck rearrangement process went smoothly. Hey Zeke, do you have any experience with Hyper Reversi? Well, a little. With a casual reply, Zeke's deck was complete. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lorenzo. Seems like you've dabbled in this a bit, but strategy, countermeasures, and experience are what count. You can't beat me. With slightly heightened tension, Mr. Lorenzo said so, and Zeke and the teacher faced each other across the board. Well then, let's start. With a shout from his friends, Zeke made his first move. The hour hand of the clock moved significantly, and the game was repeated many times. This can't be. My trap deck is being broken. FFF, forgive me, my speed power deck is completely countered. Even me, the top of the school tournament. Tension ran through the venue. Everyone trembled in surprise as they looked at the reversi board. It was the result of being defeated by someone they didn't expect to lose to. So, you weren't a beginner, Zeke. Among those who fought in this place, Zeke achieved the best results. He scratched his cheek in embarrassment. The people around him widened their eyes in surprise. Zeke seemed to know nothing about the current popularity of hyper-reversi until just now, and he was thought to be a complete beginner. So, when I opened the lid, turns out he was the one winning the most. His strategies were on point, countering the opponent's moves flawlessly, locking down their decks one after another, and claiming victories. It seemed like he had a deep understanding of the board game. Zeke, what the hell are you? I never anticipated my true identity getting suspicious in a place like this. Zeke's strength in this game was due to his reincarnation. Hyper-reversi is an adaptation of the classic game reversi. It takes the playful concept of reversi, adds special effects, turning it into a magical game called Super Reversi. Over time, Super Reversi evolved into what is now known as Hyper-reversi, gaining popularity. Zeke, in his past life, lived during the era when Super Reversi was trending, and he was involved in its production. That was the secret to his strength. Zeke's job was in the production of magical tools, and he had even worked on manufacturing toys for children. While his factory primarily focused on subcontracting parts production, Zeke would assemble pieces multiple times to verify their functionality, often testing them in gameplay. Although Hyper-reversi and Super Reversi had slight specification differences, his past experiences played a significant role. While not achieving a perfect win record, Zeke emerged as the top performer in this group. Maybe a genius? A genius at Hyper-reversi. The people around him started to gaze at Zeke with admiration and envy. This might be, if we train and enter tournaments, we could achieve great results. Maybe even compete at the national level. Prize money and all. Zeke, what if we aim for the world in Hyper-reversi? Stop it. I don't need that. Don't get too close. Zeke had no intention of succeeding in this field. While those around him were excited about the unexpected emergence of a genius, Zeke pushed them away with his hands. The idea of aiming for the world was just someone else's fantasy. A match? Are you guys having a match? Zeke, include me too. Seriously, why does this troublemaker have to show up? Anya, the aqua-haired childhood friend, approached proudly, shouting loudly. The intrusion of this clueless girl caused chaos in the room. Zeke decisively defeated the beginner Anya, sparking a new conflict in the classroom. This was a scene in a high school classroom, after school. And that's what happened. Ah, I see. I can relate to feeling the generation gap. I had moments like that too. Oh, haha. In the cool early autumn weather, reincarnated friends Zeke, Tori, and Rain chatted away. This conversation took place in Zeke's living room. Zeke was 38, while Tori and Rain were first-year middle school students. These three shared the common point of being reincarnated and occasionally gathered to discuss topics they couldn't share with anyone else. So, did teacher Zeke participate in any Hyper-reversi tournaments? No way. I didn't like it that much, even though my past life was involved in that job. The discussion in Zeke's living room was about Hyper-reversi during high school. It was a memory talk that could only happen in this setting due to Zeke's past life job involvement. Tori nodded nostalgically and spoke up. But it's nostalgic, isn't it? Super reversi. It was trending in my past life around that time. Oh, Tori, were you from that generation? Yes, I was a teenager during that time in my past life. It was quite popular around me. I see, I see. How about you, Rain? Was it trending during your time? Oh, no. My past life was born the year after the past Zeke-san passed away, so the trends might be a bit different. Ah, right. I forgot about that. In their past lives, Zeke was the oldest, followed by Tori and then Rain. We're talking about old stuff. Hyper-reversi is one thing, but the talk about Super Reversi wouldn't resonate with anyone other than grandmas and grandpas. Ah, Anya. Anya-san, thank you. Anya had brewed 4 cups of coffee and brought them over. While not a reincarnated individual, Anya was aware of the situation and occasionally joined in the conversations. By the way, Zeke, it seems pretty unfair that you were competing with me using your past life job. Sneaky, isn't it? I had no idea, you devious cheater. Anya snorted and playfully pulled her husband's cheek. Zeke just let it happen. During their high school years, Anya challenged Zeke to multiple games of hyper-reversi. Naturally, Anya suffered defeat every time but continued challenging him relentlessly. Zeke found himself easily swayed by Anya even in those moments. However, this time shift or whatever you call it, I understand it too, Tori said. Huh? Tori continued. We were discussing the songs we have on our phones at piano class. You know, asking each other what kind of music everyone listens to. And then everyone said my song choices were old, unknown, unheard of. Tiffy and Yuki kept saying, I don't know, it's old. It's such a wasted era. Tori shudders. Zeke said, well, it's probably old, right? When it comes to Tori's past life as a high school student, it was more than 60 years ago. Yeah, I get it. I know it's old, but no one knows those classic songs. I can't share them with anyone. Everyone just says old and that's it. Even though these songs are so good. Saying this, Tori plays their favorite song from their smartphone. The classic tune from over 60 years ago resonates, but the sound quality is extremely poor due to the recording technology of the past, making the music sound rough and unrefined. While some may argue that this sound quality adds to the vintage charm, the prevailing image is still that it's simply old. The current young generation doesn't even know about legendary songstress Christina Davis or the melody angel Ana Garcia. Tiffy and Yuki were like, who are they? What a shame, living in such an oblivious era. Well, isn't that just normal? Ugh. Tori tightened her grip on her fists. Music was her passion, and realizing that her favorite songs were almost unknown to those around her saddened her. As the songs played from her phone, Rain and Zeke felt a sense of nostalgia while also chuckling at the poor sound quality and old-fashioned melodies. And hey, even you, Anya-san, don't know those songs, right? Ugh. Anya-san is also from that era. I said, that's why the younger generation nowadays. Hey, brat. I heard that. Tori lowered their voice, turning their face away as they uttered their final words, but Anya still overheard. Anya gave Tori's head a little knock, and Tori let out a small ouch. Anya, being told by someone of her child's age, that's how young people are these days. That's how young people are these days, you know? What now? Tori-kun. While rubbing the spot on her head where she was tapped, Tori continued speaking. Those words, you see. I often see them on TV or in letters to the editor, don't you think? Most of you were born later than me. And yeah, well. Tori took a sip of her black coffee, gulping it down. The bitterness seeped into her throat. And then she opened her mouth again. Kids nowadays make fun of my hobbies as old, treat me like a child from the older generation. And even people from younger generations treat me like a child. What am I supposed to do? Damn it. Well, calm down. Tori, with her fiery red hair, continued to vent. Her lack of flexibility in character made it difficult for her to accept the generational gap caused by reincarnation. Because even though I'm still a child, there are times when I'm not taken seriously, and rude people belittle children who don't understand the harshness of society. Originality and creativity are things I don't really get, and the definition of truly excellent music is so ambiguous. The more I think about it, the more I don't understand. Oh, the conversation took a turn. Huh? Tori spoke with a low voice, squinting her eyes. She was still struggling with her unique performance. We're getting closer to a big competition. Doesn't really have anything to do with the generation gap. Ugh, seriously, what's with overthinking, making the performance stagnant? You're in quite a mood. It seemed that Tori was still deeply immersed in the maze of music. Rain, do you ever feel the generation gap due to reincarnation or something like that? Ah, well, me? To change the topic, Zeke directed the conversation to Rain. I don't really feel the generation gap much. Is that so? Yeah. Rain scratched his cheek, looking a bit embarrassed. I don't really fit into the current era or the past era. Quite pessimistic, huh? Rain, both in this life and the previous one, was very oblivious to current trends. But having these talks about the past is fun. It's not easy to talk to people about memories from our past lives, especially since many who knew about those times have already passed away. If we talk about Zeke Sensei's past life, he's more than 10 years older than my past life. He's already deceased. Even if you talk about floppy disks, today's kids wouldn't understand. Oh, nostalgic, Rain-kun. Yeah, floppy disks. Yeah. Those capacities were impressive back then, considering. They all chuckled. Yeah, it's nostalgic. Speaking of which, the school lunches. When did wild boar cutlets stop being served? Those were delicious. Right? Huh? What's that? Oh, Zeke Sensei, that's a story from my time, which is more than a decade ago, so you guys wouldn't know. Feels like I've been betrayed by a comrade I just found. Despite Zeke talking enthusiastically, Tori and the others smiled dryly, and Zeke crossed his arms with a slight smile. There was a subtle generation gap between these three. Oh, right. If that's the case. Suddenly realizing something, Zeke exclaimed. Zeke-san? Wait a moment. Saying that, he left and returned to his room. Wondering what it could be, after waiting in the living room for a few minutes, Zeke came back holding a small box. Do you remember this? Rain and Tori peered into the box in Zeke's hands. However, the first one to react was not the reincarnated Rain but Anya. Oh, that's nostalgic. It's a magical music box. Oh. Rain and Tori nodded at Anya's words. When Zeke opened the lid of the music box, a high and beautiful sound began to play. The sparkling sound of the music box permeated the living room. Oh, it certainly became a boom for a while. Magical music boxes. When I was really small. By the time I was around 10, I hardly saw them anymore. I only saw them occasionally. Rain-kun might be like that. I was at my peak in producing them during the time of my past life. It was a magical music box, a device that operated with human magic power, called a magical music box. While spring-driven music boxes inevitably had short playing times, magical music boxes could continue playing as long as stored magic power allowed. An untouched music box could play for hours, making it popular as background music during work or a moment before bedtime. But wasn't this music box a trend in my past life? Why is Anya-san feeling nostalgic about it? Rain asks, tilting her head. Magic-powered music boxes should have been obsolete in Anya's era in terms of time. But, the music box here, we made it when I was in high school with Zeke and the others. Anya says as she casually takes the music box from Tori's hand. You managed to find that from back then pretty quickly, Zeke. I'm good at organizing. Curiously examining the music box, Tori asks. You made it when you were in high school? Yeah, it's nostalgic. The magical music box incident. It was really tough. Nah, it wasn't that big of a deal. No. You can ask Sophie. We all agree that it was a big deal because Zeke was a bother. It's not my fault, though. Zeke sighs. Although Rain and Tori seem puzzled by the conversation, Zeke seems to notice their confusion and speaks up. Want to hear about those days? I'm a bit curious, Tori responds. I'll tell you, but it's not that big of a story, okay? With that, Zeke sits down in a chair and takes a slow sip of his coffee, reminiscing about the past. Section. Ugh, don't make such an unenthusiastic sound, Paris. It's contagious. Come on, it's summer vacation, after all. Give me that recovery item. Okay, Costas. Survive, okay? Yeah. It was a hot summer day. This was when Zeke was a freshman in high school. It was late July, and school had just entered summer vacation. This was Zeke's room, and his school friends, Paris and Costas, were visiting, lying down lazily and playing handheld game consoles together. They pressed buttons while munching on snacks, fully enjoying their freedom during summer vacation. By the way, Zeke, Costas, have you decided on your summer vacation research projects? Paris, occupying Zeke's bed and hitting buttons while lying down, asked. Unusually, the high school they attended had assigned summer vacation research projects. These were tasks that required higher precision than the research projects in elementary or middle school. Students were required to raise questions, conduct their own investigations, and draw their own conclusions. Well, if it's low quality, they'll make you resubmit, right? It's definitely a challenging task. What the school was looking for was a research paper written in an organized manner. It could be in the field of science or social issues. But students had to take up a problem, investigate it logically, and draw their own conclusions. Thus, even the freedom-loving students felt the constraint creeping up on them. I guess we don't need to ask Costas, huh? Poisons. Well, that's true for you. Costas was a guy who had a strong interest in poisons. Although he would go on to achieve success in the field of pharmaceutical research and development as an adult, he was considered eccentric at the time. Even the same poison can become a medical tool or a weapon depending on how it's used. I plan to proceed with that argument, Costas said. Hey, Costas, if you're going to bring up your expertise, it'll be a breeze. You already have all the materials, right? I'm planning to conduct 30 experiments over the entire summer vacation. Damn, that sounds like a pain. Costas, who was passionate about poisons, intended to dedicate his high school summer to poison. Just make sure you don't accidentally poison yourself during the experiments, okay? Yeah, let's meet up at school after summer vacation. Is Sophie helping you? No, she refused. Well, that's a wise decision. Sophie was Costas's childhood friend. Her refusal to help meant that Costas would lack an important device to control him. But no one blamed Sophie for running away. Oh, isn't there an easy and quick way to finish the summer break assignment without putting in too much effort? Paris whined while lying on the bed. His attitude of wanting to finish the assignment with minimal effort and enjoy his summer break reflected the typical behavior of a healthy and straightforward teenage boy. Hey, Zeke, got any good ideas? Let's team up and work on it together. Even if you say that. The assignment allowed multiple people to form a team. However, the more people involved, the more substantial the expected results were. Easy and quick, something convenient. Zeke laughed, but an idea struck him. Paris didn't miss that moment. What's up? Something going on? Well, you know. As Paris crawled towards Zeke, looking almost creepy, Zeke answered while giving him a kick as if to say he found it disturbing. Creating a magic-powered music box. Wouldn't that be interesting? A magic-powered music box? Paris and Costas questioned with a hint of skepticism as they observed Zeke's phone screen, where he showed an explanation. See, something like this. The sound of a magic-powered music box played from the smartphone. The metallic, beautiful notes resonated, bringing a bit of tension to their relaxed bodies. The sound was soothing and gentle. However, what's different from a regular music box? Paris asked. The sound of the magic-powered music box from the smartphone seemed no different from a typical music box. With this, you can keep playing the music for a long time if you accumulate magical energy. It used to be popular for room background music or before bedtime. Or so I heard. I see. Certainly, regular music boxes only play for about 5 minutes. Costas remarked, and Paris nodded in agreement. Presenting the old and forgotten culture of the past as a research topic, discussing the circumstances and lifestyle of that time through literature research, and then creating and submitting a self-made magic-powered music box that should be acceptable, right? But Zeke, even if making a magic-powered music box is a good idea, won't researching the process be quite a hassle? The method is something I already know. In response, Paris tilted his head. Huh? Already? How? Well, I had a bit of interest before and looked into it. Really? It was a lie. Zeke had been involved in the job of creating magic-powered music boxes in his past life. While he had never made one by hand, his work dealt with the internal mechanisms and structures, making him quite knowledgeable. Why did this magic-powered music box become obsolete? Costas asked. Because portable CD players were released later on. It's easier to enjoy music with those. Ah, I see. If you put the music of an ordinary music box on a CD, you can pretty much reproduce it. Magic-powered music boxes were more expensive too. Well, That's how it goes. Zeke slightly averted his gaze and exhaled. By researching the history of that time, understanding how it became popular and later declined, you can create a substantial research report. It might be a bit challenging to find the materials, but that's the same for any research. It's part of the necessary expenses, Zeke explained, utilizing the information from his past life stored in his head. Paris agreed. Yeah. It's not bad. Making a magic-powered music box might take some effort, but it's definitely easier than searching for a theme and blindly researching stuff in the dark. But what worries me is whether we can really make a magic-powered music box ourselves. Paris expressed his concern. Things like that are usually made in factories or by craftsmen, right? Can we really do it on our own? For mass production, or if high quality is required, you'd need a factory or skilled craftsman. But this time, as long as it produces sound to some extent, it should be fine. Individuals can manage that. Despite Zeke's laugh about it being easy and quick, he had confidence that he could produce something of decent quality. While he primarily worked with factory machinery, Zeke had experience crafting magical music boxes as part of his job. It was expected that he could create something better than a student-level project during summer vacation. All right, it's decided. Let's quickly get it done and then enjoy our summer to the fullest. What do you think? Costa, are you in too? Nah, I'll stick with poisons. I'm good. You never change, huh? Paris chuckled. How long do you think it'll take? We can probably finish it in a week. Great, let's wrap up the complicated stuff as quickly as possible. Good talk. Paris stood up, raising his voice. He placed his handheld gaming console on the floor, displaying great enthusiasm. Paris was particularly eager for the summer break, and then, the unexpected happened. I heard your story. The door to Zeke's room burst open with a loud bang, and a loud voice echoed. Can I join in on that story too? Anya. Letting out a sigh, Zeke faced the sudden entrance. Paris and Costa stared wide-eyed. Hey, is she breaking and entering? Is that okay? I got permission from the lady, Anya proudly proclaimed, swaying her light blue hair. Paris, seriously? Ugh. Paris frowned, feeling a bit uneasy. I want to keep it easy. Let's have fun. Finish it quickly and make some free time. Right? Yeah, I totally agree with that chaos. Let's finish up and play. And with the leftover time, we'll study. I can't keep losing to Zeke forever. Sorry, but I can't agree with that at all. Paris stepped back again. Although Anya lacked common sense, she was an earnest girl when it came to academics and had a strong competitive spirit against Zeke. Down with the free research. Oh, sigh. Surrounded by the two like hyenas, Zeke slouched a bit. He had to handle these troublesome two for the summer project. By the way, Anya? What? Paris? Is it always like this, barging into Zeke's house? Yeah, what about it? Paris raised his eyebrows. Is it okay for girls to invade a guy's house? Won't there be misunderstandings? Misunderstandings? What's that? Anya answered with a puzzled look. She genuinely seemed to not understand what Paris was talking about. Seriously. Paris was left speechless, mouth half open. You're in trouble, Zeke. It's too late now. Too late. Costa patted Zeke's shoulder. Zeke almost felt like crying from his friend's kindness. Why? Anya, with a question mark floating over her head, just tilted her head, clueless. Later that night, Zeke called Sophie. Oh, that story is really helpful. Please add me to the team, Zeke-kun. Sophie also joined Zeke's group. She seemed to be having trouble with her own research, so Costa had asked Zeke to invite her. I want to ask for your help too. Please take charge of the troublesome duo, Anya and Paris. I'm not confident in that role at all, but I'll leave it to you, Zeke-kun. Hey. Zeke and Sophie were both burdening each other with challenging tasks. Thus, the team of Zeke, Paris, Anya, and Sophie began their summer project, originally designed to take advantage of the benefits of being a reincarnated individual. Under Zeke's leadership, the flow of the project was clear, and they made steady progress. What songs should we put in the music box? I want to include songs that fit the historical background of that time. Maybe even some popular ones used in magical music boxes back then. What kind of songs are those? Let's include some nursery rhymes from that era. Like this one. Zeke searched on his phone and played the song. I don't know this one. Never heard of this song. Haha, it's a song you don't hear these days. The song was a children's song that was popular at that time. However, over the past few decades, the song had become less common. Like the magical music box, this children's song had faded away with the changes in time. Zeke gathered information on the historical context, compiled it, and came up with sentences for presenting the issue and arguments. He also went to the Music Box Museum staff to get some insights. Hey, Anya, your work is sloppy. Do it more carefully. Come on. As long as it makes sound, it's fine, right? Just as long as it makes sound. Thinking of sentences is annoying. Let's fill the rest with pictures. Paris, let's just fill the rest with pictures. Hey, don't slack off, Paris. Can't you add more diagrams? Write some words, you idiot. It's too bothersome. Too bothersome. Do the bare minimum of your work, you idiots. The work was progressing smoothly. The time spent on gathering materials was minimal, and there was little work to be done. In just 8 days, they were able to complete their summer research project. We're done. It finished smoothly, as intended. Their easy and quickly finished research project was a success. Thanks to Anya and Paris cutting some corners, there were a few rough sounds in the actual magical music box. Nevertheless, it was of high quality as a senior high school research project. The historical context was also thoroughly documented in the research. Naturally, with Zeke, who knew the situation well, their research included convincing data, making good use of his status as a reincarnated individual. There seemed to be no need for a resubmission. All right, we're free now. We can study carefully during the summer break. It's a relief that the worries are resolved. Plus, we can take it easy for the remaining summer break. Yeah, it finished smoothly. The 4 members of this team successfully completed the challenging summer research project and enjoyed their summer break. However, the high quality of their research project became a double-edged sword. In the research project competition, the judges' special award, a little after the summer break, the 4 were summoned to the faculty room. Oh, you guys know that we selected a few of our summer research projects to submit to the research project competition within the school, right? Yes, congratulations, your work was submitted, and it received the judges' special award. They were told so by their homeroom teacher in the faculty room. The magical music box was an unfamiliar old item to Anya and the others of their generation, but for the people of the age group responsible for judging this competition, their work was a nostalgic piece that evoked deep emotions. Zeke and the others' research project tickled the hearts of the judges, leading them to receive the judges' special award for the memorable research project. And, well, the teacher who explained to Zeke and the others cleared his throat. As for the research projects that won awards, an exhibition will be held at the community center, and there's a request for you. The request is to remake the actual music boxes for exhibition. The bodies of the 4 stiffened. It's common for adjustments to be made to the exhibited works in the competition, but in your case, it's the actual music box. They want a bit of refinement in the craftsmanship, and they also want you to create 3 separate pieces with different songs. Wait a minute, Sensei. Paris waved his hands as he spoke. Isn't that quite time-consuming? I understand what you guys are saying, but once a work makes it to the competition, there's nothing we can do. You can get some help, but well, good luck. The teacher waved his hand, casually giving that response. It was impossible for them to say they aimed to create a simple research project with minimal effort in front of the teacher. The 4 were left dumbfounded, and reluctantly, they had no choice but to accept the additional task. Hey, welcome to the labor-intensive world. Sophie turns around as her shoulder is tapped, finding Costas behind her. Costas, are you also taking on additional work? Sophie asks. I am. Costas replies. Costas's research project also won an award. Thus, the 5 of them found themselves burdened with busy additional tasks. Section 1. It was already troublesome enough with 1, but 3? 3. Hey, don't do it carelessly, Anya. We'll have to resubmit it again, you know. As long as the music plays, that should be enough. In the classroom after school, there was a frantic team working on making music boxes. Despite calling for help from others, they now had to make 3 magic-powered music boxes instead of just one, as they used the leftover time after school. Unlike the freedom of summer vacation, they were in a frenzy. I wanted to do an easy research project. This isn't how it was supposed to be. Well, I thought it would be easy. They worked while crying out in despair. This is all Zeke's fault. Hey, it's not my fault. It's because the quality was too high. This isn't how it was supposed to be. This would later be remembered as the magical music box incident among Anya, Sophie, and Paris. Despite decades passing, Zeke, the person in charge, still denies his own involvement in the incident. Section. The day of the exhibition arrives. In the largest community center in the surrounding area, numerous entries for a research competition targeting middle and high school students were displayed. Large posters were created and hung everywhere. Visitors marveled at the research achievements of promising young students and nodded in approval. The winning middle and high school students looked a bit tired. They had worked hard to revise their projects for this day and improve the quality of their research. However, the students who had won awards were filled with satisfaction for their completed work. On the other hand, the music box team was utterly exhausted. Originally lacking motivation and forced to work reluctantly, they were now burdened with fatigue. Slumped over in their chairs, the 4 of them couldn't help but feel disappointment seeping through their expressions. "Ah, you're the music box team, right?" As they slumped in exhaustion, someone approached Zeke and the others. "Are you one of the judges?" "Yes, I'm Luciano Martino, one of the judges. Nice to meet you." The person who spoke to Zeke and the others was a well-built man in his 60s. He wore a suit without a single wrinkle, presenting himself impeccably. "I'm Zeke, and this is Sophie. We received the Special Judges Award for our research on magic-powered music boxes." "Thank you very much." Zeke and Sophie stood up from their chairs to greet the man. Meanwhile, the other 2, who were impolite, remained seated and cast hostile looks at the man, as if to say, "Is this guy the root of all evil? Hey, both of you, stand up and greet him properly." "Ha ha. No, it's fine. Please relax," the judge said, smiling gently and waving his hand. "Your research on magic-powered music boxes was very well received among the judges. Everyone said it brought back nostalgic memories." "Thank you very much." The judge, who was in his 60s, was supposed to have been a teenager when Zeke from a previous life was working on making magic-powered music boxes at a company. "Looking at this music box and hearing its melody, it reminds me of those days. It's like the memories of my youth are coming back." "I see." Zeke quietly swallowed the words "I understand," knowing that if he said them, he would be pitied. "You may not understand now, but..." The man's tone slowed down. "As time goes by, one after another, things from the past disappear. In the present era, we are surrounded by countless things, but just as much, things have vanished. When living in the moment, you might not notice, but when you look back, you might be shocked by the multitude of memories that have faded away. There are times when it becomes sad." Zeke wanted to say that he understood, but he couldn't. From the perspective of the era he lived in, Zeke had lost more things. The changes in times make things vanish, and there's nothing we can do about it, but the will embedded in those things should not be forgotten. "Yes, the melody inside that music box. It's a traditional children's song, isn't it?" Zeke had chosen a children's song to play in the magic-powered music box. The song was popular during the era of magic-powered music boxes and aligned well with the historical background of that time. Though the history of magic-powered music boxes is old, the history of that song is even older. Children's songs are like oral traditions, sung by children as they play. This particular song has been passed down for a long time along with children's games. It's an ancient song that has been handed down for generations in some regions, and it's spread along with the popularity of magic-powered music boxes. Unfortunately, it's not heard much these days. Like magic-powered music boxes, the song had also faded away in recent times. Do you know when that song was born? No. Well, there might not be records for that. According to historical research papers, it's speculated that the song was created around 300 years ago, during the time of the witch trials. The details aren't well known, though. That's very old. Yeah, that's right. Zeke wasn't aware of that information. Things disappearing due to the changes in times are inevitable. Not everything can stay in the mainstream of its era. It's impossible. The male judge lifted his face a little to begin speaking. However, everything carries the will of people. Even many items that disappeared without anyone knowing had the will of their creators, and the memories of those who used them. Even that very old song, born out of someone's desire to create and passed down by someone who wanted to sing and share it, has survived to the present. The flame might be faint now, but it hasn't gone out. Zeke's thoughts drifted to the history of children's songs that had been handed down by people's hands from an era much older than his own. We must not completely forget such things. We should record them, pass on the memories, even in a small way, and cherish the intentions of the people of that time. The male judge smiled and directed his smile at all four of them. Your research conveyed such intentions. Yes, it was a truly excellent project. Thank you. Saying that, the male judge shook hands with Zeke. It was a firm and rugged handshake characteristic of an older person. And then, he moved away from Zeke. Zeke was left stunned, the sensation of the handshake with the judge still vivid in his hand. Zeke recalled his past life. When he was creating this magic-powered music box, he had pondered whether it could be considered a job that contributed to society if it quickly fell out of use, quickly fading from everyone's memory. For him, working diligently in a small company, the thought of being an ordinary and forgettable existence was terribly sad. At the very least, even if his name wouldn't be remembered, he wanted the things he had been involved in creating to last in the world for a long time, and he wanted them to become cherished memories for many people. He wished for that, but the magic-powered music box couldn't endure the flow of time and was forgotten. However, now, the male judge was saying, we must preserve the will of people embedded in everything, record it, pass down memories, and protect the thoughts of individuals and eras. Zeke's heart thumped loudly. The venue was bustling with many people, those presenting their research, those listening, family members cheering for the winners. The flow of people created a lively atmosphere. Amidst the crowd stood Zeke. The sensation of the handshake with the judge lingered in his hand. So, that's what happened. Wow. In the present day, Rain and Tori were listening intently to Zeke's story, Anya's magical music box incident, with the significant involvement of the factor of reincarnation, had piqued the interest of Rain and Tori. So, we were tricked by Zeke and went through a tough time, and then, that additional job was unexpected for me. So it's not my fault, right? I didn't know anything back then, but using reincarnation knowledge for a summer homework task is ridiculous. The couple bickered back and forth. But, well, that story about the judge was nice. Tori, waving her hands as if changing the subject, spoke. Well, yeah. Having experienced reincarnation, Zeke couldn't help but keenly feel the difference between now and then. There were times when he felt a sense of emptiness, sensing what had disappeared. Looking back now, that old man's words were good. At the time, I thought, what the hell? But Anya, you really... It's fine. Wisdom from adults is something you only appreciate after becoming an adult. Not to sound like a know-it-all parent, though. Indeed, that's true. Zeke and Sophie chuckled at Anya's words. Everyone had experienced hearing tedious lectures from adults when they were children. Continuing to convey people's memories. Zeke, recalling the words of the judge from about 20 years ago, pondered them once again. In this way, talking about it now, maybe the job of making super reversi wasn't a waste. Zeke sipped his coffee. The job of producing a product that had disappeared with the passing trend now felt oddly nostalgic. That's right. I need to pass down to my children and grandchildren that I beat Zeke at hyper reversi. Even if I cried, I won't admit it. Zeke. Oh, this. Back in high school, you got a bit carried away after winning a few times. When they were in high school, Anya persistently challenged Zeke to hyper-reversi countless times until she won. After finally winning, she was satisfied and stopped playing the game. Wow, that takes guts. Want to play again? I won't cry this time, Zeke. I can only respond with the same words. You're quite something. Zeke was astonished, considering that the person who had tears in their eyes after losing at chess and video games not long ago was now talking like this. It's nostalgic. Can I join too? Inserting herself into the conversation, Tori spoke with a slight smile, raising her hand. Tori-kun, can you play hyper-reversi? Well, it's super-reversi, but yes, I was pretty good at it during its heyday. Come to think of it, you mentioned that, when Zeke was producing it in his previous life, Tori was in her teens. I still have some skill left. I won't lose so easily. Great courage. I'll make you cry this time, Tori. In response to Tori's declaration, Anna retorted confidently, chest puffed out. However, to an onlooker, it looked like an adult woman looking down on a middle schooler who had joined in to play, promising to make them cry. This scene is immature, Zeke said with exasperation. All right then, can I join too? Rain-kun too? Timidly raising his hand next was Rain. Rain, did you play it too? Well, yes. Just a bit, because I didn't have any friends. I played alone. Oh, that's so sad. Anya expressed her disbelief, and Rain scratched his head awkwardly. He symbolized the gray youth of his past life, having almost no experience with interpersonal interactions. Then let's decide the ultimate champion of hyper-reversi. Zeke, bring out the board. We'll have the ultimate showdown right here. Anya declared loudly. Everyone began preparing for the match when suddenly, we're back. We're home. Oh, Zeke and Anya's kids. Welcome back. Zeke and Anya's two children returned. Oh, Rain is here again. Hey, isn't it rare to see Tori? Hey there. Tori waved her hand casually, greeting her classmates. Perfect timing. Yuki, Hale, you two also need to prepare your hyper-reversi decks. We're having the ultimate showdown starting now. Huh? Anya declared loudly to her children, causing Yuki and Hale to exchange puzzled glances. Mum? Yeah, what's up, Mum? Ignoring the peculiar atmosphere, Anya felt a bit puzzled by Yuki's demeanor. Yuki was usually enthusiastic and lively when it came to competitions or determining the strongest. Seeing her wide-eyed and seemingly confused now was out of character. Yuki slowly spoke up. What is hyper-reversi? Huh? Oh, it was Zeke and the others who were now wide-eyed. Hyper-reversi, an adaptation of the widely popular game Reversi, had its heyday over 20 years ago. Normally, someone from Yuki's generation wouldn't be familiar with it. Feeling the generation gap, they were genuinely surprised. They realized that the current generation had its own set of norms and experiences, making them ponder the differences. There they go again, the young people these days is a phrase often used to criticize the negative aspects of the current younger generation, a stereotypical expression scolding them. However, just because this phrase is used doesn't mean that the current generation is inherently bad. The use of this phrase has been consistent throughout history, directed at each new generation. In other words, regardless of the era or the experience of reincarnation, the generation gap remains a constant. Born in any era or reincarnated at any time, the gap remains unchanged. Feeling the need to comment on it, Zeke and the others shrugged and playfully said to Yuki and the rest in a playful manner, "There they go again. Youngsters these days. Ugh, that attitude is terrible. What's with you all of a sudden?" The younger generation now sharpened their words in response. Ha ha ha, sorry. Jokingly, Zeke and the others apologized to Yuki and Hale. Regardless of whether they were reincarnated or not, the generation gap remained constant. The phrase, "these youngsters nowadays," was something said in every era. The feeling of surprise and realization about the generation gap was the same, regardless of when one was born or reincarnated. But it's quite surprising to hear those words from Rain and Tori. Aren't they the same age as me? Well, yeah, it seems that way. The two laughed awkwardly. The age difference due to reincarnation wasn't visible from the outside, and in fact, Rain Tori and Anya appeared to be friends of the same age. Sorry. Good kids. What's going on? Don't pat my head. Don't treat me like a child. The two of them pat Yuki's head as if comforting a small child. Being looked at with warm eyes by classmates, Yuki puffs up her cheeks. Certainly, there exists a difference akin to that between parent and child, but Yuki remains oblivious to such things. Everyone shares a wry smile. The invisible generation gap is there. Look, Yuki, Hail-kun. This is a magical music box that was popular in the past. And this is reversi, a board game that was trendy back in the day. Why do Rain and Tori know so much about the past? The reincarnated individuals living in two different eras continue to pass on old games and memories to Yuki and Hale. Gathering up disappearing memories of the past, they gently share nostalgic feelings with their current friends. In order to ensure that those past memories don't fade away, they continue to share them with their current friends. Section. On the way home at night, Tori ponders. The judge from Zeke's memories said something about conveying the thoughts of past individuals and preserving them. Objects, music, they all contain the will of their creators and the memories of those who used them. Such things are swept away by the waves of time and disappear. Trends, as the name suggests, flow past, and not everything can stay at the forefront of the times. Still, the past thoughts must be preserved, left behind, and passed on. Tori thinks. She has seen many things being swept away by the waves of time. As someone living 2 lifetimes as a reincarnator, she has seen more of those things than an ordinary person. What she thought was wonderful in her past life's youth is now a thing of the past. Her current friends call it old, and those wonderful things are on the verge of being forgotten. But those wonderful things are wonderful no matter the era. Ah! She lifts her face. She exclaims as if she has come up with something. She stops walking. She puts her hand on her chest. She feels the small blood rushing within her get warmer. The night breeze is getting colder. Guided by the gentleness of autumn, the chill caresses her skin. Looking up at the sky, the stars are not very visible, but the moon shines brightly. As she walks down the night road, Tori thinks about what she can do. And so, on a day when autumn deepens, Tori plays the piano. In the large hall, the audience listened to Tori's performance in an entranced manner. They just listened intently to the melody of the songs that Tori spun. She was alone on the stage, dressed in formal attire, playing the piano. She was wearing a white dress, and her red hair shone against the whiteness of the dress. She taps the piano keys with the red hair swaying slightly. Today, the autumn piano concourse was being held. Tori stood on the stage as a performer. Everyone is entranced by Tori's performance. Her performance today feels different from usual. She played something with an atmosphere that felt old, both in the piece and in the overall tone. Music also has trends of the times. The songs that are popular at the time, the way they're arranged, the musical styles favored at the time. Even interpretations of songs can change from time to time. Music, in fact, is sensitive to such trends of the times, and the decline of those trends doesn't mean they've lost their value. It's just that they've fallen out of favor or another trend has come along. The charm of those trends remains unchanged. Tori has lived through 2 eras, the way of playing that was desired in the past and the way of playing desired now. She received guidance from both eras and somehow sensed it. She thought it was a waste. It's not popular now, but it used to be a trend. Those trends were wonderful no matter the era. So she played it now. She played something she thought was wonderful in the past, but isn't heard much now. A slightly out-of-date musical tone, a composition that feels a bit old-fashioned. However, she still wanted to say that it's something wonderful. Tori is playing it now. She's trying to dig up what moved her and convey it to the present. What sets her apart from ordinary people is that she directly feels the passion of those times on her skin. Everyone was listening intently to Tori's performance. The elderly audience felt nostalgia, while the children of today felt freshness. Sparkling notes danced in this small world. Throughout music, Tori was conveying the thoughts of the past to the present. The performance ends. A warm sigh escapes from her. A bead of sweat flows down her cheek. She was engrossed in conveying something she thought was wonderful. As the piano resonance fades away, a solemn silence descends. Then, slowly, applause started to sound, clapping hands creating waves of resonance. The applause turned into a roar, filling the venue as people shared their excitement, all inspired by Tori's passion. Tori's heart raced. She stood up from her chair, hastily bowed, feeling lightheaded. Walking with a floaty feeling, she descended from the stage, accompanied by the thunderous applause, and returned to the dressing room. "Wow, that was amazing. Well done, Tori-chan." The piano teacher welcomed Tori with an excited voice, her red hair damp with sweat. Tori could feel her own warm breath escaping. It was the first time she had played the piano with such internal heat. Totally, surprisingly, Tori-chan is not just a simpleton, bringing back the trends of the past and adapting them to the present. Wow. You must have studied a lot. The historical background, the triggers for trends, the charm of that era. It was brimming with realism. The teacher's rough hands affectionately ruffled Tori's head. She swayed a bit, absorbing the teacher's enthusiasm. Of course, Tori hadn't studied much about the past. She simply played the passion of the old times, and being praised for effort she hadn't put in made her feel a bit uneasy. Tori, great job, Tori." Her friends rushed into the dressing room. It was Tiffy, Yuki, and Kasumi. While Yuki and Kasumi had entered the middle school and quit piano lessons, they had come to listen to Tiffy and Tori's performance today. "Tori, what is it, Tiffy? It's just... it was so good." Tiffy approached Tori with shining eyes. "I can't really express it in words. But it was really good." A fluffy review flowed from Tiffy's mouth. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkled, and she tried to convey her impression of wonderful with exaggerated gestures. It seemed like Tori's passion had spread to Tiffy. "Ah, thanks, Tiffy." "Yeah." Tiffy turned around, and her dress fluttered lightly. "Next is me." "My turn. I'm going to play something amazing too." Saying that, Tiffy left the room, heading for adjustments before the performance. The people in the room saw off Tiffy, who left in a flurry. Then, Kasumi muttered softly, "Hey, isn't Tiffy going too wild with her performance?" "Changing arrangements at the competition is not okay, right?" Tiffy-chan. "Changing arrangements at the competition is not allowed." The piano teacher realized, raising her voice. But it was already too late for Tiffy to hear. The teacher sighed. "In any case, good job, Tori-chan. It was a great performance." "Oh, thank you very much," Tori replied in a slightly tired voice. She had immersed herself in the piano like never before. "It feels like you've broken out of your shell, doesn't it?" Smiling, the teacher put her hands on her hips, peering into Tori's face. She knew well that Tori had been struggling recently. "What do you think? Did I break out of my shell? Maybe? I wonder if I can fly from now on." As Tori said that, the teacher burst into laughter. "It's still a long way to go." "Still, from now on," the teacher once again gently patted Tori's head. "From now on, refine your expression methods more, think deeply, polish them, consider from multiple perspectives, simmer more, and sometimes take a step back, look at it objectively and practice more." "So, this is your first step," the teacher said so and smiled. "After doing this for 10 years, is this really just the first step?" Tori said, pursing her lips. Even though she had been exposed to music for over 25 years, counting from her past life, the teacher still referred to this as the first step. However, the teacher's smile remained constant. "That's how it is, you know. It's tough." "Well, yes, because even a whole lifetime isn't enough." Hearing those words, Tori mumbled softly. "It's exhausting." However, contrary to her words, Tori slowly smiled. Behind the glittering stage of the battle, the teacher and Tori laughed together. Although many difficulties and a long journey awaited them, they still laughed. It was a smile full of dreams, a refreshing smile. The reincarnated individuals had lived through 2 different eras. They remembered what had disappeared, swept away by the waves of time. They could serve as a bridge to those times. Gathering up disappearing memories of the past, the reincarnated individuals gently shared nostalgic feelings with their current friends. With distant memories of the past held close to their hearts, they continued to live in the present. They carried the memories of the past in their words, in their songs, as treasures, slowly narrating the past. The reincarnated individuals, no, all people living in the present, connected the past and the present. It was a cool autumn day. The approaching footsteps of the past draw near, the suppressed regrets resurface, and the once forgotten memories of the past rise silently, unbeknownst to others. The past, never spoken of or passed down, resurrects from the soil. What returns is not only the gentle memories of the past. What remains is not only warm feelings. The memories of raging flames are also summoned back to the present. A cry is born from within the flames. To forget or to be forgotten. I open my eyes. The echoes of the past footsteps resound. It is the unspoken regrets of a certain girl. End of Volume 2.